Chapter 607. The huge square was filled with oddly shaped landscapes, stone sculptures, and fake mountains. In the center of the square, a tall human-shaped stone sculpture suddenly shot up into the sky and condensed into a figure wearing battle armor and holding a halberd. The aura that spread out from the human-shaped stone sculpture also broke through a certain limit and surpassed the heavenly venerate level. At the same time, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire square, causing Jiang Xi and the others to not dare to move. They only looked at the terrifying figure respectfully. The blood-red pillar of light that shot up into the sky began to shrink and fuse into the red-armored figure's body, finally disappearing completely. The red-armored figure also became clearer. The black-patterned battle armor and halberd also became like real objects, and the patterns on them could be seen clearly. It was as if he was stepping on a staircase, slowly walking down from the sky and arriving in front of Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuoyi, and the other experts. At that moment, Dao Lord Yinglong, who was the largest, had shrunk under that invisible pressure. He was about the same size as Jiang Xi and the others. The red-armored figure was very tall, close to 10,000 meters. He stood there and looked down at them. His eyes were as deep as the nine nether abyss and were filled with indifference. Then he said, "My name is Eight Clouds. You can call me Divine General Eight Clouds." Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Shifang, and the other experts did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Divine General Eight Clouds." At the same time, they were secretly shocked. Divine General? It sounded like the ranks in the army. Could it be that this Divine General Eight Clouds was the leader of a powerful army countless eras ago? Then how powerful was this force? A Divine General surpassed the heavenly venerate level. What about those with higher statuses? Did their strength surpass the Divine General Eight Clouds? The Divine General Eight Clouds did not care about what they thought. Instead, he continued coldly, "Juniors of the Endless Calamity era in the Chaos Sea, when you see me, I've already fallen for who knows how many calamities. Back then, when I followed the Celestial Emperor on that final path, I knew that the chances of survival were not high." Celestial Emperor? Hearing this, the eyes of all the experts lit up. Jiang Xi's heart was also moved. He thought of the path on earth in the images he saw. Countless powerful immortals followed an emperor on a path to the heavens. Was the Imperial Emperor mentioned by the Eight Clouds Divine General the same person as the Imperial Emperor on Earth? Riverward guessed in his heart. The Eight Clouds Divine General continued, "As expected, the path we have embarked on is the final and most difficult path. Even the strongest monarch and the strongest supreme treasure will still fail. I expected failure, but I will not be a deserter. I am the Eight Clouds Divine General of the Primordial Realm. I have my own glory. It's just that I don't want to sever Yakin's legacy." The Eight Clouds General's voice gradually deepened. "I, the Eight Clouds General, am the 183rd Eight Clouds and the only successor. My ancestors have all died in battle. I don't know how long this legacy has been passed down to my generation. If I die, the inheritance will be severed in my hands. Then, I will have let down my ancestors. I can die, but the legacy of the Eight Clouds cannot be severed. Therefore, before we set off, I requested the Imperial Emperor to build and modify this void world so that it can reappear in the Chaos Sea after the Infinite Calamity era and continue the legacy of the Eight Clouds lineage. Juniors, if you are afraid, leave now. It will be more and more dangerous later. Especially at the end, when you come into contact with the true legacy of the Eight Clouds lineage. Only the one who obtains the legacy can survive. If none of you can obtain the legacy, then all of you will perish. The earlier you leave, the safer you will be. The later you leave, especially when you come into contact with a trace of the legacy. Other than the Eight Clouds of the past, any other living being who covets the legacy of the Eight Clouds lineage will die without a doubt. Make your choice, juniors." The Eight Clouds Divine General finished speaking with an indifferent gaze. His tone did not fluctuate at all. Then, he closed his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere of the entire square was stifling. The 7 experts present, including Jiang Xi, had craziness, excitement, worry, hesitation, and many other emotions in their eyes. Legacy. This was a legacy that could truly drive many factions in the Chaos Sea crazy. Why were the 9 sacred lords of the heavenly feather race so powerful? It was because they had obtained the legacy of a heavenly venerate ruins. Once the 9 sacred lords joined forces, they could unleash a powerful force that could sweep across the Chaos Sea. It could be said that the most precious thing in the Chaos Sea was a complete legacy that could allow one to cultivate from low to high levels. And this time, the legacy was the legacy of the 8 Clouds lineage. From the words of the 8 Clouds Divine General, it could be inferred that this should be a powerful civilization from an unknown era. It was an extremely powerful lineage of that civilization. There was only one successor in each generation. The 8 Clouds Divine General. 8 Clouds was a name, and the Divine General was an official rank. For him to be able to follow the Emperor to the final path, it was obvious that his status in that civilization was very high. This meant that the legacy of the 8 Clouds lineage was very precious. The 8 Clouds Divine General knew that he would die, but he still wanted to leave the legacy behind. It could be imagined that among the ancestors of this ancient legacy that had lasted for an unknown period of time, there might be someone stronger than the current 8 Clouds. Therefore, one could not judge this legacy based on the strength of the 8 Clouds Divine General. Perhaps there was a higher realm in this legacy, but the current 8 Clouds had not reached it. The square was silent. The voice of the 8 Clouds Divine General still echoed in everyone's ears. Tao Lord Tui Yi of the Red Lotus Sacred Land. Tao Lord Shenfang and Tao Lord Jin Lan of the Heavenly Feather Race in the First Universe. Tao Lord Ming Hai of the Corpse Race. Tao Lord Inglong of the Demon Race in the Second Universe. Tao Lord Xiang Lo of the Human Race in the Third Universe. Jiang Xi of the Fourth Universe. Everyone's eyes were filled with hesitation and struggle. Are we going or not? I come from the Sacred Land universe and am not afraid of the calamity. I can exist eternally in the Chaos Sea and never die. If we go, we will be in danger of dying. If we don't go, we will miss this opportunity that we can't even ask for. However, even the powerful civilization that the 8 Clouds Divine General came from has disappeared. Can the Sacred Land universe really exist eternally? Tao Lord Tuyi frowned. Back then, the Sacred Masters only obtained Empyrean-level legacies in the myriad world ruins. It allowed the Heavenly Feather Race to become the 3rd largest power in the Chaos Sea, second only to the 2 Sacred Land universes. The legacy in front of them came from an even stronger ancient civilization. It sounds like the 8 Clouds Divine General isn't the strongest existence. There are even stronger emperors above them. However, I can feel that the 8 Clouds lineage is also a unique existence in that ancient civilization. It's absolutely noble. However, the difficulty of such a legacy can be imagined. Tao Lord Shenfang's eyes flowed with divine light, looking extremely sacred. A chance to surpass the Empyrean level and reach eternity. Tao Lord Mingxi's face was filled with madness, and his corpse aura was faintly rising. The 8 Clouds Divine General is very similar to the human race. This might be my chance, but... Tao Lord Xiang Li's handsome face was also somewhat hesitant. The strong people present were all struggling, deep in thought, weighing the gains and losses of life and death. Jiang Xi was also hesitating. His eyes flickered, and the aura around his body became stronger and stronger. He originally thought that he was just going to see if there were any true treasures on the way. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter the emergence of a ruin, and accidents would happen one after another. From the outside, it looked like a Tao Lord's ruin, but after entering, it changed continuously and became a supreme ruin. However, was this really just a supreme ruin? From the words of the 8 Clouds Divine General, he could vaguely guess that Supremes didn't seem to be the strongest at the peak of cultivation. This way, the 8 Clouds' inheritance seemed even more precious. Inheritances moved people's hearts, but there was also the danger of death. Although Jiang Xi had a clone, since the 8 Clouds Divine General dared to say that he would definitely die if he spied on the inheritance of his lineage. One could imagine that with the methods of the Eight Clouds Divine General, the punishment that would befall would definitely not be as simple as dealing with a clone. Instead, all the original bodies and clones would fall and die completely. Should I go or not? Jiang Xi thought to himself. It hasn't even been 100,000 years since I started cultivating. Even if I didn't have this opportunity, I still wouldn't have been able to survive. With the experience points panel, it would be easy to become a Tao Lord or a Heavenly Venerable. There's also hope for me to become a Supreme in the future. However, once I accept this inheritance, it's hard to say whether I'll live or die. Should I go or not? Jiang Xi asked himself again. Phew, so what if I'm a Supreme? Qin Shuang's clan once had 7 Holy Land universes, which were the 7 Supremes. They all fell in the great battle with the enemies of the upper realm. I'm afraid it's difficult for an eternal Supreme to be eternal. He will still be crushed to death by a stronger existence. The Eight Clouds Divine General should be stronger than a Supreme. There are even stronger Imperial Emperors above him, but they also fell. I don't know how many powerful civilizations were born in the Chaos Sea during the Endless Calamity era, but who can live forever? Jiang Xi raised his head and looked at the Eight Clouds Divine General, who was nearly 10,000 meters tall. His eyes were filled with determination and desire. This is an opportunity. It's obvious that the inheritance of the Eight Clouds lineage is ranked at the top of the powerful civilization that can step onto the final path. It's an extremely precious inheritance. Perhaps, among the ancestors of the Eight Clouds, there were powerhouses who were close to the peak of cultivation. If I can obtain this inheritance, I might be able to see a further path, a path higher than a Supreme. With the guidance of the inheritance and the experience points panel, I'll definitely walk higher than the previous 8 clouds. Just as the powerhouses in the square were weighing and struggling, suddenly, an aura appeared out of nowhere. Lian Xian, since you want to come out, I'll let you come out. What you choose is your own business, Tao Lord Shifang said in a deep voice. Beside him and Tao Lord Jin Lan, another Tao Lord from the Heavenly Feather race appeared. It was Tao Lord Lian Xian, who had been hiding in the Flying True Treasure. He was originally Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jin Lan's trump card and would only appear at the end. However, he saw everything that happened in the outside world clearly. Naturally, he couldn't help but show up. Whoosh! Another figure appeared beside him, emitting a dense and eerie corpse aura. It was another powerhouse from the corpse race. Yin Xian, this is an unprecedented opportunity. I won't stop you. Tao Lord Dark Sea had a complicated expression. The 2 corpse race powerhouses had also hidden a lot, however, they couldn't hide it anymore. I know. Tao Lord Yin Xian nodded. This way, there were originally only 7 Tao Lords in the square, but now there were 9. Do you have any helpers? Tao Lord Shifang glanced at Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuyi, Tao Lord Xianglu and Tao Lord Yinglong, the 4 lone travelers. I've always been alone in Chaos Sea. Tao Lord Tuyi shook his head. I'm alone as well, Jiang Xi said. Me too. Same. Tao Lord Xianglu and Tao Lord Yinglong nodded as well. Haha, 3 from the Heavenly Feather race and 2 from the Corpse race in the first universe. 1 from the second, third and fourth universes as well as my Red Lotus Sacred Ground. Therefore, there are a total of 9 experts. Apart from the number 1 faction of Chaos Sea, Great Sky Sacred Ground, experts from the other universes have appeared here. Indeed, the laws of heaven and earth are fair. Tao Lord Tuyi laughed. However, this choice isn't easy, right? An opportunity like this can be considered as the top opportunity in Chaos Sea. Even my Red Lotus Sacred Ground has never heard of such a mysterious inheritance. There are some ordinary inheritances, but none of them can compare to this Ba Ba Yunqing. Even if there are dangers in those ordinary inheritances, they won't be able to threaten me. However, if the means left behind by the Divine General of 8 Clouds were to be unleashed, even heavenly venerates might not be able to withstand it. Tao Lord Tuoyi scanned the experts with a cold gaze. Everyone, you have to consider carefully. Do you want to stay and accept the inheritance? The Tao Lord's heart skipped a beat. That was because although his words seemed to be a kind reminder, there was a faint threat in them. Right at that moment, the divine general of 8 clouds opened his eyes once more. His eyes were like the abyss of the 9 nether as he looked down at the 9 experts. Juniors, are you leaving? Or are you staying? Have you made a decision? Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuoyi and the other experts knew in their hearts that this was probably just a wisp of consciousness or an illusion left behind by the divine general of 8 clouds. It was like some sort of artificial intelligence program, and not the divine general of 8 clouds himself. The true divine general of 8 clouds should have died long ago. The divine general of 8 clouds waited for a few seconds. Seeing that Jiang Xi and the others did not speak or show any signs of leaving, he stretched out his right hand and pointed gently at the red fog that enveloped the square. Instantly, the red fog that was originally flowing slowly began to churn violently. A stone path paved with limestone broke through the red fog and slowly condensed, extending towards an unknown place. If you're willing to accept the inheritance, step onto this path. The divine general of 8 clouds said indifferently. I'll choose you according to the method of the 8 clouds lineage choosing successors. As you pass the many tests, you will come into contact with the inheritance step by step. Once you come into contact with the inheritance, it will be a life and death crisis. If you successfully accept all the inheritances, you will be able to survive. If you fail, no matter how many inheritances you receive, whether it's 1 or 99, you will die. Juniors, consider carefully. If you're afraid now, you can leave immediately. Once the passageway is opened, it will not close. You can also invite your clansmen and friends over. The more inheritors, the better. That way, a new generation of 8 clouds will be born. The divine general of 8 clouds swept his gaze across Jiang Xi and the other Dao lords. Make your choice. Immediately after, his figure disappeared. All that was left was the stone path that was paved with bluestones, quietly lying in the violently rolling red fog. The calamity is coming, but we have such an opportunity. Dao Lord Darksea's eyes lit up. With the ancient civilization's methods, if we can obtain this inheritance, even if we don't have the path of eternity, we can still become an eternal paragon, and establish a third Holy Land universe in the Chaos Sea. Swoosh! Dao Lord Darksea transformed into a pale stream of light and flew directly into the limestone path. His body was instantly drowned by the red fog. Once the calamity arrives, all those who haven't attained eternity will die. How can we miss such an opportunity? Dao Lord Rain Dragon growled and charged into the stone path. This is an opportunity for the human race. It should belong to the human race of the third universe. Dao Lord Xianlu chuckled and took a step forward, entering as well. Jin Lan. Shifang. The Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race smiled at each other. Their eyes were filled with determination as they stepped onto the stone path as well. Haha, the calamity is coming. It doesn't matter if we die sooner or later. Why don't we take the risk? Dao Lord Lian Xian of the Heavenly Feather race laughed, and followed in. In just a moment, only Dao Lord Tuoyi of the Red Lotus Sacred Land and Jiang Xi of the Fourth Universe were left in the square. Shanhai, are you going? Dao Lord Tuoyi asked Jiang Xi. What about you? Jiang Xi asked. Dao Lord Tuoyi's eyes were misty as he said softly. Such a powerful civilization has already disappeared. So what if it's eternal? I've already lived through many calamity eras. I've seen everything that I should see. I've lived enough. This is a rare inheritance. If I miss it, I'll definitely regret it. This adventure might be the biggest adventure in my life. Whether I succeed or fail, even if I die in the adventure, it's worth it. Haha, I'll go first. Dao Lord Tuoyi was extremely carefree. He quickly entered the limestone path. Only Jiang Xi was left in the entire square. With the EXP panel, I can steadily rise to an extremely high level and even reach the peak of the cultivation path. But what if I'm just a leak of a powerful existence? Will I be harvested one day in the future? There are many secrets hidden in the EXP panel. I can't let it control me for the rest of my life. Even if the inheritance in front of me can't reach the peak of the cultivation path, it's definitely very close. Then I'll give it a try. Maybe I can find a stronger path. I'll bet everything and take a gamble. Whoosh! Jiang Xi also rushed into the limestone path, his body covered by the churning red fog. Walking on this stone path, there was a feeling of space-time distortion, as if he was flying in a universe passage. After an unknown period of time. Whoosh! His eyes suddenly lit up. After stepping on the limestone path, there was another square in front of him. It was paved with white jade, and a faint sacred intent spread out at that moment. Tao Lord Tuyi, Tao Lord Xiangle, Tao Lord Shifang, Tao Lord Dark Sea, Tao Lord Inglong, and the other experts were waiting in the square. When Jiang Xi appeared, their attention was attracted. Shoo! Jiang Xi flew over. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you've cultivated for less than 100,000 years. It's an extremely short period of time, and yet you dare to come here. Tao Lord Tuyi laughed. We were just discussing if you would come. You've cultivated for such a short period of time and have such high achievements. Actually, there's no need for you to take the risk with us. You can retreat now. Tao Lord Shifang of the Heavenly Feather Race smiled kindly, as though Jiang Xi was not an enemy of the Heavenly Feather Race. Since I'm here, there's no reason to retreat. Jiang Xi's expression was indifferent. Humph. He's just sending himself to his death. Tao Lord Dark Sea of the Corpse Race said coldly. Since this junior insists on sending himself to his death, there's no need to care about him. Tao Lord Ing Miao, who was also of the Corpse Race, said coldly. The Corpse Race was a crazy and cold race to begin with. They would only be united among their own race and were hostile to outsiders. This was especially so for Jiang Xi, who had cultivated for less than 100,000 years. They were extremely wary and jealous. In fact, be it Tao Lord Tuyi, Tao Lord Xiangle, Tao Lord Shifang, and Tao Lord Dark Sea, all of them were extremely wary of Jiang Xi since they chose to take this risk in a vain attempt to obtain the inheritance. They knew very well that the selection of inheritors would typically focus on aptitude, comprehension, etc. A junior who had cultivated for less than 100,000 years was already on the same level as them who had cultivated for countless epochs. In fact, he might even be stronger. Who would the 8 Clouds Divine General choose in the end? The answer was already very obvious. Right now, they could only hope that the methods left behind by the 8 Clouds Divine General could not determine how long the experts present had lived. However, they only felt that the 8 Clouds Divine General was unfathomable and therefore did not have much confidence. Naturally, they hoped that Jiang Xi would retreat as soon as possible. While Jiang Xi and the others were exchanging words in secret. Suddenly, a scarlet-armored figure appeared on the square that was paved with white jade. It was the 8 Clouds Divine General. All 9 of you are here? The 8 Clouds Divine General glanced at Jiang Xi and the others before nodding. Now, let's begin the first selection. Selection? Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuyi, Tao Lord Xiangle, Tao Lord Shifang, and the other experts felt uneasy. None of them could be sure if they would pass the selection. Rise! The 8 Clouds Divine General pointed to the center of the white jade square. Rumble! Boom! A gigantic altar rose slowly from the square. It was filled with complicated and mysterious patterns and emitted an extremely ancient aura. One by one, one by one, the 8 Clouds Divine General said indifferently. The 9 Lords present exchanged glances. Who would be the first to go? The altar was filled with mysterious patterns. Who knew what formation it contained and if it was dangerous? For a moment, no one was willing to be the first to attempt it. You go in! The 8 Clouds Divine General pointed at Tao Lord Tuyi. This is just the beginning of the selection. Tao Lord Tuyi will definitely succeed. That's right. With his half-step heavenly venerable strength, it shouldn't be difficult. The experts of the Heavenly Feather Race and the Corpse Race from the first universe, Tao Lord Inglong from the second universe, and Tao Lord Xianglo from the fourth universe heaved a sigh of relief and began to tease. Tao Lord Tuyi merely chuckled and did not say anything. He took a step forward and entered the altar. Immediately after, the complicated patterns on the altar lit up with red light. A thick red fog rose and enveloped the entire altar. Powerful energy fluctuations circulated at high speed. The thick red fog almost formed a light screen, blocking vision and spiritual sense probing. What's happening inside? Jiang Xi was also a little nervous. Selection? What was the selection? What was the standard? Everything was still unknown. Chapter 608. The entire altar was shrouded in red mist, blocking all probing. Perhaps Tao Lord Tuyi was screaming in pain, but no sound could be heard. No one knew what was going on inside since there was no movement. This caused everyone to feel a little uneasy and nervous. Moments later, whoosh, the red mist began to dissipate. Tao Lord Tuyi walked down from the altar with a puzzled expression. His expression made Jiang Xi and the other Tao Lords confused. It seemed like Tao Lord Tuyi did not know what was going on inside either. Was that why he had such an expression? First selection. Qualified. The Eight Clouds General glanced at Tao Lord Tuyi. Tao Lord Tuyi was pleasantly surprised. Tuyi, what's going on inside? Tao Lord Shifang could not help but ask. Congratulations, Tao Lord Tuyi. What's inside? Tao Lord Dark Sea asked. The others also tried to obtain useful information from Tao Lord Tuyi. You'll know when you enter. Tao Lord Tuyi's smile disappeared as he said indifferently. Then, he stood aside and did not say anything else. No matter what, he had passed this strange selection. Naturally, it was easy. Next! The Eight Clouds God swept his gaze past the remaining 8 Tao Lords, including Riverward. I'll do it! Tao Lord Darksea's corpse chi filled the air as he walked up the altar with a ferocious look in his eyes. Seeing that an expert took the initiative, the Eight Clouds General did not say anything else. It was like some kind of preset program that only followed the program and did not have its own thoughts. At that moment, the red mist rose from the complicated patterns on the altar again and enveloped the entire altar. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Shifang, Tao Lord Xianglou, and the others were still waiting quietly. What was going on inside? After a short while, the red mist dissipated again. The Eight Clouds General looked at Tao Lord Dark Sea, who had yet to walk out of the altar. A red glint flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "You don't qualify!" Instantly, the hearts of the other Tao Lords present trembled. That was because even though the red light did not emit any aura, it gave them a feeling that the world was about to collapse. Why didn't he qualify? Don't qualify? I don't qualify? Why don't I fit? How can I not meet the requirements? Tao Lord Darksea was anxious and could not help but ask. Tao Lord Wildlands has been alive for countless eons, while I'm still a Tao Lord of this aeon. In terms of aptitude and talent, I'm stronger than him. He's only stronger than me because he's lived longer. Why don't I fit the criteria? This opportunity was definitely one of the greatest in the history of the Chaos Sea. No one was willing to give up, not even the Dark Sea Tao Monarch. Shut up! The Eight Clouds Divine General coldly shouted. Tao Lord Darksea's face was already pale, but now it was even paler. Next! The Eight Clouds General looked at the remaining 7. However, the Tao Lord of the Dark Sea, the only one who took the initiative just now, did not meet the requirements. This made the remaining 7 Tao Lords, including Jiang Xi, cautious and did not dare to take the initiative to go up. You! The Eight Clouds pointed at Tao Lord Shifang. The altar selection began again. Tao Lord Shifang fit the bill. Tao Lord Jinlan met the requirements. Tao Lord Lian Xian fit the bill. Tao Lord Insidious Malice didn't fit the bill. Tao Lord Rain Dragon fit the bill. Tao Lord Xiangla fit the bill. You! The Eight Clouds General pointed at Jiang Xi in the end. No one knew if this action was intentional or unintentional. That was because the 7 of them were all selected by the Eight Clouds General. Coincidentally, the 2 human experts were left for the last 2. The other experts who had already been selected were all puzzled. Riverward also took a deep breath, walked directly towards the altar, and took a step forward. After the scarlet fog enveloped the altar, it formed an independent space without any exits. Buzz, 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 distorted ripples began to appear in the void. Dazzling white ripples instantly filled the entire void. Then, a strange and unfathomable power descended and seeped into Jiangxi's body. At that moment, the armor and essence spirit treasures on his body lost their effect and did not react at all. When the white ripples swept over him, it was as if all the secrets in his body, including his brain and sea of consciousness, were exposed. The invisible strange power kept drilling into Jiangxi's body and sea of consciousness. It even intertwined with the immortal power in his body until it completely merged with him. A moment later, the white ripples in the void disappeared, and so did the strange power. Whoosh! The scarlet fog quickly dissipated, and the independent space also disappeared. Only now did Riverward walk down the altar and return to stand before everyone once more, and everything that had occurred earlier still caused him to be bewildered and vigilant in his heart. "You fit the bill!" The Eight Clouds General nodded and smiled. "This a smile? No! There's a big problem." Dalord Tuoyi, Dalord Shifang, Dalord Xiangla, and the other experts who had already passed the selection were originally happy. Now, their expressions changed. That was because this was the first time the Eight Clouds General smiled since the beginning. In everyone's eyes, this unfathomable Eight Clouds General should be an extremely cold existence, or rather, emotionless. It was just an illusion left behind by the real Eight Clouds Divine General. But now, he was smiling? Everyone's heart sank, and their faces began to turn gloomy. You! The Eight Clouds General pointed at Dalord Dark Sea and Dalord Yingxi coldly. "The two of you, leave immediately. If you don't die!" The two corpse race Dalords exchanged glances, their faces filled with grief and indignation. Their corpse race was wiped out just like that. "Lord Eight Clouds General, can you tell us why either of us passed?" Dalord Darksea gritted his teeth and asked boldly. "You're not of my race and you want to inherit the legacy of my Eight Clouds lineage? Get lost!" The Eight Clouds General's eyes flashed red again. "Race?" Jiangxi, Dalord Tuoyi, Dalord Shifang, and the others were all shocked. This was because, strictly speaking, the 7 powerhouses that had passed were not from the same clan. For example, Dalord Inglong was a demon and looked completely different from humans and the heavenly feather race. However, he still passed. Race! Dalord Darksea and Dalord Yingxi shuddered. If that was the reason, they would be in big trouble. If they failed, it meant that the other experts of the corpse race would fail as well and not pass the selection. "Get lost!" The Eight Clouds General's eyes shone with a scarlet light. "Let's go!" Filled with indignation, Dalord Darksea and Dalord Yingxi flew towards the green stone path they came from and left the white jade square. After passing through the stone path that seemed to flow through time, they returned to the gray stone square at the beginning. "Hate! Hate! I hate!" Dalord Darksea lowered his head and roared, looking at the green stone path with a menacing expression. "Since that's the reason, it means that the corpse race is completely not fated with this legacy. Ha ha! Since the corpse race is not fated, we'll spread the news and let all the major factions of Chaos Sea know about the supreme ruins and the legacy here. Let a large number of experts rush over. If the corpse race can't obtain the legacy, we can't let the heavenly feather race obtain it so easily either. If that's the case, the corpse race will truly be finished," Dalord Darksea said hatefully. He hated the Eight Clouds General, but he hated the heavenly feather race even more. They were the natural enemies of the corpse race. In terms of numbers, there were 3 Dao Lords of the heavenly feather race among the 7 who passed the first round. Based on that, there was a high chance that the heavenly feather race would obtain the legacy. As natural enemies, how could the corpse race watch helplessly as the heavenly feather race succeeded? On the white jade square, the Eight Clouds General, who was close to 10,000 meters tall, looked at the remaining 7 Dao Lords and said indifferently, "Those who are not of our race do not have the bloodline of this world. Naturally, they are not qualified to obtain the legacy. However, this stage was the simplest selection. It was also the only safe stage in the entire inheritance process. Later on, there will be danger of death. If you are still afraid now, you can still retreat. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuyi, Tao Lord Xiangle, Tao Lord Inglong, and the 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race remained silent. None of them chose to withdraw. What a joke! Who would be willing to withdraw at this point? Perhaps they would hesitate and struggle when making the choice at the beginning, but once they made up their minds, how could they retreat? Everyone was able to reach the peak of the Tao Lord path, and even approach the heavenly venerate level. In terms of temperament and willpower, none of them were weak in each universe. They were top-notch and legendary powerhouses. Ever since they embarked on the path of cultivation and walked step by step until now, the danger of death had never been far away. Perhaps they were unwilling to die, but none of them were afraid of death. For the sake of this powerful legacy that was countless eras before, they were willing to give up everything and risk it all. All right. The 8 Clouds General nodded. Follow me then. He was dressed in black-patterned crimson armor, and held the halberd in his hand as he walked towards the other side of the White Jade Plaza. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuyi, Tao Lord Shifang, and the other experts hurriedly followed. They were all puzzled. Did they have to go to the next plaza? This White Jade Plaza was also shrouded in red fog. Everything outside the plaza was unknown. Whoosh! When the 8 Cloud Generals arrived in front of the barrier formed by the thick red fog, a green stone bridge appeared in the churning fog. However, everyone could only see a small part of the stone bridge. The other 90% was covered by the red fog. This bridge is called the Bridge of 9 Worlds. In a while you will have to walk down the Bridge of 9 Worlds. The 8 Clouds General's gaze swept across the faces of Jiang Xi and the other experts. As long as you can reach the next plaza alive, you will be considered to have passed the most basic selection. Then, you can begin to come into contact with the legacy. Come into contact with the legacy. The 7 Tao Lords were all pleasantly surprised and filled with anticipation. As long as they could pass through the Bridge of 9 Worlds alive, they would be able to come into contact with the legacy? Of course, although everyone was excited, they knew that the 8 Clouds' legacy was so precious and powerful. This selection was definitely not as simple as judging the race. In other words, this Bridge of 9 Worlds was probably the time to decide life and death and reveal one's strength. It was very likely that one of them would die on this bridge. They had to give it their all. The 7 of you. The 8 Clouds General looked at them. On the Bridge of 9 Worlds, you can use Dharma treasures and all methods. You just have to reach the next plaza alive. Jiang Xi and the other experts' expressions turned serious again as they looked at the green stone bridge that was almost completely covered by the red fog. Regardless of whether they succeeded or failed in the selection, they could still leave if they did not pass. Once they stepped on it, there was no turning back. It was hard to say whether they would live or die. You! The 6 of you, go in! The 8 Clouds General pointed at the 6 experts. Us? Me? Me too? The 6 of us go in together? Tao Lord Tuyi, Tao Lord Xiangle, Tao Lord Inglong, Tao Lord Shinfang, Tao Lord Jinlan and Tao Lord Lianxian. The expressions of the 6 Tao Lords changed drastically. The 8 Clouds General was referring to the 6 of them. What about him? Tao Lord Shinfang could not help but point at Jiang Xi. What about Tao Lord Mountain Sea? I'm a human too. Tao Lord Xianglu could not maintain his composure, and was anxious as well. Tao Lord Tuyi and the other experts felt uneasy. They did not dare to question or change the 8 Clouds General's decision. However, during the altar selection earlier, the 8 Cloud Divine Generals had actually revealed a trace of a smile because of Riverward. That made them suspicious. Furthermore, among the Tao Lords present, Jiang Xi had cultivated for the shortest amount of time, less than 100,000 years. Compared to the 36 million years of an epoch, that was an extremely short period of time. Let alone an era of calamities that could last for countless epochs. Compared to an entire era of calamities, 100,000 years was no different from a single second. Thus, in terms of talent and potential, Jiang Xi was definitely the strongest of them all. This special treatment caused Dao Lord Tuoyi and the other experts to suspect that the Eight Clouds General might have known about Jiangxi's cultivation time during the selection earlier. The 6 of you will go in together. He will go in alone. The Eight Clouds General had a cold look on his face. What, none of you are willing to go in? Then leave. You can still leave alive. If you don't leave, then the 6 of you will go in together. If you don't go in, then you will have failed the selection and be eliminated. Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Xianglo, and Dao Lord Rain Dragon, the 3 Dao Lords of the Skywing race, all had grim looks on their faces. They exchanged glances, then glanced at Jiangxi. Let's go. The 6 Dao Lords simultaneously entered the Bridge of the 9 Realms, which was covered in red mist. Whoosh! The red mist churned violently. Just a moment ago, a small portion of the Azure Stone Bridge could still be seen, but in an instant, it was completely swallowed up. The only ones left on the White Jade Plaza were the 8 Clouds General, who was nearly 10,000 meters tall, and the ordinary human Jiangxi. Once you enter the Bridge of the 9 Realms, you will no longer have a chance to retreat. Either you make it through or you die. The 8 Clouds General glanced at Jiangxi. Jiangxi nodded, but his heart was filled with questions. The other 6 would go in together, while he would go in alone. Why was he given special treatment? Was it really because the 8 Clouds General treated him differently? Or was there some special danger waiting for him? Was this a blessing or a curse? The Bridge of the 9 Realms. Dao Lord Tuoyi, Dao Lord Xianglo, and Dao Lord Rain Dragon, the 3 Dao Lords of the Skywing race. After stepping onto the Azure Bridge, they discovered that the mist behind them had already covered them. They could no longer see the way back. This is bad. Dao Lord Shifang's sacred face was filled with a fierce look. Compared to Dao Lord Mountain and Sea, even the youngest of the 6 of us has lived for more than 100 million eras, right? If they were to choose a successor, as long as they weren't fools, they would probably choose Dao Lord Mountain and Sea, right? I suspect that the altar screening earlier wasn't just screening for the characteristics of our race. It might also be able to detect how long we've lived. The other 5 nodded in agreement, but their expressions were ugly. They all had the same guess. None of them knew what the strange altar, the white ripples, and the strange power had detected. It must have detected something special. Dao Lord Shifang sneered. Otherwise, why would an existence like the 8 Clouds General, who treats us like ants, reveal a rare smile? Clearly, he's very satisfied with Dao Lord Mountain and Sea. Why is he satisfied? In my opinion, it must have detected that Dao Lord Mountain and Sea has lived for less than 100,000 years and has cultivated for an extremely short period of time. In the entire Cataclysm era, there aren't many who can compare to such a genius and talent even in the civilization of the 8 Clouds General. He's probably a top genius. He's naturally satisfied with such a genius inheriting his legacy. That's why he gave him special treatment. You're right. This situation is extremely disadvantageous for us. The other Dao Lords all agreed with this guess. They all held high positions in their respective races and universes. Of course, they knew that there was no absolute fairness in everything. When they chose disciples, they would give them special treatment if they really liked them. But what can we do even if we know this? Now that the 6 of us have passed through the Bridge of 9 Worlds together, we can't do anything to Dao Lord Mountain and Sea even if we wanted to. Dao Lord Lianxian shook his head. I'm afraid the 8 Clouds General thinks the same. That's why he separated us from Dao Lord Mountain and Sea. No matter what we think, we can't do it. Dao Lord Jin Lan said coldly. Let's go. Don't think about it. This is the legacy left behind by the 8 Origins General. We can only do as he wishes. Right now, we should think of a way to pass through the Bridge of 9 Worlds. Only then can we find a chance to deal with Dao Lord Mountain and Sea. Dao Lord Tuoyi said solemnly. Dao Lord Tuoyi, of course you're not worried. You have a full set of grade 6 cardinal treasures. Your chances of passing through the Bridge of 9 Worlds are much higher than ours. Dao Lord Xiangla said with a dark expression. Humph. Dao Lord Tuoyi glanced at them coldly before flying towards the bridge that had no end in sight. Dalording Long did not say a word and followed suit. The three Dalords of the Heavenly Feather race exchanged glances and followed suit. Their only advantage now was that the three of them were of one mind. If they worked together, they would not fear Dalord Toyi, who had the combat strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate. Dalord Xianglo was the last one. He had the most complicated feelings right now and was filled with jealousy. That was because he was also a human. Why was he treated so differently from Dalord Mountain and Sea, who was also a human? Was it really a matter of time spent cultivating? On the White Jade Plaza, Jiang Xi and the Eight Clouds General stood in front of the barrier formed by the red mist. He silently looked at this mysterious existence who was extremely similar to a human. He could vaguely guess that the Eight Clouds General's differential treatment had probably caused the other six Dalords to view him as an enemy, and see him as the greatest threat to obtaining the legacy. Boom! A strong fluctuation came from outside the barrier formed by the red mist. In the area where the Bridge of the Nine Worlds was located, the red mist that was originally flowing slowly began to churn violently. Jiang Xi stared fixedly, trying to see through the barrier. However, given the strength of his essence spirit, his spirit consciousness seemed to have crashed into a thick wall that could not be penetrated at all. Boom! 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 Immediately after, powerful auras surged over one after another. Clearly, there was a huge battle on the Bridge of the Nine Worlds, and the six people on the bridge might be in danger. Lord Eight Clouds General, may I know why I have to be separated from the six of them? Jiang Xi suddenly asked. The Eight Clouds General, who was nearly 10,000 meters tall, stood there and exuded a special aura. Although he looked extremely real, he did not seem to exist in this world. When he heard Jiang Xi's words, he said coldly, "Just do it. Don't ask for the reason. If you're unhappy, you can leave. If you withdraw from the selection now, you can still save your life." With that, he fell silent once more. Jiang Xi sighed softly in his heart, and did not say anything else. Regardless of whether it was a blessing or a curse, he would take it. The corpse race was a pinnacle race in the first universe. Their overall strength was second only to the Heavenly Feather race, and they had a total of 6 celestial venerables. Therefore, this race had 6 miniature universes. At this very moment, in the first miniature universe of the corpse race, 6 towering figures exuding towering corpse auras were scattered in 6 different directions, looking at each other in the endless starry sky. They were the 6 celestial venerables of the corpse race. This is what Dao Lord Yin Qiao and I experienced personally. We can confirm that it is indeed a terrifying inheritance left behind by a super great being called Eight Clouds General. This Eight Clouds General came from before the Infinite Calamity era, and he was at least a supreme being. His strength even surpassed that of Jun Tian Supreme and Red Lotus Supreme. Dao Lord Mingxi's avatar stood respectfully in the starry sky and explained the situation to the 6 celestial venerables. "Is that true, Yin Qiao?" one of the celestial venerables asked. Dao Lord Yin Qiao also bowed respectfully. "Celestial venerables, that is indeed the case. However, we were eliminated in the first round of selection. According to what Eight Clouds General said, the reason is that those who are not of his race are not qualified to receive his inheritance. Mingxi, show us everything you have experienced." The 6 celestial venerables of the corpse race attached great importance to this, and wanted to know every detail. "Yes." Dao Lord Mingxi's avatar performed a technique. Many illusions appeared in the starry sky, starting from the moment they entered the void world together until the end of the selection at the sacrificial altar, and when they were dismissed by Eight Clouds General. The 6 celestial venerables of the corpse race were originally very excited when they saw Eight Clouds General introduce the inheritance. They could confirm that this was an unprecedented opportunity. However, when Eight Clouds General said that they were not of his race, the 6 celestial venerables' hearts turned cold and angry. "Damn it! Our corpse race is not fated to have such an opportunity. Why is the Heavenly Feather race so lucky to have 3 Dao Lords enter at once? The heavens are unfair. Spread the news, spread the news. Let the 4 original universes, the 2 Holy Land universes, and all the other powers know about the existence of this inheritance. Let all the experts rush over and make the situation chaotic. It must be chaotic. Let the void world be chaotic and even destroy 8 elements' inheritance. In short, our corpse race will only have a chance if it is chaotic. Even if we don't have a chance, we can still destroy the Heavenly Feather race's opportunity. The Heavenly Feather race and our corpse race are natural enemies. We can't let them take advantage of us again. Otherwise, our corpse race will definitely perish. It's best if none of the powers in the Chaos Sea can obtain it. The 6 celestial venerables of the corpse race were indignant and furious. Without any hesitation, they immediately began to spread the news of the inheritance to the entire Chaos Sea. First published, then changed. Chapter 609. The abyss-like ruins of myriad worlds was enormous. Its entrance was 300 million light-years in diameter. In terms of depth, the known depth of the Chaos Sea was 90,000 light-years. Inside the abyss, it was incomparably silent, without a single ripple. Countless stone celestial bodies floated quietly. Each of them had a hidden space. Some had been excavated, while others had yet to be opened and were in an unknown state. The space inside these stone celestial bodies that had yet to be excavated was called the ruins. At this moment, a stone celestial body with a diameter of 90 million kilometers was completely covered by red fog. It formed a special area where even the turbulent gray fog couldn't get close. This was a newly opened ruin. Judging from the aura outside, it was a Tao Lord ruin. However, there was another world inside. As the news kept spreading, many forces in the Chaos Sea knew about this place. The ruins of myriad worlds hidden inside was actually a supreme ruin that far surpassed the heavenly venerate ruins. It hid a mysterious and powerful ancient civilization's inheritance. It could be said to be one of the top opportunities in the history of the Chaos Sea. Thus, the Juntian Sacred Land, the Red Lotus Sacred Land, and the 4 primal universes, a total of nearly 100 forces, heard the news and started to rush to this ruins of myriad worlds. A huge storm started to brew and evolve in the Chaos Sea. In the ruins of myriad worlds, the second square was paved with white jade. The outside was covered by red fog. Jiang Xi stood at the edge of the square and looked at the churning red fog expressionlessly. He wanted to determine what was happening inside through the aura fluctuations. What secrets or dangers were on the bridge of 9 worlds? The 8 Clouds General, who had been indifferent, suddenly said, "1 died. 5 left." Jiang Xi was shocked. How long had it been? Less than a minute? Only 1 died? In terms of strength, the 6 Tao Lords who had just entered could be said to be the top universe Tao Lords. They had been in the Chaos Sea for at least 100 million eras and were quite famous. Tao Lord Tuyi was a half-step heavenly venerate, close to Tao Lord Le. The 3 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather race might be weaker individually, but when they worked together, they were almost as strong as a half-step heavenly venerate. The only one who was slightly weaker was Tao Lord Inglong. His body was extremely huge and was very difficult to kill. Even with the 6 of them charging in together, one of them had died, and in such a short period of time, Jiang Xi couldn't help but glance at the 8 Clouds General. However, this mysterious existence still had a cold expression. From the looks of it, she wouldn't answer any of his questions. It was pointless to ask. "Another one has died. There are 4 left." The 8 Clouds General spoke again. Jiang Xi's heart trembled. This bridge of 9 worlds was too dangerous. Given the combined power of Dalord Table and the other 5 Dalords, even an Empyrean wouldn't be able to kill them so quickly if they wanted to. In the space of a single breath, 2 supreme cosmic Dalords had perished. At this moment, Jiang Xi was no longer as confident as before. He began to worry about himself. He did indeed have a half-step Empyrean, but it wasn't as if none of the 6 Tao Lords who had entered were half-step Empyreans as well. In fact, one of them was very close to becoming a half-step Empyrean. Even with the 6 of them working together, 2 of them were easily killed. What would he do after he went in? Although Jiang Xi was worried, he remained calm and didn't show any anxiety on his face. After a few more breaths, the faint aura fluctuations coming from the red fog suddenly stopped. Is it over? Jiang Xi looked at the location of the Bridge of Nine Worlds. At this moment, the Eight Clouds General nodded gently. Not bad. Only 2 died. Then, he looked at Jiang Xi. You go in. Following his words, the red mist that had formed the barrier rippled once again, and a small part of the cyan stone bridge was revealed. Jiang Xi was still a little uneasy. 6 of them had entered together, but 2 had died. Was it a blessing or a curse for him to enter alone? Either leave or advance, the Eight Clouds General said indifferently. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and flew in without hesitation. He stepped onto the Bridge of Nine Worlds. Whoosh! The red fog churned and covered the path behind him. There was no way to retreat. I can only advance. Jiang Xi looked behind him. There was only red fog then. He raised his head to look at the cyan stone bridge that stretched for an unknown length. I want to see what's on the bridge that caused 2 of them to fall. Whoosh! Jiang Xi turned into a stream of light and slowly advanced. The green stone bridge that was more than 10,000 kilometers wide was also filled with red fog. It affected his vision and prevented him from seeing further. At the same time, his spiritual sense was also blocked. He could only maintain his vigilance and advance. With Jiang Xi's speed, even if he deliberately suppressed it, he could cross billions of kilometers in an instant. Soon, he crossed a distance of 1 light year. Something strange! He suddenly stopped. In the slowly flowing red fog, there was a vague figure standing in the middle of the stone bridge. Suddenly, the red fog became thinner, allowing Jiang Xi to see the figure's appearance. It was a 90,000-meter tall figure with a human-like appearance. However, there were 2 ox horns on his head. The figure's eyes were closed. The surface of his body was suffused with black and gold light. When Jiang Xi appeared, the tall figure's eyes suddenly opened. They burst out with scarlet light and stared at Jiang Xi. What you need to do is survive in the hands of this 9-realm puppet. A cold voice sounded. Jiang Xi immediately recognized that it was the voice of the Eight Cloud General. Don't hide in your tower treasure. That will only count as you being eliminated. You must fight. Other than that, you can use any other means. 2 of the previous 6 died in the hands of the 9-realm puppet. I hope you can survive, the Eight Cloud General said. Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly. The Eight Cloud General knew about the uniqueness of Sky Connecting Tower? Was it detected by the altar just now, or had the Eight Cloud General seen it before? He immediately became more vigilant. At this moment, whoosh! The scarlet light in the eyes of the 9-realm puppet became brighter and brighter. A dense evil aura suddenly burst out. The stone bridge was more than 10,000 kilometers wide. Although it was narrow compared to the void, it was enough for a battle. I have to fight? Jiang Xi temporarily put away the doubts in his heart. A long shuttle appeared in his hand. It was the transformation of Sky Connecting Tower. He couldn't hide in it, but he could use it as a weapon. 9-realm puppet? It should be the guardian of the 9-realm bridge, not a real life. Roar! Die! The puppet of the 9 realms roared and rushed over aggressively. The stream of light whistled and instantly arrived in front of Jiang Xi. At the same time, Jiang Xi also attacked. The 9-realm puppet was able to kill 2 top universe realm Dao lords in just a minute. Its strength couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, Jiang Xi didn't dare to be careless. He unleashed all his combat strength, including the power of the world, and poured it all into the long shuttle of Sky Connecting Tower. The sword light of the Mountain Sea Sword scripture also covered the entire long shuttle. Under the guidance of this supreme treasure, Riverwood's figure flickered and pierced out. Bang! The tall 9-realm puppet's chest was pierced by the long shuttle. However, the long shuttle didn't pierce its body. It only sent it flying. Then, it crashed to the ground at an extremely fast speed, causing the entire green stone bridge to tremble slightly. What? This is the strength that can kill 2 top universe realm Tao lords? Jiang Xi was shocked and forgot to follow up with another attack. It's too weak. Jiang Xi didn't expect such a situation. The 6 Tao lords were all extraordinary. If he wanted to kill 2 of them when the 6 of them worked together, he would at least have the strength of a heavenly venerable. And to do all this in just a minute, the level of strength needed to be even higher. At least the strength of a 2nd step heavenly venerable, or even a 3rd step heavenly venerable. However, he was only a half-step heavenly venerable now. Compared to the weakest 1st step heavenly venerable, he was still far away. Therefore, Jiang Xi went all out as soon as he came up and planned to retreat after one attack. He wanted to judge the strength of the 9-realm puppet through one exchange and then come up with a counterattack. But the reality was that the 9-realm puppet was directly crushed by his full-strength attack. It couldn't resist at all. This caused Riverward to be stunned in midair, and he even forgot to retreat after striking out a single blow. What's going on? Too weak. Any random dragon-class Stalord would be able to crush it. Riverward shook his head, however. He still remained vigilant. This was because his long shuttle's attack just now could even seriously injure an ordinary universe realm Tao Lord. However, the 9-realm puppet wasn't damaged at all. Swoosh! Jiang Xi rushed towards the 9-realm puppet in a flash. He raised heaven-reaching tower's long shuttle and swept it out. The 9-realm puppet's eyes emitted a blazing bloody light. It stood up again and kept roaring. Die! 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 The long shuttle whistled through the air with 5-colored sword light. The 90,000-meter-tall 9-realm puppet still couldn't block it, and was smashed hard. Clang! Its enormous body was smashed into the stone bridge. Strange! Jiang Xi shook his head. He raised the shuttle again and attacked with all his strength. Boom! 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 The 5-colored long shuttle smashed into the 9-realm puppet's body repeatedly, producing deafening sounds. The void trembled and the red mist churned. The 9-realm puppet was completely suppressed. Roar! The 9-realm puppet struggled. It pressed its hands against the ground and finally stood up. Riverward took a single step backwards, standing there in midair as he stared downwards with a frown on his face. His defenses are far too strong. Even the most supreme of Dalords would perish under my continuous, full-force attacks. But it doesn't have a single wound on its body. I wonder what material it is made of. The only thing is that it's too weak. Still, since it's weak, I'll give it a good beating. Jiang Xi gathered strength and attacked again. Heaven-reaching tower's long shuttle stabbed out. The 9-realm puppet roared and swung its fists. It wanted to throw a punch, but it was sent flying by the shuttle and smashed into the stone bridge. Boom! 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 The 9-realm puppet smashed into the stone bridge vertically, then flew backward and landed on the stone bridge. Gradually, Riverward realized that even though the puppet of the 9 realms was being crushed, it was still blocking his advance. This obstruction slowed him down and made it impossible for him to quickly cross the bridge. Its strength is rising! It's rising faster and faster! As he continued to crush the 9-realm puppet and advance, Jiang Xi felt more and more uneasy. He felt that the 9-realm puppet's strength was rising from the initial 5 transformations True Lord level to the Desolate level, then the Aeon level. Now, half a minute later, it was approaching the level of a Universe Realm Tao Lord. At first, Jiang Xi could easily crush it, but now, it was getting harder and harder. Especially now, when he used the shuttle to send the 9-realm puppet flying again. This unbreakable puppet's strength finally rose to the level of a Universe Realm Tao Lord. Whoosh! Jiang Xi advanced a little further on the bridge, but he wasn't happy at all. It's a Universe Realm Tao Lord now. If this continues, if I still can't cross the bridge, its strength might rise to the level of a half-step Empyrean, a first-step Empyrean, or even stronger. What worried him even more was that the 9-realm puppet didn't know any secret arts. It used its body to fight. It had absolute strength, speed, and defense. As the saying went, when absolute strength reached a certain level, all Dao arts would be forced to retreat. This kind of strength was the most terrifying and difficult to deal with. The nine-realm puppet was now close to this level. Its fists began to affect spacetime, and its fists caused waves to rise in spacetime. These waves were extremely terrifying. Just a trace of it could annihilate an entire galaxy. Boom! Jiang Xi smashed out with the shuttle again, faster than the nine-realm puppet's counterattack, and smashed into its body. Boom! 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 The two forces collided, creating a violent explosion. It's gotten a little stronger. Although the collision sent the puppet of the nine realms flying again, Riverwood's figure also swayed a little. It felt like he had hit a leaf at the beginning of the battle, but now it felt like he had hit a boulder. Boom! Boom! After hundreds of consecutive collisions, Jiang Xi still hadn't crossed the bridge. The front was still covered by red fog, and he couldn't see the end. At this moment, the nine-realm puppet's strength finally rose to the level of a half-step Empyrean. Roar! It began to counterattack, and its tall body broke through the red fog. Its fists were like light and meteors, smashing toward Jiang Xi. My defense isn't bad either. Jiang Xi didn't retreat and continued to advance. His aura rose as he began to fight the nine-realm puppet in close combat. His body was as strong as a 6th-tier supreme treasure, and he also had the 7th-tier armor treasure formed by the 6th-tier mountain. Ordinary Empyreans couldn't do much damage to him. Boom! Boom! The nine realms puppet rampaged and punched out again and again. His fists turned into streams of light that could easily destroy a star system. The long shuttle in Riverwood's hand flew, shattering the fist imprints one after another, and then continued to advance. Boom! The two sides collided again. This time, it was Riverwood who was sent flying by a punch. He only felt his blood boil. The power of this punch was too strong. It surpassed the half-step Empyrean. Has it reached the level of an Empyrean? Jiang Xi hadn't fought an Empyrean before, so he couldn't judge. The situation was reversed. Now it was the nine-realm puppet that was crushing Jiang Xi. If his body's defense wasn't strong enough, that punch would have covered his body with cracks. Boom! 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 The pure power of the nine-realm puppet's attacks made Jiang Xi's heart tremble. He had to use the shuttle to dissolve most of the fists. Because even with his current body's defense, it was difficult to block all the attacks. Jiang Xi had completely fallen into a passive situation. Like a sandbag, he was wantonly smashed away by the nine-realm puppet. And he could only rely on his body's defense to find an opportunity to advance. Its strength must have reached the level of an Empyrean. Even Empyrean powerhouses have to rely on secret techniques and treasures to display such powerful combat strength. But it only relies on its body. Jiang Xi was also anxious. The shuttle in his hand flew, blocking most of the fists. The power of the fist was transmitted to his body through the shuttle, causing his blood to surge. Too strong. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death by its fists. Do I have to hide in Heavenly Tower? With Heavenly Tower's sturdiness, it can easily block its attacks, but once I go in, I'll be eliminated. I can still hold on. I'll definitely succeed. Jiang Xi was sent flying again and again, and at the same time, he looked for an opportunity to advance. Dense cracks had already begun to appear on his body. One must know that his body was comparable to a 6th-tier treasure, and outside, there was a 7th-tier armor treasure formed by a 6th-tier mountain. Under such circumstances, even an Empyrean would find it difficult to cause damage to a 6th-tier treasure. But the puppet of the nine realms was able to smash his body into pieces. If his cultivation base was not that of a 5th transformation true lord and it was relatively easy for him to recover, he would have died by now. After another 10 seconds, the puppet of the nine realms, which had been completely enraged, suddenly calmed down. Bang! Jiang Xi fell to the ground again, and was shaken to the core. After seeing this scene, he immediately flashed and floated in the air, looking at the nine-realm puppet in confusion. Why did it stop? Buzz, the scarlet light in the nine-realm puppet's eyes gradually faded until it disappeared. You have passed. Continue forward! The 8 Clouds General's cold voice sounded. Jiang Xi let out a long breath. He had finally endured it. He looked at the motionless figure with lingering fear. For an entire minute, he had been ravaging the 9-realm puppet in the first half, but the latter half had been ravaged by the 9-realm puppet without any ability to resist. Whoosh! Jiang Xi flew another 1,000 meters forward. The red fog had dispersed, and he could already see the other exit of the 9-realm bridge, as well as the 4 figures outside. He crossed the last part of the 9-realm bridge and arrived at the 3rd square, which was completely paved with black boulders. He actually made it out alive? Tao Lord Shifang of the Heavenly Feather clan was shocked, and a hint of malice flashed through his eyes. His Tao partner, Tao Lord Jin Lan, sneered without hiding it. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you actually managed to escape from the 9-realm puppet alone, Tao Lord Xiangle said in a low voice. I admire you. Tao Lord Toyi smiled. The 4 surviving Tao Lords were standing together. Tao Lord Lian Xian and Tao Lord Yinglong were not seen, so naturally they had died. The 6 of you tried together. How did 2 of you die? Jiang Xi asked curiously. It was just a minute. The 9-realm puppet shouldn't have been able to stop all of you working together, right? Of course, the one you encountered wasn't that powerful. If you had been with us, you would have definitely died. Tao Lord Shifang sneered. What kind of situation did you encounter? Jiang Xi ignored him and looked at Tao Lord Toyi. Of the 4 surviving Tao Lords, only Tao Lord Toyi was easier to talk to. Whether it was the Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather clan or Tao Lord Xianglo of the 3rd Universe's human race, they were all very hostile towards him. Tao Lord Toyi smiled. The 9-realm puppet we encountered was fine at first. It only had the strength of an early universe Tao Lord. Any one of us could have easily defeated it. But as we fought, its strength kept rising. Soon, it surpassed the half-step Empyrean level and reached the Empyrean level. And it's still rising. It's more terrifying than any Empyrean I've seen. It fought with pure strength. One punch was enough to heavily injure us. Because Tao Lord Rain Dragon was slightly weaker and didn't have a Tier 6 defensive treasure, he was directly annihilated by one punch. Tao Lord Lian Xian and Tao Lord Shifang worked together to fight it, but unfortunately, their teamwork wasn't good enough and they were also killed by 2 punches. Fortunately, after the 9-realm puppet reached that level, we reached the end of the 9-realm bridge. If the stalemate had continued, Tao Lord Shifang and Tao Lord Jinlan would have definitely died. Tao Lord Toyi sighed. Humph! The 2 Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather clan had cold expressions. Riverward, however, was secretly surprised. This was because the 9-realm puppet the 6 of them encountered seemed to be somewhat different from his. It seemed that they had encountered the most ordinary universe Tao Lord right off the bat. As for the 9-realm puppet he encountered, its strength was only that of a 5 transformations true lord at first. In the end, it only reached the level of a first-step Empyrean, but it ended very quickly. Is this special treatment? Jiang Xi guessed that the 8 Clouds General must have known his actual cultivation level, which was why he had allowed him to challenge it alone. If he had challenged it with Tao Lord Toyi and the others, he would have encountered the same situation. Of course, he couldn't be completely sure now, so he couldn't let his guard down. At the same time, he was also summarizing the gains from the battle just now. Although the battle with the 9-realm puppet was dangerous, it also gave him a clearer understanding of the combat strength of a heavenly venerable. He also had a clearer direction for his future cultivation and improvement. The remaining 5 Tao Lords continued to wait quietly. Whoosh! A red-armored figure condensed on the 3rd square. It was the 8 Clouds General. There are 5 left, the 8 Clouds General said coldly. 2 of them died in just 2 of the simplest selections. If it weren't for the fact that the 9-realm puppet state is no longer the same as before after countless eras, all of you would have died here today. Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Toyi, Tao Lord Xianglo, and the Heavenly Feather clan couple were all secretly shocked. This wasn't the strongest state of the 9-realm puppet. Next is the 3rd round of selection. This round involves some inheritances. The Eight Clouds General spoke again with an indifferent expression. Everyone perked up and immediately listened attentively. Oh? Jiang Xiai suddenly frowned. This was because his clone had received messages from Tomorrow Venerable and his master, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Why were they contacting him at this time? Chapter 610. In the Human Territory of the Fourth Universe. A wisp of Jiang Xi's clone's spiritual consciousness entered the sky connecting mountain and river painting and arrived at the starry sky where the human Tao Lords were meeting. At that moment, all the human Tao Lords and Venerable Ming had arrived at the huge long table. However, they were all absent-minded and waiting anxiously. "Riverward is here!" The gazes of venerated Ming and the other Tao Lords instantly converged. Tao Lord Nine Clouds asked directly, "Jiang Xiai, we just received a piece of news from the corpse race's heavenly venerate in the first universe. He said that the inheritance left behind by a divine general called the Eight Clouds appeared in the myriad world ruins. Also, the corpse race's heavenly venerate said that you are one of the 7 Tao Lords who are wandering in the void world? What's the situation with the Eight Clouds inheritance?" Venerable Ming asked. The other human Tao Lords stared intently at Riverward as well, feeling rather eager and expectant. Although they had received this news from the corpse race, they did not know much. Perhaps they had not made it public and had only spread a portion of it. Everyone was eager to know what the inheritance was. "Venerable Ming, Master, and everyone else, please take a look." Jiang Xiai did not hide anything and immediately displayed his main body's experience in the void world. Images appeared from the moment they entered the void world, to when they met the Eight Clouds Divine General in the first square, to the selection at the altar, and then to the Nine-World Bridge. Upon seeing this, the expressions of Venerable Ming and the other Tao Lords changed. Some had solemn expressions, some were excited, and some were filled with fear and worry. Jiang Xiai said softly, "This is the situation. The Eight Clouds inheritance is a powerful inheritance from countless eras ago. This is an opportunity, but it is also accompanied by great danger. Now, 2 top-notch universe Tao Lords have already died before we even came into contact with the inheritance. Moreover, this inheritance is destined to only have one inheritor. Even Tao Lord Tuoyi and I will fail and die. However, this is an opportunity for the human race in the fourth universe. I should take it." Jiang Xiai looked at Heavenly Venerate Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds. Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded slightly. If there was anyone who was most likely to obtain the inheritance of Bai Yun, all the human higher-ups present knew that it was definitely Jiang Xiai. This was because Jiang Xiai, who was still a 5th Revolution true monarch, already had the battle prowess of a half-step Heavenly Venerable. With such talent, it was likely that any super-expert would be willing to choose him as their successor. "Jiang Xiai, focus on receiving the inheritance. Don't be distracted by us," Ming Tian instructed. "If we really have any arrangements, we'll inform you again." "Yes." Jiang Xiai nodded and then left the meeting. In the boundless chaos ocean, there were only 2 Holy Land universes that could exist eternally without fear of the calamity. They were Jun Tian Holy Land Universe and Red Lotus Holy Land Universe. Between the two of them, whether it was the length of time they existed, the strength of their overall strength, or the depth of their foundations, all of them were won by the Great Sky Holy Land. This was the publicly acknowledged number 1 faction in the Chaos Sea. In the depths of the endless starry sky of the Great Sky Holy Land universe, there was the Giant Hammer Divine World. 90% of the Tribulation Transcender powerhouses, 99% of the true monarchs, Tao Lords, and heavenly venerables of the entire Holy Land universe were gathered in the Giant Hammer Divine World. The entire world was beautiful and peerless. There were countless buildings of various civilizations and styles. Between the layers of mountains there were also strange flowers and herbs. It was full of tranquility and auspiciousness. Just by being there, one's mind would be at peace. In the center of the Giant Hammer Divine World was a gray hammer that stood tall. It constantly emitted invisible fluctuations that spread throughout the entire world. Wind! Thunder! Oh! There was a faint sound in the fluctuations. It was intoxicating and couldn't help but be immersed in it. Figures sat cross-legged around the giant hammer. At a glance, there was no end to it. It was a vast expanse of darkness. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound. The entire giant hammer began to tremble and emit a blue light. Whoosh! At the same time, a tornado condensed and howled around the giant hammer. Between the wind and thunder, the gray dust on the surface of the giant hammer faded, gradually revealing its true body. It was a black giant hammer with golden patterns on its surface. It was as if it was the truth of the world. It was awe-inspiring. The supreme treasure of a supreme. The supreme giant hammer has revealed its true body. A supreme is about to appear. Supreme! Greetings, Supreme! Originally, countless tribulation transcenders, true monarchs, Tao lords, and heavenly venerables were sitting cross-legged around the giant hammer. At this moment, when they saw such a big movement from the giant hammer, they were shocked and excited. Many tribulation transcenders and true monarchs revealed fanatical expressions. Some even cried and knelt respectfully on the ground, their bodies trembling with excitement. The great sky Holy Land universe had existed for countless eras. Supreme Juntian was a supreme existence in the hearts of the living beings of the entire Holy Land universe. Because he was a supreme, he had granted them eternal life. They didn't have to fear the dangers of the calamities and enjoyed endless peace. However, in the endless years, it was as if Supreme Juntian didn't exist and rarely appeared. Even many Tao lords in the Holy Land universe who had lived for many eras had never seen Supreme Juntian with their own eyes. As for outside the Holy Land, in the vast Chaos Sea, no powerhouse had ever seen the supremes of the two Holy Land universes. They had only heard of their names and never seen them. This was also the reason why Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was known as the #1 powerhouse in the Chaos Sea with his invincible strength. Compared to Supreme Juntian and Supreme Red Lotus, who were already eternal, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was definitely much weaker. However, no one had ever seen these two supreme beings. Even among the great beings from the two Holy Land universes, there were very few great beings who could see the supreme beings. Therefore, these two supremes who rarely appeared were only a deterrent in the Chaos Sea. They weren't like Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who had slaughtered everyone in the Chaos Sea. Especially Juntian Supreme, the number of times he appeared was pitiful. And every time he appeared, the supreme giant hammer would reveal its true body, causing wind and thunder. Supreme is about to appear! Supreme! The Tao lords in other parts of the Juntian Holy Land were also shocked and excited. A total of 65 eras have passed since I was born, but I've never seen a supreme. Today, I'm finally going to see one. A Tao lord was so excited that he didn't even care about teaching his disciples and directly used teleportation to rush to the Great Hammer Divine World. The last time I saw a supreme was 198 years ago. Hurry, rush to the Great Hammer Divine World as soon as possible. The entire Great Hammer Divine World fell into a state of madness. Juntian Holy Land was the oldest Holy Land universe in the Chaos Sea. The living beings born in this universe were born with a kind of innate pride. They looked down on the entire Chaos Sea and even vaguely looked down on Red Lotus Holy Land. This was because from the size of the Holy Land universe, one could tell that their Juntian Supreme was much stronger than Red Lotus Supreme. Absolute pride. At the same time, they worshipped Juntian Supreme. Figures gathered under the Supreme Giant Hammer from all directions. Some knelt on the ground, some stood, and some stood in midair. At this time, those who still dared to float in midair were all Tao lords and heavenly venerables. There were more than 500 of them. They were scattered around the Supreme Giant Hammer, all of them extremely respectful, waiting for the Supreme to descend. Wind! Lightning! The faint voice became louder and louder until it finally rumbled between heaven and earth. Every powerhouse present, including the heavenly venerables, was affected by this voice and fell into intoxication. Whoosh! A pillar of light shot into the sky from the top of the giant hammer. Immediately after, an incomparably dazzling figure condensed and formed in the pillar of light. He wore a black robe with golden patterns, and a gentle breeze circled around him. Lightning flashed. The wind seemed to contain rich vitality, as it blew in all directions. At this moment, whether they were kneeling, standing, or hovering in the air, the hundreds of millions of experts all felt extremely comfortable. Many of the hidden injuries that had accumulated in their bodies for countless eras were instantly healed. Buzz! All the living beings that had fallen into intoxication, including the heavenly venerables, woke up under the gentle breeze. After seeing that dazzling figure, they immediately shouted fervently and respectfully. "Greetings, Supreme!" Jun Tian Supreme looked down. His entire body was shrouded in a misty breeze mixed with flickering blue lightning, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Those few heavenly venerables and hundreds of Tao lords all felt a kind of pressure from the depths of their souls, and they involuntarily felt the urge to submit. "I heard that in one of the 3 most dangerous places in Chaos Sea, the myriad world ruins, an inheritance called 8 Clouds appeared. Is this true?" Jun Tian Supreme said slowly. "Yes," the leading heavenly venerables answered respectfully. They had also just received the news, but everything that happened in the Holy Land could not be hidden from Jun Tian Supreme. "This 8 Clouds inheritance is also one of the top inheritances in the civilization before the limitless calamity era. I order, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo, you will personally escort 50 Tao Lords, 500 perfected Lords, and 5,000 tribulation transcenders of the Holy Land. Rush to the myriad world ruins at the fastest speed and send them to compete for the inheritance," Jun Tian Supreme said leisurely. "Yes, Supreme." A muscular man with 8 arms hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo was an extremely ancient existence. He had become a heavenly venerable countless calamity eras ago, and he was in existence of the same era as Jun Tian Supreme. His miniature universe had long been destroyed by the calamity, and he could only rely on the Holy Land to survive. There will only be one inheritor of the 8 Clouds inheritance in the end. The others will be in danger. Are there any volunteers? Jun Tian Supreme looked down. "I'm willing. Supreme, I'm willing. Supreme, choose me." Almost instantly, the kneeling tribulation transcenders and the standing perfected lords below shouted enthusiastically. Although there were not many Tao lords standing in midair, more than half of them were willing to go. "Very good." Jun Tian Supreme nodded with satisfaction. "Then let the elders discuss and decide on a detailed list. We must decide on it as soon as possible and rush to the myriad world ruins as soon as possible. 50 Tao lords, 500 perfected lords, and 5,000 tribulation transcenders will try together. My Jun Tian Holy Land must get the 8 Clouds inheritance. I, Jun Tian, need this inheritance." Jun Tian Supreme's gaze swept across everything below. "Yes." Immediately, those strong beings saluted excitedly. An inheritance that a Supreme needed? This sentence made everyone even more fanatical. In just a moment, the list was out. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo rode a sword-shaped flying boat True Treasure and left the Jun Tian Holy Land with many geniuses, advancing at high speed in the Chaos Sea. I haven't entered the Chaos Sea for more than 30 calamity eras. Since I'm here, I must bring this inheritance back to my Jun Tian Holy Land. At the same time, when the news was passed to the Red Lotus Holy Land, the mysterious Red Lotus Supreme also appeared in the world. She gave a similar order, asking the juniors in the Holy Land to compete and bring back the 8 Clouds inheritance. "Yes. We obey the Supreme's order. This inheritance must belong to my Red Lotus Holy Land. My clan's Tao Lord Tuoyi is already there. We have the greatest advantage. According to the Supreme's order, choose 30 Tao Lords, 300 True Lords, and 3,000 Tribulation Transcenders. Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust will escort them to the myriad world's ruins. Let's go!" The Heavenly Feather Race, whose strength was closest to the 2 Holy Land universes, was even crazier in comparison. Although their overall strength was strong and they were the 3rd strongest faction in the Chaos Sea, they were still facing the crisis of the Calamity Era. The Calamity Era was coming. If they couldn't attain eternity, then their current prosperity would be just a passing cloud, and they would be drowned by the endless river of time. At this moment, the clones of the 9 sacred masters of the heavenly feather race gathered. The heavenly venerable ruins inheritance that we obtained back then recorded a message. This world is an abandoned world, and the path of eternity will no longer descend. Back then, June Tian Supreme and Red Lotus Supreme very likely obtained the eternal inheritance from the myriad world's ruins. That's why they could surpass the heavenly venerables and establish the eternal sacred land. The 8 clouds inheritance this time surpasses the heavenly venerable ruins inheritance we obtained back then. There must be a way to attain eternity inside. Therefore, this is our only chance before the Calamity Era descends. Our race now has 2 Tao Lords accepting the inheritance inside. We have a huge advantage. Judging from the words of the 8 Clouds General, it shouldn't be just Tao Lords who can accept the inheritance this time. Perhaps perfected Lords and Tribulation Transcenders can also try to accept the inheritance. The avatars of the 9 sacred masters conversed in the void. I'm willing to go. I have a full set of 6-stage true treasures, and I'm a 2nd step heavenly venerable. In the entire Chaos Sea, there aren't many people who are stronger than me even if I encounter danger inside. I don't believe that the 8 Clouds General left behind after he died in the limitless Calamity Era can kill me. The 4th Sacred Master said, I'll go with you. The 1st Sacred Master nodded lightly. No. Master, how can you go? Even if you can't obtain the inheritance this time and the path of eternity doesn't descend, you can still try to attain eternity. That's right, 1st Sacred Master. You can't take the risk. We still have a chance to attain eternity. Heavenly Feather, don't be rash. The other Sacred Masters all objected. The 1st Sacred Master was the strongest in the Heavenly Feather tribe. If he took the risk and died, the Heavenly Feather tribe's status in Chaos Sea would definitely be affected. In terms of strength, I'm much weaker than Heavenly Venerable Zishao back then. Even if I'm compared to Heavenly Venerable Ming, I'm only slightly weaker. The 1st Sacred Master lamented. It's not that easy to attain eternity. The boundary wall in the endless void above Chaos Sea is extremely dangerous. Even Heavenly Venerable Zishao back then didn't dare to attempt it. I can't even surpass Heavenly Venerable Zishao and Heavenly Venerable Ming. The chances of me successfully passing through the boundary wall are extremely slim. This time, I'm afraid it's the only chance for the Heavenly Feather tribe to attain eternity. The 3rd Sacred Master shook his head and said, Boss, as long as you're alive, there's still a chance. Before the calamity descends, there's still time. However, if you die, the Heavenly Feather tribe might fall into chaos. If there are other chances in the future, we won't be able to fight for it even if we want to. Let me and 4th Sacred Master go. Although I'm weaker than you, I'm still a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable. I should be able to deal with the technique left behind by the 8 Clouds General. The 1st Sacred Master thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Alright, then bring my 7th stage Primordial Soul True Treasure over. The 7th stage Primordial Soul True Treasure was obtained by the Heavenly Feather tribe from the Heavenly Venerable Ruins. It was also the only 7th stage Primordial Soul True Treasure that the Heavenly Feather tribe had. The 3rd Sacred Master didn't refuse. Soon, the Heavenly Feather tribe sent the 3rd Sacred Master and the 4th Sacred Master. They brought a total of 20 Tao Lords, 200 Perfected Lords, and 2,000 Tribulation Transcenders to the myriad world's ruins to the Heavenly Feather tribe. This was already a very crazy move. Other than the 2 Heavenly Venerables, these Tao Lords, Perfected Lords, and Tribulation Transcenders were all geniuses and outstanding talents. If any of them died, it would be a heartache for a long time. This time, if all of them died, it would definitely be a huge loss. However, if they could obtain the 8 Clouds inheritance, it would be worth it even if only one of them could survive in the end. At this moment, the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes in Chaos Sea were all going crazy for the 8 Clouds inheritance. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. If they missed it this time, it would probably not appear again in the future for who knows how many calamity eras. If the major forces knew that the Eight Clouds' inheritance could actually alarm the two Supremes, Jun Tian and Red Lotus, they would definitely go even crazier. The outside world was in a frenzy, but the Eight Clouds' void world was silent. On the third square, Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuyi, Dao Lord Xiangle, Dao Lord Xinfang, and Dao Lord Jin Lan were all listening attentively to the Eight Clouds' Divine General's description of the third round of the inheritance selection. At the same time, they became more cautious and careful. This was because not only had Jiang Xi received news from his tribe, but Dao Lord Tuyi, Dao Lord Xiangle, and the two Dao Lords of the Heavenly Feather tribe had also received news from their tribe. They knew how important this inheritance was to their tribe. Among them, Red Lotus had personally appeared and talked to Dao Lord Tuyi's clone. To Dao Lord Tuyi, this was definitely a supreme honor. At this moment, Dao Lord Tuyi had completely become the greatest contributor to the Red Lotus Holy Land universe. The 9 sacred masters of the Heavenly Feather tribe had also jointly summoned Dao Lord Xinfang and Dao Lord Jin Lan, asking them to do their best. Even if they failed, they had to obtain more information to establish an advantage for the 3rd and 4th sacred masters. Dao Lord Xiangle had also been summoned by the human emperor of the 3rd universe's human race. He was also exhorted repeatedly, which made Dao Lord Xiangle excited. This is our only chance. We must seize it. Dao Lord Xinfang and Dao Lord Jin Lan's eyes shone brightly. Red Lotus supremacy actually appeared in person. This is probably the most glorious moment of my life. I must live up to this honor. Dao Lord Tuyi was also in a frenzy. The 3rd universe's human race has always been mediocre in the Chaos Sea. If we can obtain this inheritance, our race will also shine in the Chaos Sea. Dao Lord Xianglu was filled with pride. The 4th universe's human race is the weakest overall. We have limited experts and can't compete with them in terms of numbers. Then, let's see what I can do alone. Jiang Xi was also filled with confidence. At this time, he had to be confident. Without confidence, how could he continue? The 5 experts looked at each other, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, they were no longer independent individuals. Their respective races stood behind them. They couldn't back down. Eight Clouds General didn't care about the secret confrontation between the 5 Dao Lords. He said softly, "Although the 3rd stage is also a selection, this stage involves some inheritances." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Whoosh! In the center of the huge black stone square, a blurry and colorful light appeared. Then, this colorful light kept changing. In the end, what appeared was a complicated and charming diagram. This diagram is called the Heavenly King diagram. In my civilization, the Heavenly King diagram is the most popular form of entertainment. It's also a way to train one's comprehension. All the major factions and special orthodoxies will take it out to test the comprehension of the candidates. Eight Clouds General looked at the dazzling diagram and introduced the information about it. Heavenly King diagram? Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuyi, and the other experts' gazes were attracted by the diagram. At first glance, the diagram formed by the light was circular. After careful observation, it looked like a 3-dimensional diagram. However, when they continued to study it, it was in another form. Amidst all the changes, it seemed to contain a world. The Heavenly King was an ancient and powerful existence. He was the hero of my civilization. He was also the existence with the most hope to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor. Unfortunately, he fell in a great war. Before the Heavenly King died, he exhausted his life's efforts to leave this diagram. Therefore, although he died, this Heavenly King diagram was remembered by all the experts of my civilization. Eight Clouds General's eyes were like the abyss of the 9 nether abyss, full of reminiscence. After the Heavenly King diagram spread, countless experts only thought of it as a form of entertainment. However, later on, they discovered that it had an extremely high requirement for comprehension. Moreover, frequently studying and deducing the Heavenly King diagram could also improve one's comprehension. In my civilization, Whether it was a newborn child or a supreme existence, they all liked to study and deduce this diagram when they had nothing to do. The Heavenly King diagram contains thousands of changes. No one knows how many changes there are. Every living being sees something different. Even when I was alive, I could only find 18,042 variations. As for our civilization's highest record, it was created by the Supreme Emperor. The Emperor deduced 35,905 transformations. The 8 Clouds Divine General said with a look of reverence. Jiang Xi and the other experts remembered these two numbers. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. The gap between 8 Clouds General and the Emperor was so huge. How powerful was the Emperor? Chapter 611. In the middle of the huge black stone square, a complicated diagram formed by colorful lights was changing slowly, filled with a misty charm. Jiang Xi and the other 4 experts were all staring at the diagram. The Divine General of 8 Clouds swept his gaze across the faces of the 5 experts one by one and said softly, "I'll give you a longer time for the 3rd round. What you have to do is try your best to deduce the changes in the Heavenly King diagram. If you can't even meet my minimum requirement by the time, you'll be eliminated. You'll die if you're eliminated." Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuoyi and the other 4 Tao Lords felt their hearts skip a beat. The Divine General of 8 Clouds' voice was still indifferent. "Of course, you haven't come into contact with the true inheritance of the 8 Clouds in this round, so your souls won't be destroyed. I'll only destroy your current bodies and essence spirits. If you have any clones in the outside world, you'll naturally be able to survive. However, if any of you can pass this round and begin to come into contact with the inheritance, apart from one of you, you'll be able to obtain the complete inheritance. The rest will all be destroyed and die completely." At that point, the Divine General of 8 Clouds pointed. Rumble! Boom! The black stone square trembled instantly. With the Heavenly King diagram floating in midair as the center, 5 black boulders rose rapidly from the ground and formed a stone pillar. "These 5 pillars belong to the 5 of you." The Divine General of 8 Clouds looked at Jiang Xi, Tao Lord Tuoyi and the others. "What you need to do now is to send your spirit consciousnesses into the Heavenly King diagram and deduce the changes within. Every time you discover a change, imprint it on the stone pillar that belongs to you and it will record it. If it's a correct change, the stone pillar will remind you. Although time is long, it's limited. Let's begin, juniors. If any of you can deduce more than 20,000 changes in the limited time, you'll obtain the inheritance of my 8 Clouds lineage directly. Of course, those who can deduce 20,000 changes are destined to have a limitless future and will definitely have greater achievements than me in the future. However, I don't think any of you will be able to do that. Try your best to meet my minimum requirement in the limited time you have. Lastly, I'll remind you that the more correct changes you find, the more benefits you'll obtain in the 4th round of the inheritance." The Divine General of 8 Clouds' abyss-like eyes glanced at Jiang Xi and the others before disappearing. Only Jiang Xi and the other 4 experts were left on the black stone square. They all felt an invisible pressure. "Game? Entertainment?" Xiang Le Daojun said in a low voice. "I didn't expect the 8 Clouds Divine General's 3rd round of selection to test us with a game from an ancient civilization." "Fool!" Dalord Tuoyi sneered. "Do you really think this is a game? Didn't 8 Cloud Divine General say that in his ancient civilization, from the juniors to the strongest existences, almost all of them found joy in deducing the changes of the Heavenly King diagram? Furthermore, as long as we can deduce and find 20,000 correct transformations, our future achievements will definitely be higher than that of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals. This means that in the future, when I become a paragon, it will be a piece of cake for me to create an eternal universe." The eyes of Dalord Shifeng, Dalord Jinlan, and Dalord Xiangla all shone with divine light. This represented the desire in their hearts. Cultivate to become a supreme being and establish an eternal universe. To be able to lead an entire race and become an eternal existence. What kind of glory was that? My clan's Red Lotus autarch has long since attained the eternal realm, but she still values this inheritance. Clearly, this inheritance is very important. I want to see just how powerful this so-called Heavenly King diagram is. I don't believe that I can't find 20,000 transformations. Lord Tuye's heart was also filled with ambition. Eternity! The race is eternal! The other three powerhouses, Lord Shifang, Lord Jinlan, and Lord Xiangla, were also incomparably confident. As the top universe realm Lords, their consciousness operated very quickly. Who knew how many thoughts they could think of in a second? With the strength of their primordial spirits, the speed at which they deduced and searched for the transformations of the Heavenly King diagram was naturally extremely fast. Unlike them, at this moment, Jiang Xi was thinking about an existence that was even more profound than eternity. This was because he had the experience panel. With its conversion function, he could continuously convert eternal shards. As long as nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be much of a problem for him to become an eternal paragon in the future. Therefore, what Jiang Xi was thinking about now was to see a realm higher than eternity through the Eight Clouds' inheritance. Back then, Blue Frost's race had been incomparably powerful. They had a total of 7 eternal sacred lands universes, but in the end, they had all been destroyed in a great battle. It could be seen that eternity still had its enemies. It wasn't true eternity, and couldn't exist forever. It would be killed by an even more powerful existence. The civilization that the Eight Clouds' divine general was from was even more powerful. They could step onto the final path, but they still disappeared in the long river of time. These powerful civilizations hadn't been able to exist forever. And what Riverward wanted was naturally an existence that was even higher than eternity. He looked at the intoxicating Heavenly King diagram, his eyes revealing greater confidence than Lord Tuyi and the others. Because just now, when the Eight Clouds' divine general mentioned the word deduction, he immediately tried it, and used the experience panel to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. The results showed that the deduction was effective. I have the experience panel. In terms of deduction speed and efficiency, who can compare to me? Jiang Xi glanced at the experience panel balance. Experience points, 1884 trillion eternal experience points, 1 yuan, 1 eternal experience points equals 1 trillion experience points. Each deduction consumes 1 million experience points, but it also requires a certain amount of time. So, in total, I spend around 10 billion EXP every day when I fully deduce. My current experience points are enough to deduce for more than 3,000 years. Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. He had used the deduction function so many times, so he was naturally very familiar with all the details of this function. Deduction wasn't something that could be completed in an instant. It was like a computer program. After entering the corresponding variables, it would take a certain amount of time to produce the result. I wonder how many changes I can deduce in more than 3,000 years? Jiang Xi came in front of his black stone pillar and stared at the Heavenly King diagram. As soon as his spiritual sense probed it, he seemed to feel a vast and boundless world. This feeling was somewhat similar to when he first entered the primal chaos sea, but it was many times weaker. With such a vast existence, I'm afraid that I'll need at least the strength of a 9th tribulation transcender's primordial spirit to let my spiritual sense truly enter this diagram. If one's strength is lower than this level, their spiritual sense won't be able to enter at all, let alone deduce changes. That Eight Clouds general said that his civilization, from the children to the supreme existences, likes to observe and deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Could it be that the children in his civilization are already 9th tribulation transcenders? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind, and he was secretly shocked. Then, he no longer thought about it. His spiritual sense was completely immersed in the Heavenly King diagram, and he began to use the interface to deduce. The difficulty of the deduction at the beginning was always the lowest. Soon, a month passed, and Jiang Xi had deduced more than 100 changes. At the same time, Lord Tuyi, Lord Xiangla, Lord Shenfang, and Lord Jinlan were all standing in front of their respective stone pillars, looking at the Heavenly King diagram formed by light and shadow. Shenfang, I just deduced the 10th change and finally found some patterns. Lord Jinlan happily transmitted to his Tao partner. You found the patterns? Tao Lord Shenfang was pleasantly surprised. This damn Heavenly King diagram. I immersed my spiritual sense in it and deduced for so long, but I only found 3 changes. This pattern is... Tao Lord Jean Lan quickly informed. Yes. Haha, so that's how it is. No wonder I could only find 3 changes no matter how much I tried to deduce. It turns out that there is a pattern to these light and shadow changes. According to these patterns, we can deduce other changes. Phew! It's so complicated. Tao Lord Shenfang was very excited. Jean Lan, both of us know the pattern. I wonder if Tao Lord Tuyi and Tao Lord Mountain Sea have found the pattern? The couple glanced at Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Tuyi. Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Tuyi stood motionless in front of the stone pillars like statues. Don't worry about them. We can communicate and verify with each other. We have a much greater advantage than them. Tao Lord Jean Lan transmitted with a smile. Haha, you're right. When the 3rd Sacred Master and the 4th Sacred Master arrive, we'll have a greater chance of success. Tao Lord Shenfang was looking forward to it. Almost all the great beings from the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes were heading toward the myriad world's ruins at high speed. The first to arrive was the Aisai clan from the 2nd universe. Compared to the many forces in the Chaos Sea, the Aisai clan's overall strength was not too strong. Boom! A shadow flashed forward in the myriad world's ruins at a terrifying speed, passing by the floating stone celestial bodies. Soon, it approached the stone celestial body where the 8 Cloud inheritance was located. It was the 8 Cloud ruins that had already been known by the various forces. The entire 8 Cloud ruins was covered by red fog, and void cracks were everywhere. At the center was a glowing stone door. It was the entrance to the 8 Cloud ruins. At that moment, Tao Lord Dark Sea and Tao Lord Yin Xiao of the Corpse clan, who were guarding the stone door, immediately raised their guard when they saw the shadow. It's a heavenly venerate. They looked at each other, wary. Whoosh! The afterimage's speed suddenly decreased, and it stopped in front of the stone door in a very domineering manner. An incomparably cold aura instantly spread out. The terrifying power could kill a desolate-level Tao Lord. Tao Lord Dark Sea and Tao Lord Yin Xiao were so scared that they had already retreated far away. Aisai clan, heavenly venerate I speak? They looked at the terrifying figure. A blue figure stood in front of the stone door. His entire body was covered with bone spikes that seemed to be made of ice crystals and emitted a cold aura. Greetings, heavenly venerate I speak. Tao Lord Dark Sea and Tao Lord Yin Xiao bowed respectfully. They were afraid that the other party would kill them if he was unhappy. Haha, Corpse Clan, thank you for passing the news this time. Heavenly venerate I speak laughed. I happened to be wandering in the myriad world ruins. After hearing the news, I immediately found the 3 Tao Lords of my clan who were wandering in the myriad world ruins and rushed over as fast as I could. Whoosh! Another 3 blue figures appeared out of thin air. They were the 3 Tao Lords of the Aisai clan. Heavenly venerate I speak looked at Tao Lord Dark Sea. Your Corpse clan should know about the situation inside, right? Yes. Tao Lord Dark Sea said hurriedly. He took out a jade slip. I sorted this out. Very good. Heavenly venerate I speak checked it with his spiritual consciousness and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he sent the information in the jade slip to the 3 Tao Lords of his clan. Go in and try. Bring back the inheritance, for me. Heavenly venerate I speak ordered them. Yes. We will not disappoint you, Patriarch. The 3 Tao Lords were excited. Then, they turned into 3 streams of light and entered the stone door. Half a year later. Heavenly venerate I speak. How dare you block the stone door of the 8 Cloud ruins and prevent us from entering? Does your Aisai clan want to fight the Boulder clan of the first universe to the death? Get out of my way! Otherwise, we will fight to the death. During this time, 6 Tao Lords had gathered outside the stone door. They were originally wandering in the myriad world ruins and immediately rushed over when they heard the news. However, Heavenly Venerate I Speak was thinking about his own clan and clan. Naturally, he wanted the experts from other factions to enter as late as possible. Humph! Heavenly Venerate I Speak blocked the door expressionlessly and ignored them. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura with dazzling light tore through the still time and space of the myriad world ruins. Heavenly Venerate I Speak's expression changed drastically. What a powerful aura! I am familiar with the aura of all the Heavenly Venerates in the Chaos Sea. Which universe is this Heavenly Venerate expert from? I have never seen him before. Whoosh! The powerful aura turned into a stream of light. It was a sword-shaped flying boat that was heading straight for the stone door. Heavenly Venerate I Speak was so frightened that he hurriedly dodged, not daring to stop it at all. This was because he judged that the sword-shaped flying boat that the other party was driving had already surpassed the 6th grade Supreme Treasure and reached the 7th grade. This not only meant that he was rich and imposing, but it also meant that he was much stronger than him by many times. Boom! The sword-shaped flying boat stopped directly. An 8-armed brawny man in black armor walked out of the flying boat. His eyes scanned the surroundings and finally locked onto Heavenly Venerate I Speak. You are! Heavenly Venerate I Speak was very wary. From the Great Sky Holy Land? However, the 8-armed brawny man ignored him and quickly looked away. With a wave of his hand, a dense number of figures appeared: 50 Tao Lords, 500 Perfected Lords, and 5,000 Ninth Tribulation Transcenders. This scene immediately made Heavenly Venerate I Speak feel bitter. It was a complete suppression. He had only brought 3 Tao Lords from his race over, but the Great Sky Holy Land had such a huge lineup. The 8-armed brawny man ordered, "Go! Take back the 8 Cloud Inheritance for our Great Sky Holy Land universe." Yes! More than 5,000 powerhouses and geniuses of the Great Sky Holy Land all rushed into the glowing stone door. In order to curry favor with the Great Sky Holy Land, the corpse race had already informed them of the situation inside the 8 Cloud ruins. I, Wan Luo, have not wandered the Chaos Sea for more than 30 eras. This time, I will let the name of Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo leave a mark in this era. The 8-armed brawny man was very cold. He then looked at Heavenly Venerate I Speak and the other Tao Lords. Since the Red Lotus Holy Land and the other forces have not arrived, they can forget about entering. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the sword-shaped flying boat expanded in size and blocked the glowing stone door. I, Wan Luo, am here. Let's see who can still enter. Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo stepped out and returned to the flying boat. On the 3rd square of the 8 Cloud ruins, there were 7 figures standing separately. Each of them had a black stone pillar beside them. They were Jiang Xiai, Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Xiangle, Tao Lord Chunfang and Tao Lord Jinlan from the Heavenly Feather race, and the 2 Tao Lords from the Aisai race who had just arrived. 3 Tao Lords from the Aisai race had entered the 8 Cloud ruins. However, in the 2nd stage of the Bridge of 9 Worlds, they faced the Puppet of 9 Worlds. In the end, one of them died, and only 2 made it through. At this moment, the 7 powerhouses were fully focused on observing and deducing the Heavenly King diagram that was formed by light and shadow in midair. Something is happening? Jiang Xiai suddenly frowned slightly and glanced at the Bridge of 9 Worlds. Although it was shrouded in red mist, his spiritual consciousness could vaguely sense that waves of battle were passing through the red mist and reaching here. He was sure that the source of the waves was the place where he had fought the Puppet of 9 Worlds. Delord Tabo and the rest of the 6 nearby Delords all noticed this as well, and their faces turned ugly. Could it be that another expert has come? Riverward guessed. The 8 Cloud General didn't close the stone door into this void world. He didn't even kill the 2 Tao Lords from the corpse race when he eliminated them. Instead, he let them go. Obviously, he wanted to spread the news and attract more powerhouses. After all, the more candidates come to compete for the inheritance, the higher the chances of the final inheritor being born. Jiang Xiai knew this very well. The 8 Cloud General had mentioned this when he first entered this void world. He hoped that more powerhouses would come to compete for the inheritance. Although he understood, Jiang Xiai still felt pressured. The deduction of the Heavenly King diagram seems ordinary, but it seems to contain all the truth. The deduction at the beginning wasn't difficult. In fact, it was very easy. I deduced 100 changes in the first month. However, the deduction speed slowed down a lot. In more than half a year, I only deduced 384 changes. Obviously, the difficulty is getting higher and higher. Jiang Xi sighed softly in his heart. A moment later. Boom! A strong aura fluctuation came. A large number of figures broke through the 9-realm bridge shrouded in red fog and arrived at the third square. Riverward and the rest of the 7 Lords immediately turned to look, their faces changing dramatically. So many! How can there be so many? Riverward and the others were astonished. At a glance, they could see that there were more than 700 people in the crowd. Moreover, these figures looked very similar. They all had 8 arms and were obviously from the same race. Only a few were different. Almost all of them are from the Great Sky Holy Land. Only 5 are from other races. The Great Sky Holy Land is really generous. They sent so many people to compete for the inheritance. Dao Lord Shifang's face was gloomy. That's not all. Not only are there Dao Lords, but there are also perfected Lords and 9th Tribulation Transcenders. Dao Lord Jean Lan's expression was also ugly. The 9-realm puppet on the 9-realm bridge is very terrifying. Even perfected Lords and Tribulation Transcenders can pass through. It seems that the strength of the puppet of the 9 realms is also based on the cultivation of the challenger. Yes, this news is very important. Previously, our race was worried about accidents and only brought 2,000 9th Tribulation Transcenders to take a gamble. If even 9th Tribulation Transcenders can pass through. Our Heavenly Feather race doesn't lack 9th Tribulation Transcenders. Dao Lord Shifang and Dao Lord Jean Lan's clones immediately reported this news to their race. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Feather race had already sent the 3rd Sacred Lord and the 3rd Sacred Lord. There are quite a lot of people who passed through this time. A cold voice sounded. Jiang Xi turned to look. At the place where the 9-realm bridge came from, the blood-colored light converged into a figure. It was Divine General 8 Clouds. However, he only looked and didn't pay too much attention. This was because every time a newcomer came, Divine General 8 Clouds would come out to explain. When the 2 Dao Lords of the Isai race arrived, Divine General 8 Clouds was also like this. It was as if it was programmed. In addition to Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuyi, Dao Lord Xianglu, and the other experts also paid a little attention before continuing to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. As the first batch to arrive, they had a certain advantage. Even if there were outstanding latecomers, as long as the 5 of them met the requirements first, they would naturally be the first to come into contact with the 8 Clouds' inheritance. Continue to deduce? It's almost 400 variations. I'll try to deduce 500 variations in the first year. With a thought, Jiang Xi used his spiritual sense to imprint the 385th variation that he had just deduced into the black stone pillar in front of him. The feedback from the stone pillar was the correct variation. Then, he didn't delay and continued to deduce with all his might. The further he went, the slower the deduction speed. One could imagine how difficult it was to deduce 20,000 variations. In the first month, he could deduce 100 variations. In the second half of the year, he could only deduce 385 variations. The difficulty rose exponentially. One could imagine that in the later stages, he might not be able to deduce a single variation in a month. Moreover, he didn't know how long Divine General 8 Clouds would give him. It might only be 1,000 years or even 100 years. Time passed. After the powerhouses of the Jun Tian Holy Land arrived, Jiang Xi and the others also sensed the fluctuations of several battles coming from the outside world. They all understood that since these battle fluctuations could be transmitted from the outside world to the third square, it was most likely a battle at the celestial venerable level. In the 5th month after the powerhouses of the Jun Tian Holy Land arrived, boom! 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 A terrifying battle broke out in the outside world again. The aura fluctuations passed through the stone gate into the 8 cloud ruins, passed through the red fog, and weakened layer by layer. When it reached the 3rd square, some of the 9 tribulation transcenders who were studying the Heavenly King diagram could actually sense it. For example, Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Tuyi, and other Dao Lords could naturally sense it more clearly. Despicable Jun Tian Holy Land, shameless! Dao Lord Tuyi's anger suddenly rose. He looked at the Dao Lords, perfected Lords, and 9 tribulation transcenders of the Jun Tian Holy Land in the distance with killing intent in his eyes. That celestial venerable Wan Luo actually dared to block the stone gate. Despicable! He's actually so arrogant just because he has a 7th grade flying treasure. The 4 original universes had almost no understanding of celestial venerable Wan Luo, but Dao Lord Tuyi, who had also lived for a long time, knew that this celestial venerable was from the same era as Jun Tian Supreme. Emperor Wan Luo was one of the few emperors of the High Sky Holy Land. Because the High Sky Holy Land had existed for far too long, it had also obtained several ancient inheritances. With the help of these ancient inheritances, Celestial Venerable Wan Luo's combat power was still relatively high among Celestial Venerables even without a miniature universe. And this time, the Jun Tian Holy Land went all out and allowed Celestial Venerable Wan Luo to bring over a full set of 7th grade true treasures. Attack, armor, primordial spirit, and flying, a full set. Therefore, although Celestial Venerable Wan Luo's combat power wasn't at the top of the Celestial Venerables, he was extremely difficult to deal with. With him blocking the door, even Celestial Venerable Sparkling Dust from the Red Lotus Holy Land couldn't barge in. Jun Tian Holy Land, how shameless! Dao Lord Tuyi snorted angrily again. Then, he stopped thinking about it, and continued to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. It was useless for him to think about it. The battle outside wasn't something he could participate in at all. Time passed, and the competition for the 8 Clouds' inheritance became more and more intense. All kinds of battles broke out from time to time, and Jiang Xi relied on the experience panel to establish an advantage for himself step by step. Chapter 612. Ever since Heavenly Venerate Ice Beak had temporarily blocked the entrance, the battle outside the 8 Cloud ruins had never stopped. The 2 Holy Land universes were really going all out, but both sides had made ample preparations. As for the High Sky Holy Land's Emperor Wan Luo, he was the first to arrive. His rank 7 flying supreme treasure blocked the entrance, leaving Red Lotus Holy Land's Emperor Sparkling Dust helpless. Heavenly Venerate Sparkling Dust's attack alone was not enough to shake this 7th grade flying treasure. However, just as the battle between the 2 Heavenly Venerables had reached a stalemate, the 3rd and 4th Sacred Masters of the Heavenly Feather Race had arrived. Heavenly Sovereign Wan Luo, scram! Wan Luo, do you think you can stop the 3 of us? Scram! Sovereign Light Shadow, descend! Blast him away from the stone door! Outside the stone gate of the 8 Cloud ruins, the 3 Heavenly Venerables of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather Clan attacked Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo with all their might. The Celestial Venerables of the Heavenly Feather Race had not experienced the crisis of the calamity, so all of them had miniature universes. Naturally, the power they could unleash was much stronger than the Celestial Venerables of the Holy Land universe. Moreover, the 3rd Saint Master was a 3rd step Holy Sovereign. The Sovereign Light Shadow that he summoned together with the 4th Saint Master was even more powerful. Although Heavenly Lord Wan Luo wasn't afraid, he was only able to hold on for a moment before he was sent flying along with his 7th grade flying treasure. The first batch of Dalords, Jiang Xi, Dalord Tuyi, and the other 2 Dalords, as well as the hundreds of clansmen from the Great Sky Sacred Land, were all immersed in analyzing the Heavenly King diagram. Of course, the fastest ones were Jiang Xi and the other Dao Monarchs. As for the other Dao Monarchs and 9th Tribulation Transcenders, although they were all geniuses selected from the Great Sky Holy Land, they were limited by the strength of their primordial souls. Thus, their deduction speed was much slower. This was especially true for many 9th Tribulation Transcenders. Although their fellow Dao Monarchs had informed them of some deductions, they still couldn't figure it out. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that some of them were incredibly perceptive, and could deduce as fast as Dalords. Boom! Boom! In the direction of the Bridge of Nine Realms, there were waves of intense battle. Jiang Xi understood that there would be a large number of them this time. So many geniuses were sent here, but in the end, only one successor was chosen. The rest were all killed. It seems that all the major factions in the Chaos Sea have gone crazy. After a while, swish, 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 nearly 1,000 figures passed through the Bridge of Nine Realms shrouded in red mist and arrived at the third square. Upon closer inspection, it was the Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather race that had barged in together. The clansmen of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground had a single horn on their foreheads and 2 pointy ears. The members of the Heavenly Feather race had white wings on their backs, and each of them looked holy. In terms of cultivation, most of these figures were Ninth Tribulation Transcenders, with a small number of them being true monarchs and Dao monarchs. In terms of numbers, the Red Lotus Holy Land and the Heavenly Feather race only slightly surpassed the Great Sky Holy Land. However, if you counted in Dalord Wild, Dalord Shifang, and Dalord Jinlan, who were the first to arrive, these two forces would have a slight advantage. These are some of the patterns used to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Dalord Wild immediately sent a mental message to the newcomers of the Red Lotus Sacred Land. Dalord Shinfang and Dalord Jinlan did the same. What puzzled Jiang Xi was that the 8 cloud generals did not appear immediately like before. Boom! Boom! The Bridge of Nine Realms was shrouded in red fog. Intense battle fluctuations came from the Bridge of Nine Realms. Moreover, it was so intense from the very beginning. It was an Empyrean-level aura fluctuation. Empyreans are also here? Jiang Xi was shocked. Then, less than a minute later, 2 figures with 6 pairs of white wings rushed out of the Bridge of Nine Realms in a sorry state, attracting everyone's attention. They were the 2 Empyreans of the Heavenly Feather race, the 3rd Sacred Master and the 4th Sacred Master. The 2 Empyreans joined forces, but they naturally did not have any advantage against the puppets of the Nine Realms. However, they still managed to break through. Apart from the members of the Heavenly Feather race, many other candidates were also shocked. However, due to the deterrence of the Empyreans, no one dared to say anything. The Heavenly Feather race is going all out. Jiang Xi shook his head inwardly. The 3rd Sacred Master was a 3rd-step Empyrean. Although he was not as strong as Empyrean Ming, his reputation was enough to shock the entire Chaos Sea. If these 2 Empyreans died in this inheritance, the Heavenly Feather race would suffer a great loss. After all, once the final inheritor was chosen, all the other candidates would die. At this time, the blood-red light gathered once again, and the figure of the 8 Cloud General appeared on the black stone square. His eyes were like the abyss as he looked at the nearly 1,000 new candidates, and the 2 Empyreans of the Heavenly Feather race. Then, he pointed at the Heavenly King diagram formed by light and said coldly, "Successors, this is the final selection to enter the 4th square. It is a test of your perception. This diagram is called the Heavenly King diagram, and it is the most widespread deduction game of our civilization. To be exact, this is an important supplementary cultivation method. It can test one's comprehension ability, and it can also increase it." The 8 Cloud General's eyes were emotionless as he slowly explained the rules of deducing the Heavenly King diagram. "Let's begin, juniors. You have to deduce enough changes in a limited amount of time, and meet my minimum requirements before you can enter the 4th square." He looked at the candidates indifferently. Don't underestimate the Heavenly King diagram. Among the first 5 candidates to arrive here, only one human has managed to deduce 500 variations. The other 4 are too slow. If this continues, After God General 8 Cloud said this expressionlessly, he disappeared again. However, his words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. There was an uproar on the black stone square. Nearly 2,000 candidates from the Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, Heavenly Feather Race, and other forces looked at Jiang Xi almost simultaneously. That was because there were only two human powerhouses now. Besides Jiangxiai, there was Tao Lord Xiangli from the third universe. However, Tao Lord Xiangli's perception was obviously much worse. As the news of the 8-cloud ruins spread, everyone had a detailed understanding of the first 5 powerhouses who came in. Now, almost all the forces knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea from the 4th universe's human race was a heaven-defying genius. Fuck! This 8-cloud general is too vicious. How could he say such things? Jiangxi's expression had already changed. It was very ugly. He was making enemies for him. Attack this human! Interfere with his deduction! Attack him! Attack! The Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, Heavenly Feather Race, and other forces all stood out at the same time and attacked Jiangxi directly. The other candidates were still deducing with all their might. Tao Lord Tuoyi, Tao Lord Xiangli, Tao Lord Shenfang, and Tao Lord Jinlan only glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. That was because the 8-cloud general only asked them to observe and deduce the Heavenly King diagram. He did not say that fighting was prohibited. Moreover, compared to Jiangxi, among the 4 of them, Tao Lord Jinlan had deduced the most changes, but it had only just exceeded 100. Therefore, in the hearts of Tao Lord Tuoyi and the other experts, it was naturally best for Jiangxi to die. As for the 3rd and 4th sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather Race, they were also very calm and did not seem to have any intention of interfering. Therefore, a total of 7 Tao Lords from the 3 forces stood out in the end, and their cultivation levels were all at the universe realm. The energy of these 7 universe realm Tao Lords surged and erupted, condensing into secret technique shadows. Some were mutated beasts, some were supreme treasures, and some were invisible ripples. Many attacks attacked Jiangxi almost at the same time. Fuck! This bunch of trash! Jiangxi was furious. He immediately activated the Tier 7 Supreme Treasure, 6-layered mountain armor, with all his strength. At the same time, he activated the Tier 6 Essence Soul Supreme Treasure in his mind. Boom, boom, boom! There was a huge explosion of energy. Those attacks landed on Jiangxi's body, but in the end, he was unharmed. Great Sky Sacred Land, Red Lotus Sacred Land, Heavenly Feather Race, you are courting death! Jiangxi roared angrily. Courting death? Haha, what a joke! You puny humans of the 4th universe dare to covet the 8-cloud inheritance? A universe realm Tao Lord from the Heavenly Feather Race sneered. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you humans of the 4th universe are too weak. You don't have the right to spy on this inheritance. An expert from the Red Lotus Sacred Land sneered. Only Venerable Ming alone can't protect your race at all. If you obtain the inheritance, you will only bring disaster to your race. A universe realm Tao Lord from the Great Sky Sacred Land said indifferently, his words filled with threat. Jiangxi looked at them coldly. Weak to be bullied? Disaster to be exterminated? These factions were all the same. They were all people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Your defense is not bad. You were able to withstand our joint attack. Venerable Ming obtained 4 6th-tier Supreme Treasures from our race. It seems that the Armor Supreme Treasure and the Essence Soul Supreme Treasure are on you. However, do you think that the defense of a 6th-tier Supreme Treasure can ignore our joint attack? You may be able to withstand one attack, but how many times can you withstand the following attacks? A Heavenly Feather Race expert smiled coldly. It was completely inconsistent with his sacred temperament. Everyone, let's attack and destroy this human who poses the greatest threat. All right. Even if we can't kill him, we have to make him unable to concentrate on deducing the Sky King diagram. Immediately, they joined forces to attack Jiangxi again. With 7 Universe Realm Tao Lords joining forces, Jiangxi also had to deal with them with all his strength. I originally wanted to compete fairly with you, but since you are shameless, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiangxi's face was cold and filled with killing intent. In front of such a precious inheritance, any method is not excessive. The human race of the 4th universe is so weak. What right do you have to talk about fairness with us? Ha ha, what a joke! The 7 cosmic Downlords roared with laughter as they simultaneously unleashed all sorts of attacks at Riverward. Boom! Boom! Jiang Xi was once again covered by these attacks. Although his defense was shocking, this was the joint attack of 7 top Universe Realm Downlords. The impact still sent him flying and he crashed into the black stone pillar behind him. This situation naturally distracted him, and he was unable to deduce the Sky King diagram with all his strength. His efficiency immediately decreased. Damn it! Divine General 8 Cloud is going to let all of this happen. Jiang Xi was furious and did not understand the other party's plan. The words that 8 Cloud's Divine General said just now were clearly to make him the target of public criticism. His cultivation time was short, and his talent was heaven-defying. This was information that many factions in Chaos C knew. At the same time, he was the first batch of candidates to enter then. During the first round of the altar selection, Divine General 8 Cloud looked at him in a new light. And now, he was the first to deduce 500 transformations in the third round of the Sky King diagram. Jiang Xi knew very well that he had many advantages. Great Sky Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather race could not even look at him and watch him obtain the inheritance. Let's fight then! Swash! The heaven-connecting building transformed into a long shuttle and appeared in Jiang Xi's hands. After the 2 exchanges earlier on, he already had a rough understanding of the strength of the 7 Universe Realm Downlords. They were all top Universe Realm Downlords. Even half-step Heavenly Venerates would have to fight against them with all their might. Clearly, Downlord Tuyi, Downlord Shifang and the others had already reported his strength to their respective races. Boom! Jiang Xi's long shuttle swept across and destroyed the incoming beasts, fist marks, saber lights, sword lights and other secret technique phantoms. Downlord Mountain Sea, you won't be able to obtain this inheritance! The 7 Universe Realm Downlords attacked continuously. They were either melee attacks, ranged attacks or essence spirit attacks. They were already prepared. They would rather not deduce the Sky King diagram and interfere with or even kill Downlord Mountain Sea. Jiang Xi's face was dark. He did not talk nonsense with them and used the heaven-connecting building's long shuttle and the armor on his body to block their attacks. At the same time, he was thinking of countermeasures quickly. This could not continue. The 7 top Universe Realm Downlords had all lived for countless epochs and had rich combat experience. Even without prior practice, they could coordinate their attacks and defenses very well. He would not be able to resolve the dilemma in front of him in a short period of time. Boom! Jiang Xi was sent flying again, but this time, he already had a countermeasure. Swoosh! He flew in the direction he was sent flying and arrived above a group of 9 Tribulation Transcenders almost instantly. Not good! Everyone dodge! Run! Those 9 Tribulation Transcenders were terrified. What if they were affected by the battle between Downlords? In fact, since the 7 Downlords besieged Jiang Xi until now, no one had died in the square because no one knew the rules of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals. Since this was a candidate selection, from the perspective of the 8 Cloud Divine Generals, they should not be willing to see the candidates being slaughtered. Therefore, the 7 Downlords besieging Jiang Xi deliberately controlled their attacks so that the fluctuations of the battle did not affect those 9 Tribulation Transcenders and True Monarchs. But now, Jiang Xi directly rushed above a group of 9 Tribulation Transcenders. Once they started fighting, even if they tried to control their attacks, the slight fluctuation of energy was enough to kill a 9 Tribulation Transcender. Bang! A giant hammer phantom with golden light filled the air and directly smashed onto Jiang Xi's body. This was the attack that had chased over just now, and it had already locked onto Jiang Xi. The power of this attack was close to that of a half-step Heavenly Venerable. Jiang Xi, who had not regained control of his body, was directly smashed to the ground. Boom! A 9 Tribulation Transcender who was slightly slower was directly smashed into pieces by Jiang Xi, and he couldn't be more dead. You killed a 9 Tribulation Transcender. Experience plus 180,000. At the same time, a terrifying energy burst out, and fluctuations spread out. Dozens of unlucky 9 tribulation transcenders who had already fled were swept by these fluctuations. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past them, and they disappeared into thin air without even having the chance to scream. The 3rd and 4th sacred masters of the heavenly feather race only took a glance before their spiritual senses were immersed in the heavenly king diagram again, and they continued to deduce with all their strength. Apart from them, the attention of all the other candidates was attracted. Dead? Jiang Xi suddenly stood up and looked at the ground. Just now, he had smashed a 9 tribulation transcender to death. A 9 tribulation transcender died! The 7 universe Tao Lords besieging Jiang Xi were stunned for a moment, and they all stopped. In the distance, Tao Lord Tuyi, Tao Lord Xiangle, Tao Lord Shenfang, and Tao Lord Jinlan also looked over with anticipation in their eyes. Ever since a large number of powerhouses had arrived, the 4 of them had not intervened to deal with Jiang Xi. This was because they were also the first candidates to arrive here. Their respective races had high hopes for them, and they were naturally unwilling to let them take the risk. After dozens of 9 tribulation transcenders died, the square fell into a short silence. Everyone's eyes finally locked onto Jiang Xi and the universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Holy Land. It was he who had used the giant hammer phantom to bombard Jiang Xi, causing the deaths of these 9 tribulation transcenders. They were all waiting to see if this situation would attract the attention of the 8 Clouds Divine General. The universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Holy Land had a gloomy face, but his eyes revealed anxiety. Jiang Xi was also a little nervous. Chi. Suddenly, the nearly 2,000 black stone pillars standing in the square shot out blood-red light at the same time. Jiang Xi's heart tightened, and he prepared to enter the heavenly tower at any time. However, these lights converged into a long-scaled snake. As if it had a mind of its own, it directly shot towards the universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Holy Land. This long snake was so fast that it far surpassed the Tao Lord level. It didn't give him any chance to react. Oh! The long snake let out a shrill cry and instantly pierced through the forehead of the universe Tao Lord. Then, all the experts present felt a sharp and terrifying fluctuation. No! An unwilling roar sounded. The universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Holy Land dissipated into thin air, leaving only some supreme treasures scattered on the ground. Swoosh! The long snake wrapped around those supreme treasures and drilled into the nearest black stone pillar, disappearing. The entire black stone square was silent again. There was no sound at all. It took a while for everyone to react. Tao Lord Chongyi is dead! He died just like that! Tao Lord Chongyi of the Great Sky Holy Land! All the experts present were completely stunned. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. Although the tension in his body receded, he was still a little scared because he also felt the arrival of death. He originally thought that even if the 8 Clouds Divine General wanted to punish him, he would send out the 9 Realms puppet or something. He didn't expect that the stone pillar that rose from the square actually hid such a terrifying secret technique. After the 8 Clouds Divine General had fallen for countless eras, he was still able to unleash such a powerful attack. He killed Tao Lord Chongyi with a single strike. This was no ordinary Tao Lord. Tao Lord Chongyi had lived for far longer than any universe Tao Lord in the 4 primal universes. This was because he came from the Great Sky Holy Land and wasn't afraid of the calamities. During this long period of time, he had long comprehended an ultimate secret technique and was extremely strong. If it weren't for the fact that the Tao Lords of the Holy Lands couldn't establish miniature universes, he would have become a heavenly venerable long ago. Moreover, he had a full set of 6-tier supreme treasures. In terms of combat strength, he might be slightly weaker than a half-step heavenly venerable, but in terms of life-saving ability, he was on par with a half-step heavenly venerable. However, such an existence who had lived for an incomparably long time and could dominate the Chaos Sea was actually annihilated with a single strike? Too terrifying! Even a high and mighty Tao Lord was killed with a single strike! This inheritance is terrifying. Those weak 9 tribulation transcenders were all terrified. If they were a step slower just now, they would have been killed by the shockwaves. At this moment, Jiangxi's mind was spinning rapidly. Through the scene just now, he had obtained something he wanted. The punishment of the 8 Clouds Divine General was either active or passive. As long as he didn't take the initiative to attack other candidates, there wouldn't be any punishment. This was because he had also smashed a 9 tribulation transcender to death without receiving any punishment. Unlike Jiangxi, the 7 universe Tao Lords besieging him came to a similar conclusion. Previously, when we besieged this human Tao Lord of the Mountain and Sea Realm, the 8 Clouds Divine General didn't stop us. In the end, Tao Lord Chongyi was killed because it affected a 9 tribulation transcender. That Tao Lord of the Mountain and Sea Realm also smashed a 9 tribulation transcender to death but escaped punishment. Clearly, the 8 Clouds Divine General put the blame on Tao Lord Chongyi. In that case, we can continue to attack. As long as we don't affect the weak candidates around us, it will be fine. That's right. Right now, our 3 factions have a great advantage. No matter what, we must not let Tao Lord of the Mountain and Sea reach the end. Let's pin him down first. As for our 3 factions, it will depend on our own abilities in the end. I have a suggestion. Put all the 9 tribulation transcenders and true monarchs into the flying type treasures for the time being to avoid being affected by our battle and the flying type treasures. They can also see the Heavenly King diagram and deduce it. A universe Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race said. Agreed. This is a wonderful idea. The Great Sky Sacred Ground, the Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race immediately took action. Apart from the remaining 6 universe Tao Lords besieging Jiangxi, the other Tao Lords took action one after another and put their true monarchs and 9 tribulation transcenders into the flying type treasures. With the defense of the high-grade flying type treasures, it was difficult for their battle fluctuations to threaten the weak candidates. Soon, only the figures of more than 100 Tao Lords from the various factions of the Chaos Sea were left on the Blackstone Square. Among them, the Great Sky Sacred Ground, the Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race had the most Tao Lords, accounting for 90%. There were also more than 10 scattered Tao Lords from other factions. They had been in the Myriad World's ruins since the beginning, which was why they could come here early. However, although they were strong, they did not dare to interfere in the matter of the 3 factions dealing with Tao Lord of the Mountain and Sea. Pitiful humans. Unlucky Tao Lord of the Mountain and Sea. Tao Lord of the Mountain and Sea deduced the Heavenly King diagram slightly faster, and the 8 Cloud Generals directly said it. If we deduced the Heavenly King diagram very quickly, would it be announced? Would we also be besieged? It's indeed possible. How about this? Let's not imprint the deduced changes into the stone pillars for the time being. The 8 Cloud Generals won't know how many changes we deduced. It won't be too late to imprint them when the experts of our race are here. All right. These Tao Lords discussed in private. They were naturally happy to see Jiangxi being besieged. After all, everyone wanted to obtain this inheritance. It was a good thing to get rid of this person who was most likely to obtain the inheritance. Chapter 613. 8 Cloud Ruins, 3rd Plaza. More than 100 Tao Lords from the 3 major factions of Chaos Sea and 2 Heavenly Venerables of the Heavenly Feather Race were scattered across the plaza, trying their best to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. As for the battle in midair, they did not pay much attention to it. That was because they believed that although Tao Lord Chongyi was dead, the remaining 6 universe Tao Lords were enough to deal with the human Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea. Amidst this tacit silence, Jiangxi stood in midair and looked at the 6 figures from afar. One is already dead and you guys still want to continue? Jiangxi sneered. Tao Lord Chongyi only lost his true body. He still has a clone, so he's not really dead. Another universe Tao Lord from the Great Sky Sacred Ground laughed. Since we dared to attack you here, we naturally all have clones. Even if we die, we'll only lose one of our true bodies. We won't let you continue deducing like this. Therefore, it's better for you to die early. I didn't expect to obtain the inheritance when I entered this place. This time, I'll be able to remove the obstacles for my race and eliminate the threat. It's worth it even if I die. Haha, no matter how you look at it, we're the ones who profited. It's a worthy death to die for our race. The other 5 cosmic Dalords all laughed loudly in agreement. In the face of all this, Jiang Xi was calm and composed. He had already adjusted his state to the best. Since I don't have to worry about the punishment of the 8 Cloud General, I can fight without worry. I'm just worried about not having enough experience points. Boom! 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 All sorts of powerful attacks came once more. Beasts formed by secret techniques, fist marks, saber lights, sword lights, etc., swept over with a howl. Die! Jiang Xi roared in the face of all this. Using the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra as a guide, he channeled all the strength in his body, including his strongest world power, into the shuttle of heaven-reaching tower. Swoosh! This shuttle of heaven-reaching tower that could already unleash the power of a grade 7 cardinal treasure swept out with a 5-colored sword light. At this moment, he unleashed his full combat strength. Counterattack! Bang! 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 The phantom images of the secret techniques scattered upon contact and could not block the shuttle of heaven-reaching tower at all. What? That's impossible! A half-step Heavenly Venerable's attack is this strong? The 6 Supreme Universe Dalords of the 3 major organizations were all utterly stunned. Be careful! Retreat! Retreat! Just as they were shocked, their expressions changed again, and they retreated in all directions. This was because after Jiang Xi's long shuttle swept away their attacks, its power did not diminish at all. It had already broken through the void and arrived in front of them. With the support of this special treasure, his strength was at the level of a half-step Empyrean. Chi! The tip of the long shuttle was the tip of the sky-reaching tower. It was the sharpest part of this special supreme treasure. As Jiang Xi attacked with full force, the tip of the shuttle pierced straight into the body of a Cosmos Dalord of the Heavenwing race. Boom! Energy instantly erupted. The Cosmic Dalord was like a balloon that had been punctured. His aura had been halved, and his power had been greatly reduced. Quick, save me! She panicked and flapped her 5 pairs of white wings. She didn't have a 6th-tier defensive treasure, so in front of a 7th-tier supreme treasure, she was practically defenseless. No one can save you! Jiang Xi said coldly as the long shuttle pierced out once more. With the strength and speed of a half-step Empyrean, this cosmic Dalord of the Heavenwing race was unable to block Jiang Xi's simple piercing attack, even though she had reached the end of her path. She was stabbed, and her eyes were filled with terror. Then, they quickly turned blank and lost their luster. Pooh! All the energy in her body was annihilated. Even the imperishable substance was unable to heal her injuries in time. On the ground, only a 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure and a few other supreme treasures were left. Jiang Xi waved his hand and put them away. You killed a cosmic Dalord. Eternal experience +9, another supreme cosmic Dalord had fallen. This scene caused the 5 surviving universe-level Dalords to be utterly shocked, their faces filled with astonishment. Was this the strength of a Mountain Sea Dalord? How was this a half-step Empyrean? Even a half-step Empyrean wouldn't be able to kill a cosmic Dalord so easily, right? Swoosh! Jiang Xi looked at the remaining 5 terrified figures. One of them was a cosmic Dalord from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. He was the closest to him. Kill! He shouted coldly as his figure flashed, and he attacked again. The long shuttle was like a dragon as it pierced through the void and pierced out. Quick, attack together and kill the Mountain Sea Dalord! The cosmic Dalord from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground was shocked as he shouted at the hundreds of Dalords in the square. However, many of the Dalords were still in shock and couldn't react in time. Chi! Chi! Jiang Xi's long shuttle stabbed out continuously. It seemed to be extremely slow, but it was extremely fast. In an instant, it stabbed out more than 100 times. You killed a cosmic Dalord. Eternal experience +9, In less than a second, this cosmic downlord from the Red Lotus sacred ground was annihilated. Just a moment ago, he had been ridiculing the humans of the fourth universe arrogantly. Now, his body had been destroyed and he had become Jiangxi's experience points. He had even contributed 2 6th-tier supreme treasures to Jiangxi. It had to be said that the experts of the Red Lotus sacred ground were rich. However, at this moment, the hundreds of downlords in the square had already come back to their senses. They felt a strong threat and made the same choice. They temporarily put down their deductions and chose to attack Jiangxi. Because it was too terrifying. The technique left behind by the 8 Clouds Divine General could kill a top-notch cosmic downlord with a single strike. Jiangxi could actually do something similar and easily kill a top-notch cosmic downlord. Even with a 6th-tier defensive supreme treasure, it couldn't withstand the continuous stabs of the long shuttle. Boom! Boom! On the black stone square, terrifying secret technique attacks condensed. No expert dared to approach Jiangxi now, so they were all using long-range attacks. However, their power didn't decrease. More than 100 downlords joined forces, and most of them were cosmic downlords. The terrifying energy attacks gathered together, and their power directly reached the heavenly venerable level. Oh no! Jiangxi's expression changed as he gave up on killing the other 3 cosmic downlords. Swoosh! The long shuttle in his hand disappeared. Then, a stream of light flew out of his body and instantly turned into an ancient 9-story pagoda. With a rumble, it landed on the ground. At the same time, Jiangxi had already entered the space of the sky-piercing tower. A flying supreme treasure in the shape of a pagoda? Hiding in a flying supreme treasure? Humph, do you think you can block our combined attacks like this? Fool! Hiding in a flying supreme treasure is courting death. Every attack of our combined power is at the heavenly venerable level. Even if you hide in a 6th-tier flying supreme treasure, our attacks can still kill you time and time again through the obstruction of the supreme treasure. The experts of the Great Sky Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race who were in charge of all of this were sneering. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, a large number of powerful secret technique attacks poured down and completely drowned the 9-story pagoda. Splash! Amidst the surging energy, the 9-story pagoda shook violently and even showed signs of collapsing. Finally, when the energy subsided, the 9-story pagoda swayed and finally stood on the ground again. Humph! Looks like it really is a 6th-tier flying supreme treasure. Everyone, continue to attack with all your might. We must kill him at this stage. A universe realm Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race said coldly. Kill him! Attack with all your might! None of the 100 over Tao Lords showed mercy. They all used their strongest attacks. Since they had attacked, they would finish him off directly. They could not leave any future trouble. Boom! Boom! Terrifying secret technique attacks condensed once again. In the space of the sky-piercing tower, Jiangxi looked outside with a smile. What a joke! How could a heavenly venerable level attack shake the sky-piercing tower? Previously in the origin space of Mount Xianwang, the power of the light blades there far exceeded the heavenly venerable level, but they could not leave any traces on the surface of the sky-piercing tower. He was under the protection of the sky-piercing tower back then, and was not affected at all. How could the attacks of these 100 over Tao Lords affect him? It was just a futile effort. Of course, this also showed how powerful and precious the sky-piercing tower was. Therefore, he disguised himself earlier on, and put away the long shuttle into his body before transforming into the form of the tower again. Then, when the 100 over Tao Lords attacked together, he deliberately caused the sky-piercing tower to shake violently to create the illusion that it was a grade 6 cardinal treasure. Otherwise, with their attacks alone, the sky-piercing tower could have remained motionless. I'll let you guys attack. I'll just stay here quietly and deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Jiangxi's spirit consciousness passed through the sky-piercing tower and entered the Heavenly King diagram. Boom! Boom! In the square, the 100 over Tao Lords led by Great Sky Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground and Heavenly Feather Race were anxious after more than 10 consecutive attacks. That was because they discovered that Tao Lord Mountain Sea, who was hiding in the tower, was not affected at all. He actually extended his spirit consciousness into the Heavenly King diagram right in front of them and began deducing. We miscalculated. To think that he would have a grade 6 flying treasure. That's right. Lord Ming didn't obtain this flying treasure from our race back then. Looks like he obtained it from the Chaos Sea himself. He's truly blessed. Blessed? Then he deserves to die even more. But how can we deal with him now? He probably still has the grade 6 armor and grade 6 essence spirit supreme treasures that Lord Ming gave him. With such a defense, even if our energy reaches the level of a heavenly venerable, it's still far from a true heavenly venerable. It won't pose much of a threat to him. Furthermore, we still have to deduce. We can't keep attacking him together. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch up to his deduction speed. More than 100 Tao Lords began to have internal differences. They could not put the cart before the horse and attack Tao Lord Mountain Sea together. There are only 2 ways to deal with him now. A heavenly venerable or a grade 7 cardinal treasure, a Tao Lord suddenly suggested. Yes, that's the only way. A true celestial, or a 7th tier precious treasure, would be able to shake this pagoda and kill Tao Lord Mountain and Sea. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo of our Great Sky Sacred Ground brought 4 grade 7 cardinal treasures over. Unfortunately, he's outside and can't send them in. Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust of our Red Lotus Sacred Ground is the same. It seems like we can only let a Heavenly Venerable take action. Heavenly Feather Race, only your Heavenly Venerable is here among our 3 factions. It's up to your Heavenly Feather Race. In the end, everyone looked at Tao Lord Shenfang and Tao Lord Jinlan, who were busy deducing the Heavenly King diagram. The husband and wife Tao Lords of the Heavenly Feather Race had not taken action, but they had also noticed the situation here. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Sacred Lords, we can't do anything even if we join forces. I'm afraid only the Sacred Lords can deal with Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Shenfa used his spiritual consciousness to awaken the 3rd and 4th Sacred Lords. These 2 Heavenly Venerables had been very low-key and focused on deducing the changes in the Heavenly King diagram. They rarely paid attention to what was happening outside and had no intention of interfering. This was because they were very wary of Divine General 8 Clouds. Right now, more than 100 Tao Lords had joined forces but could not do anything to Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Their only hope was these 2 Heavenly Venerables. Shenfang, Jinlan, when we first arrived here, Divine General 8 Clouds warned us and forbade us from interfering with the other candidates. If either of us were to interfere, we would definitely die. The 3rd Sacred Lord sent a voice transmission helplessly. This? Tao Lord Shenfang and Tao Lord Jinlan were shocked. At the same time, the 3rd Sacred Lord also sent a voice transmission to the Tao Lords of the 3 factions to inform them of the situation. Then what should we do now? We can only watch as Tao Lord Mountain Sea continues to deduce and obtain the inheritance? Tao Lord Tuoyi sent a voice transmission back with a frown. The Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground also said similar words to pressure the Heavenly Feather Race. The 3rd and 4th Sacred Lords exchanged a glance and quickly came to a decision. My race has a rank 7 flying type treasure, the Rippling Palace, which I brought in. Although its offensive capabilities are inferior to a rank 7 flying type treasure, it has a special suppressive ability. It can suppress both Tao Lord Mountain Sea and that rank 6 flying type treasure, the 3rd Sacred Lord said in a low voice. However, the requirements for this rank 7 flying type treasure to recognize an owner are very high. If it's a Tao Lord, he must have a primordial spirit at the Heavenly Venerate level. The Tao Lords of your 2 sacred lands have all lived for many eons. Some of them should have primordial spirits at the Heavenly Venerate level. You can nominate any one of them to temporarily recognize this treasure as its owner and suppress Tao Lord Mountain Sea. A rank 7 flying type treasure should be enough to kill him. Who will do it? The Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground were somewhat hesitant. This was because there was a high chance that the one who did it would die. Humph, my heavenly feather race has already taken out a rank 7 flying type treasure. Do you want us to send a powerhouse to take the risk? The fourth sacred lord sneered. Actually, the two heavenly venerates were anxious as well. If Divine General 8 Clouds hadn't forbidden them, they would have personally taken action long ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been willing to take out a rank 7 flying type treasure. After all, this was the only rank 7 flying type treasure the Heavenly Feather race had. It was a cornerstone treasure of their race. Moreover, the third sacred lord was prepared. Once Tao Lord Mountain Sea was suppressed, he would immediately take back this flying type treasure and prevent Divine General 8 Clouds from taking it away. In that case, my great sky sacred ground will do it. In the end, an 8-armed Tao Lord with a heavenly venerate level primordial spirit stepped forward. This was Tao Lord Bayshur of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. He was an ancient existence who had been atop her universe Tao Lord many eons ago. He also had a clone, so he didn't have to worry about dying. In addition, the speed at which he derived the Heavenly King diagram was clearly slower than his fellow tribesmen. Thus, he was willing to step forward and contribute to his race. Very good! The third sacred lord nodded. With my race's rank 7 flying type treasure, the Rippling Palace, unless Tao Lord Mountain Sea also has a rank 7 flying type treasure, he won't be able to escape the might of my rank 7 flying type treasure. After saying this, he didn't do anything. Third sacred lord, that Rippling Palace. Tao Lord Bayshur stood to the side, waiting for the third sacred lord to take out the rank 7 flying type treasure. The 100 or so Tao Lords present were also watching this scene. Haha, you're giving it away just like that? Do you think my heavenly feather race is stupid? The third sacred lord laughed loudly, his voice filled with mockery. After all, this is a rank 7 flying type treasure. If Divine General 8 Clouds doesn't take it away in the end and you refuse to return it, what should we do? The fourth sacred lord sneered. Then what should the two sacred lords do so that they won't worry? Tao Lord Bayshur was expressionless. The heavenly feather race had existed for less than 1 eons. In terms of age, he had lived for much longer than the two sacred lords. Thus, he wasn't afraid of the third sacred lord and the fourth sacred lord. How about this? Your great sky sacred ground will give me 10 rank 6 flying type treasures. After dealing with Tao Lord Mountain Sea, we'll exchange them back, the third sacred lord said. If your rank 7 flying type treasure is taken away by Divine General 8 Clouds, will you still return it to us? Tao Lord Bayshur asked in a low voice. Those rank 6 flying type treasures are useless to me. My heavenly feather race doesn't lack rank 6 flying type treasures. The third sacred lord sneered. Using 10 rank 6 flying type treasures as collateral in exchange for a rank 7 flying type treasure that might be taken away by Divine General 8 Clouds. Is there a problem? Moreover, we're all in danger of dying in this inheritance. Do you think my heavenly feather race will swallow everything? Or are you suspecting a heavenly venerate? The fourth sacred lord said coldly. Do you know how precious my Rippling Palace is? It's up to you whether you want to exchange it or not, the third sacred lord said again. The Great Sky Sacred Ground had sent out a total of 50 Tao Lords. In the end, 32 of them had made it here. Moreover, these Tao Lords were all elites of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Almost all of them had at least 1 rank 6 flying type treasure. After weighing the pros and cons, they agreed to the third sacred lord's request. All right, let's do it. The Heavenly Feather Race and the Great Sky Sacred Ground quickly made the exchange. The Heavenly Feather Race picked and chose the 10 most valuable rank 6 flying type treasures. This is the Rippling Palace. The third sacred lord waved his hand and took out an item. A colorful palace appeared in midair. It faintly emitted an aura that affected the space-time. Tao Lord Bayshur's eyes flashed with a fiery light. The Great Sky Sacred Ground had many rank 7 flying type treasures. However, most of them were in the hands of heavenly venerates. He didn't have the right to possess a rank 7 flying type treasure then. He began to try to refine the Rippling Palace. Until now, none of the 100 Tao Lords present suspected that Jiang Xi had a rank 7 flying type treasure. There were too few rank 7 flying type treasures. No matter how lucky a young fellow who had lived for less than 100,000 years was, it was impossible for him to obtain such a precious flying type treasure. However, they didn't know that Jiangxi's 6th-level mountain and sky tower were both existences that surpassed rank 7 flying type treasures. On the Blackstone Plaza, the 9-story heavenly tower sat there quietly, not moving at all. Within the space of Sky Tower, Jiangxi had been observing the situation outside. As the 100 Tao Lords and 2 heavenly venerates outside were communicating with their spiritual senses, Jiangxi couldn't find out what they were planning. However, when the Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground took out rank 6 flying type treasures and the 3rd Sacred Lord took out the Rippling Palace, Jiangxi immediately guessed what they were going to do. The rank 7 flying type treasure, Rippling Palace? The Heavenly Feather Race's defining treasure was brought in as well? I heard from Master 9 Firmaments that the Rippling Palace has a special suppressive ability. Jiangxi frowned slightly. He wasn't worried about his own safety. A rank 7 flying type treasure couldn't shake the Sky Tower. If they use the Rippling Palace to suppress the Sky Tower later and discover that they failed, I'll be fine, but the Sky Tower will be exposed. If they can't even take the rank 7 flying type treasure, they'll definitely know that the Sky Tower is at least a rank 7 flying type treasure. It might even be higher. Many heavenly venerates will covet it. Even the Heavenly Feather Race, the 3rd greatest power in the Chaos Sea, only had 1 rank 7 flying type treasure. One could only imagine how valuable a rank 7 flying type treasure was. Only the 2 Holy Land universes had accumulated so many calamity eras that they had more rank 7 flying type treasures. Also, I've only just refined the 75th seal of the Sky Tower. The power I can unleash is only at the rank 7 flying type treasure level. What if I can't stop the Rippling Palace even after activating the Sky Tower? What should I do? Jiangxi's mind raced. Whether or not he could block the Rippling Palace's suppression was extremely disadvantageous for him. Jiangxi pondered while observing the situation outside. Suddenly his gaze landed on his black stone pillar. His eyes lit up as he came up with a plan. Haha, then I won't have to worry. While Tao Lord Bayshur was refining the Rippling Palace, swoosh! The 9-story tower, which had been silent all this time, suddenly flew to the top of a black stone pillar and landed. The base of the 9-story tower was originally flat, but now, under Jiangxi's control, it caved in. This way, the entire tower embedded the black stone pillar into the hollow at the bottom. The 9-story tower rapidly grew taller and taller. 1. The tip of the tower finally reached the barrier formed by the red mist above. It felt as though it could support both heaven and earth. Haha, you think this will work? Tao Lord Bayshur laughed. At this moment, he had just finished refining the tower. He activated the Rippling Palace in his hand and tossed it into the air. The colorful palace suddenly expanded, diagonally facing the 9-story tower. Boom! The Rippling Palace instantly produced a terrifying devouring force that enveloped the 9-story tower. It wanted to suck both the tower and Jiangxi into the rank 7 flying type treasure. Wang! The Sky Tower trembled violently, as though it was about to be sucked away. However, it was still a little short. It didn't succeed. How can this be? Tao Lord Bayshur stared at the 3rd Sacred Lord in shock and anger. There's no way it can't be sucked in. Unless his tower is also a rank 7 flying type treasure. The 3rd Sacred Lord frowned. No! The 4th Sacred Lord suddenly said in a low voice. That tower isn't a rank 7 flying type treasure. It's the Black Stone Pillar. Just now, Tao Lord Mountain Sea moved his supreme treasure and embedded it into the Black Stone Pillar. Those black stone pillars were left behind by the 8 Cloud Generals, and they are one with this plaza. The mystic arts condensed from them can instantly kill even the most elite of universe Tao Lords. It's clear that the stone pillar contains a terrifying amount of power. If you want to suck Tao Lord Mountain Sea and the tower into the Rippling Palace, you'll probably have to break the black stone pillar as well. What? How can this be? I've never seen something like this before. The 100+ Dalords in the plaza were all stunned. Chapter 614. Jiangxi's face was all smiles as he stood within the Skirich Pavilion. The Skirich Pavilion was currently stuck firmly in the black stone pillar. Even if the Skirich Pavilion wasn't a 7th-tier supreme treasure, the enemy would still have to separate it from the black stone pillar if they wanted to take it away. However, this clearly wasn't going to work. Both the Skirich Pavilion and the stone pillars left behind by the 8 Cloud Generals were unshakable. This created a false impression. The experts outside would mistakenly believe that the reason they couldn't take the Skirich Pavilion away was because of the black stone pillars. That way, they wouldn't suspect that the Skirich Pavilion was a supreme treasure. Damn it! That sly human! Although the 7th-tier supreme treasure, the Palace of Tidal Waves, is powerful, it can't break apart the black stone pillars at all. It seems there really is no other way. And the stone pillar that Dalord Mountain Sea is attached to is his. Even if he hides in the tower forever, he'll still be able to deduce the Heavenly King diagram at any time. The experts quickly realized these problems. They were all infuriated, but there was nothing they could do. Ugh! There's no other way to get rid of this threat. Dalord Bayshire, return the Palace of Tidal Waves to me, the 3rd Sacred Lord said, giving up as well. Dalord Bayshire hesitated for a moment, then exchanged glances with the other experts of the Juntian Sacred Land. In the end, he decided to trade supreme treasures with the 3rd Sacred Lord in exchange for the 10 6th-tier supreme treasures of the Juntian Sacred Land. Now that things had developed to this point, there was nothing the 3 major powers could do. There's no other way. There's only one stupid way left. Attack the tower! Attack it again and again. This is a 6th-tier supreme treasure. At most, it can weaken most of the attacks. Even the shockwaves from the attacks will affect it. I refuse to believe that it'll be able to calm down enough to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Fine. Let's choose a few more Dalords and attack it together. Instantly, the 3 major powers each sent out 2 more cosmic-level Dalords, in addition to the 3 who had survived earlier. The 9 supreme cosmic-level Dalords attacked the 9-level tower that was embedded into the black stone pillar nonstop. Rumble, the 9-level tower trembled slightly, as though it was being affected, but of course, this was all a disguise. Even the violent shaking when the Palace of Tidal Waves had been used to suppress the tower was all a disguise. No matter how crazy you all are, it's all in vain. Jiangxi was leisurely sitting cross-legged in sky-piercing tower. He was even in the mood to take out his wine gourd and drink. Although he could only unleash the power of a 7th-stage supreme treasure of the Heavenly Tower, the original grade of this special supreme treasure was higher than that. From Aishang's words, it could be inferred that the sky-reaching tower was the same as the Xianwang Mountain. It should also be a Tier 9 supreme treasure. Given how tough this supreme treasure was, not even the terrifying blades of light from Mount Xuanhuang's quintessence region had been able to shake it. The 9 cosmic Dalords outside were even less able to do anything to it. Their frenzied attacks did not even count as tickling Heaven-span tower. Jiangxi was in the space of the Heavenly Tower and was not affected at all. He could concentrate on studying the Heavenly King diagram. I don't even need to use my spiritual sense to explore the pattern made of light and shadow. Universe 4, inside the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. In a quiet part of the starry sky, there were large stars orbiting around and nebulas circulating. A mysterious pattern made of gigantic light and shadow seemed to be ever-changing as it hovered silently in the starry sky. A wisp of Jiangxi's clone spirit consciousness transformed into a spirit body and appeared here, looking at the pattern. Although the Heavenly King diagram is ever-changing, the composition of the light and shadow is fixed. I've memorized the process of the 8 Clouds Divine General using the light and shadow to condense this pattern. Naturally, I can simulate the same pattern in the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. In the civilization of the 8 Clouds Divine General, even children could deduce the Heavenly King diagram. This meant that although the diagram was mysterious, it was extremely difficult to deduce. However, As long as one remembered the way the light and shadow formed the pattern, it was not difficult to sketch it out. It was just like how everyone knew that 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 and could write it out casually, but they did not know why it was equal to 2. By the same logic, he could simulate the exact same Heavenly King diagram, but he did not know how many changes there were within. As for the Heavenly King diagram before him, Jiang Xi did not simulate it early on because he expected that he would be attacked. This was because after Celestial Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds knew of the existence of the Heavenly King diagram, they immediately asked Jiang Xi to simulate the Heavenly King diagram into the Heavenly Mountain River diagram. Clearly, Celestial Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Nine Clouds, and the other Tao Lords of the human race were very curious about the Heavenly King diagram. The Heavenly King diagram was the most popular deduction game in the civilization of the Eight Clouds Divine General. It was also a supplementary cultivation method. As Tao Lords and Celestial Venerables, there was no one who was not curious. Therefore, Jiang Xi tried to simulate the Heavenly King diagram. He only needed to simulate one copy. With the ability of the Heavenly Mountain River diagram, he could naturally replicate more copies so that every Tao Lord of the human race could study it. In the future, even the perfected lords and 9 tribulation transcenders of the human race could train and improve their comprehension through deducing the Heavenly King diagram. The Heavenly King diagram is too mysterious. It seems to hide a great world and is the truth of everything in the world. I have to deduce and study it properly. The spiritual consciousness of Jiang Xi's clone began to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Of course, he did not forget to deduce the Taoist technique and strive to advance it to the level of the Heavenly Tao as soon as possible so that he could become a Tao Lord. He looked at his experience points. Experience, 1,880 trillion eternal experience, 19 yuan. In the battle in the 8 Cloud Ruins just now, he had killed 2 universe Tao Lords in a row and obtained 18 yuan of eternal experience points. These experience points were enough for him to deduce for tens of thousands of years. This was where Jiang Xi's confidence came from. Time passed. In the Myriad World's ruins, one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Chaos Sea, outside the 8 Cloud Ruins shrouded in red fog, more and more powerhouses from various factions rushed over. However, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo of the Great Sky Sacred Land and Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust of the Red Lotus Sacred Land reached a tacit understanding at this time and blocked the stone door. Great Sky Sacred Land, Red Lotus Sacred Land! You are not troubled by the crisis of the calamity, but you still want to snatch this inheritance? Do you think your 2 sacred lands can stop the entire first universe? Stop all the 4 primal universes? 2 old farts, get lost! Get lost! You destroyed the eternal hope of my race. This is a life and death feud. We will not rest until one of us is dead. In front of eternity, I don't care if you are a sacred land or not. Everyone, attack together! At the stone door of the 8 Cloud Ruins, the battle had already turned red. The crisis of the calamity was imminent. In the face of life and death, the various factions of the 4 primal universes did not care about sacred lands. 2 sacred land universes actually dared to join forces to block the door. Weren't they courting death? Instantly, the 3 Heavenly Venerables and dozens of Tao Lords gathered here joined forces and attacked crazily. However, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo and Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust both had 7th grade true treasures, so they were naturally not afraid of them. You can block us for now, but do you think you can block us forever? When all the other factions arrive, you still won't be able to block them. Back off! Damn it! Shameless sacred land universes! The powerhouses blocked outside the door became angrier and angrier. There were close to 100 factions in the Chaos Sea. In terms of overall strength, the Great Sky Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land were ranked 1st and 2nd. However, compared to the 4 primal universes, even the weakest universe, the 4th, had to join forces with the 2 sacred lands to be about the same level. As for the first 3 primal universes, such as the first, there were close to 100 Heavenly Venerables alone. In comparison, the 2 sacred land universes added together and multiplied by 10 times would barely be able to catch up to the entire first universe. Because the sacred land universes were unable to produce heavenly venerables, the heavenly venerables who were still alive were those who had survived before the sacred land universes were established. Moreover, the heavenly venerables of the sacred land universes did not have miniature universes, so they were weaker than those of the same level. Compared to the heavenly venerables of the 4 primal universes, their advantage was that they had excavated many ancient inheritances and 7th-grade true treasures in the Chaos Sea over a long period of time. With the help of these inheritances and true treasures, their actual combat strength was still considered passable. This was why the 2 old guys from the Great Sky Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land could block the stone door of the 8 Cloud Ruins for more than a year. However, soon, 8 heavenly venerables rushed over with more than 100 Tao Lords and charged in mightily. There was no way such a huge formation could stop them. Then, after the 8 heavenly venerables sent their own people in, they also joined the ranks of blocking the door, blocking the forces behind with the Great Sky Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land. Only 3 months had passed since this interception. The last batch of more than 20 heavenly venerables joined forces and led a large number of Tao Lords, perfected Lords, and a massive army of 9 tribulation transcenders into the 8 Cloud Ruins. At this point, the nearly 100 forces in the Chaos Sea had basically participated. However, towards the end, the selection of the 8 Cloud Generals was obviously much stricter. If Jiangxi's batch was said to have eliminated 20 to 30% of the candidates, then 20 to 30% would be eliminated. Now, because there were too many candidates, the elimination rate had greatly increased. The elimination rate of Tao Lords and Perfected Lords had reached 80%, and the elimination rate of 9 Tribulation Transcenders had reached 99%. There were so many candidates, but only a small portion of them had passed the 9-realm bridge and reached the 3rd square. On the Black Stone Square, the experts and geniuses of the 4 primal universes and the 2 holy lands had gathered. Excluding those who had been eliminated in the first 2 rounds or killed by the puppets of the 9 realms, there were not many candidates left from the various forces. There were even fewer heavenly venerables and Tao Lords. However, the heavenly venerables and Tao Lords who could make it here were naturally outstanding among those of the same level. The Jun Tian Holy Land had 32 Tao Lords. The Red Lotus Holy Land had 18 Tao Lords. The First Universe had 8 heavenly venerables and 185 Tao Lords. The Second Universe had 5 heavenly venerables and 125 Tao Lords. The Third Universe had 2 heavenly venerables and 98 Tao Lords. The Fourth Universe had 32 Tao Lords. In the face of the calamity, almost every force had sent their elites and geniuses from the number of experts. One could see how powerful the First Universe was. Even the 2 Holy Lands didn't have any advantage. They could only bow their heads and avoid the danger for the time being. In fact, the forces of the 4 primal universes were still restrained and didn't really go all out. This was because the 2 Holy Lands had only sent Tao Lords, Perfected Lords, and 9 Tribulation Transcenders. No heavenly venerables had entered the 8 Cloud Ruins. In terms of heritage and secrets, the various forces of the 4 primal universes couldn't compare to the 2 Holy Lands. In the eyes of the various forces, the 2 Holy Lands, which had always been aloof in the past, had sent a large number of their people in this time. Obviously, the inheritance this time was very important. However, the 2 Holy Lands didn't send any heavenly venerables in. This also showed that heavenly venerables weren't of much use. Therefore, other than the 2 heavenly venerables from the Heavenly Feather clan, the other forces weren't so blind. Especially the 4th universe, where no heavenly venerables had entered. After a large number of candidates poured into the 3rd square, they saw a strange scene. Boom! Boom! 9 Supreme Universe Tao Lords were constantly unleashing attacks against a 9-level pagoda. All kinds of beasts, saber lights, sword lights, fist marks, palm marks formed by secret techniques. They emitted a terrifying power, and the explosions caused the entire Black Stone Square to tremble slightly. What's going on? Who are those Tao Lords attacking? Some of the newcomers were both stunned and puzzled. Inside the 9-story tower being attacked is Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe's human race. It's said that Tao Lord Mountain Sea is most likely to obtain the inheritance, so everyone is trying their best to effect his deduction. Those 9 tribulation transcenders secretly transmitted their voices to each other. There were too many 9 tribulation transcenders present. For example, almost every force in the first universe had brought thousands of 9 tribulation transcenders. Even the Heavenly Feather Clan had sent another batch of 9 tribulation transcenders. After all, the lives of 9 tribulation transcenders were worthless. As a result, the number of 9th tribulation transcenders from the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes on the Black Stone Square was still close to 100,000, even after going through 2 rounds of screening. The number of perfected lords was close to 5,000. The number of Tao lords was close to 500. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you want to obtain the inheritance? Don't be delusional, puny 4th universe's human race. This is a disaster for you, not a blessing. Attack him! In addition to the 9 top-notch universe Tao lords, the other major forces also occasionally sent powerhouses to attack. It was as if they were using Jiangxi as a punching bag and dared to attack anyone. In the space of Heavenly Tower, Jiangxi looked outside with an indifferent expression. Laugh all you want. When I obtain the inheritance in the end, you will be dumbfounded. However, it seems that Divine General 8 Clouds really wants to choose the best inheritor. He actually let so many candidates in. Even my 4th universe's human camp has sent quite a few. This time, because the 4th universe's forces were the weakest and they didn't send many powerhouses, they temporarily joined forces. The human race, the monster race, the ghost race, and dozens of top races joined forces and sent a batch of candidates in. Of course, there weren't many left who could really cross the 9-realm bridge and arrive at the Black Stone Square. Among them, the human camp only had 1 universe Tao Lord Clear Flame, 14 perfected lords, and 159 tribulation transcenders. Tao Lord Clear Flame was the sect leader of the Tao sect, and he took a great risk to enter this time. How pitiful! Tao Lord Mountain Sea has become the target of everyone. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. The 32 Tao Lords of the 4th universe gathered together. Tao Lord Clear Flame saw that the other 4 primal universes and 2 Holy Land universes often attacked Jiangxi. Although he was very angry, there was nothing he could do. As for the monster race, ghost race, and other races, although their words were beautiful, they were probably secretly gloating. They were only temporarily allied and were still hostile races. They didn't want to see the human race become stronger. Time flew by year after year. In the blink of an eye, nearly 300 years had passed. They originally thought that the test of the Heavenly King diagram wouldn't take too long, but the current situation showed that it would probably take a long time. This was because the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram was too difficult. The powerhouses and geniuses of the 4 primal universes and 2 Holy Land universes all felt the complexity and variability of the process at first. They felt that it was simple. But the further they went, the more difficult the deduction became, and it rose in a straight line. I've finally deduced the 2999th change. In the starry sky of the Heavenly King diagram in the 4th universe, the spirit body of Jiangxi's clone stood in front of the simulated Heavenly King diagram and deduced seriously. In the past 300 years, as he deduced one correct change after another, the efficiency of Jiangxi's deduction kept decreasing, and the deduction speed became slower and slower. It actually took him nearly 300 years to deduce the 2999th change. One had to know that in the first month, he had already deduced 100 changes. Now, the difficulty had increased by dozens of times. The 3000th change. The difficulty has increased again. Jiangxi took a deep breath. The 3000th change should be another bottleneck. The most difficult part of deducing the Heavenly King diagram was that the changes that had already been deduced would interfere with each other in his mind. The more changes that were deduced, the greater the interference in the future. And when Jiangxi deduced the 3000th change, he clearly felt that the previous 2,999 changes were about to interfere with him to a higher level. In the Heavenly King diagram, when the spirit body of Jiangxi's clone was using the experience panel to deduce the Heavenly King diagram, a handsome man in a purple Taoist robe was standing not far away and watching. The handsome man's eyes were like stars, faintly hiding the mystery of the entire universe's operation. He had a smile on his face, and just his smile could make people feel relaxed and happy. This Jiangxi, as expected of the strongest genius in the history of our human race. The man in the purple Taoist robe was observing Jiangxi. The strange thing was that Jiangxi's eyes could clearly see in this direction, but it was as if he couldn't see this man. With Jiangxi's current strength, in the Heavenly King diagram, even if it was Venerable Ming, it was impossible for him to be completely invisible in front of Jiangxi. Only the creator of the Heavenly King diagram, Venerable Zishao, could be completely invisible in front of Jiangxi, so that Jiangxi couldn't detect him. He has cultivated for an extremely short period of time, and his talent and perception are rare in the world. Venerable Zishao smiled and praised. From the fact that he cultivates 7 Taoist techniques at the same time, it can be seen how strong his perception is. Even Venerable Ming is much inferior to him. The human experts had separated a wisp of their spiritual consciousness to deduce the Heavenly King diagram and the Heavenly King diagram. The Heavenly King diagram was the strongest mystic technique that Venerable Zishao used, so he was very clear about the deduction progress of the various human experts. He was shocked to discover that Jiangxi's deduction speed was far faster than that of any human Tao Lord. Even Venerable Ming was far inferior to Jiangxi. Heavenly Venerables, Tao Lords, Perfected Lords, and 9 Tribulation Transcenders. These 4 levels are different in strength, and the strength of the essence soul varies. In terms of deduction speed, there is a fundamental gap. It is difficult to make up for it just by relying on perception. From this, it can be speculated that the requirements of the 8 Clouds Divine General for the candidates of each level should be different. Venerable Zishao muttered to himself. Jiangxi is only a 5th transformation True Lord, so the requirements shouldn't be high. However, he can deduce so quickly. It's not strange that he is targeted by the 8 Clouds Divine General. That's why he created some difficulty for him and forced him to reach his limits. Venerable Zishao chuckled and looked into the distance as if he could see the end of this world. Venerable Ming is obviously much worse in terms of deduction. This is related to his personality. He is usually too calm, and after a long time, his drive has long been worn away. He shook his head. Otherwise, as a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable with such a strong essence soul, he wouldn't be inferior to Jiangxi in terms of deduction speed. Venerable Zishao walked to Jiangxi's side and sat down cross-legged. Jiangxi didn't notice at all. If I were also a 5th transformation True Lord, my deduction speed would probably be comparable to Jiangxi's. He was invincible in the Chaos Sea back then and had already reached the end of the Heavenly Venerable path. Of course, his foundation was extremely high. In terms of strength, Venerable Ming was far inferior to him. In the entire Chaos Sea, the only ones who could truly defeat him were the 2 Supremes who rarely appeared. Moreover, he was eternally suppressed by the 4th universe for countless years. It was also a kind of cultivation that allowed him to become more complete and powerful. It was only because he was eternally suppressed that he couldn't leave. The 6,000th change is indeed difficult to deduce. Venerable Zishao stared at the mysterious pattern formed by light and shadow and frowned slightly. He was originally a genius, and his talent was second only to Jiangxi. Back then, he led the entire human race to become the strongest race in the 4th universe with his own strength. His own strength was invincible in the Chaos Sea. Moreover, after being eternally suppressed for so many years, the strength of his essence soul had long surpassed the Heavenly Venerable level and reached the Supremacy level. Therefore, his deduction speed was much faster than Jiangxi's experience panel. If Jiangxi knew, he would probably be dumbfounded. There was actually a human-shaped cheater in this world. Of course, Jiangxi had already discovered a pattern. The speed and efficiency of the experience panel's deduction was related to his cultivation and essence soul strength. The higher his cultivation and essence soul strength, the higher the speed and efficiency of the panel's deduction. Venerable Zi Zhao's essence soul strength was already at the supremacy level, but his essence soul strength was still at the universe level. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. The fact that he could rely on the experience panel to far surpass Venerable Ming, who was a third step heavenly venerable, in terms of deduction was enough to prove the power of the panel. Venerable Zishao carefully observed the Heavenly King diagram and deduced the changes within. Heavenly King? What kind of powerful existence is this to be able to create such an unbelievable and mysterious diagram? It's countless times more complicated than my strongest mystic technique, the heaven connecting mountain river diagram. In my opinion, if I can comprehend this Heavenly King diagram, I might be able to obtain a precious inheritance that's not inferior to the 8 clouds' inheritance. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament silently sat cross-legged beside Riverward, carefully comprehending and deducing. However, Jiang Xi did not know that there was a human-shaped cheater sitting beside him. Chapter 615. Chaos C, 8 Cloud Ruins, the Third Square. The Heavenly King diagram formed by light and shadow was suspended in midair in the center of the square, changing mysteriously. Below, more than 100,000 black stone pillars rose from the ground and stood erect around the pattern. Each black stone pillar corresponded to a candidate. The powerhouses and geniuses from nearly 100 forces in the Chaos Sea were seriously deducing this mysterious diagram. Of course, there were more than 10 Tao Lords attacking the 9-story tower to interfere with Jiang Xi's deduction. In fact, as time passed, the threat of Jiang Xi in everyone's hearts had decreased by a lot. This was because although Jiang Xi and Tao Lord Tuoyi were the first batch to enter, they had only entered 1 or 2 years earlier. Now that 300 years had passed, the advantage of 1 or 2 years had become very small. However, everyone had attacked for a long time and had formed a habit. When they were tired of deducing, they would attack Jiang Xi's 9-story tower to relieve their boredom. Ding-dong, a pleasant sound rang out, waking up every candidate present. Huh! What's going on? What happened? What's that sound? Look, it's Divine General 8 Clouds. Whether it was Heavenly Venerables or 9 Tribulation Transcenders, more than 100,000 candidates gathered their gazes. In midair, a blood-colored light appeared and condensed into a red-armored figure holding a heavenly halberd. It was Divine General 8 Clouds, who had not appeared in 300 years. His eyes, which were like the 9 nether abyss, fell on the 9-story tower. Candidate Universe 4 Mountain C has reached the minimum requirement. What? This is impossible. Tao Lord Mountain C has reached the minimum requirement? The candidates of the various forces were shocked. In the beginning, they still regarded Tao Lord Mountain C as a huge threat. But as time passed, everyone no longer thought that Tao Lord Mountain C was much of a threat. This was because the difficulty of deducing the Heavenly King diagram was getting higher and higher. Although it was fast at the beginning, it did not mean that it would continue to be fast. Perhaps there would be someone with high comprehension ability among the latecomers and their deduction speed could catch up to Tao Lord Mountain C. Quiet! Divine General 8 Clouds in different gaze swept across the square. The noisy black stone square immediately quieted down. The 8 Clouds General looked at the pagoda and said softly, Mountain C, come out! Whoosh! The 9-story pagoda disappeared and Jiang Xi, who was wearing a black armor with golden patterns, stood there. He bowed respectfully. Greetings, 8 Clouds Divine General. Is that Tao Monarch Mountain C of the 4th Universe? Lord Tao Lord Mountain and Sea? The 9 Tribulation Transcenders from various forces widened their eyes and looked up at the dazzling figure in midair. This scene was fixed in the hearts of these geniuses. Jiang Xi was well aware of what had happened because just now, he had deduced the 3,000th change. It was as if he had completed a stage of deduction. Of course, he was the first to reach the minimum requirement of becoming an 8-Cloud Divine General. It was not only because of the help of the experience panel that his deduction speed was far ahead of the other candidates. Also, it should be related to his cultivation level. After all, his actual cultivation level was only that of a fifth revolution true monarch. Divine generals of the 8 clouds probably had different minimum requirements for candidates of different strength. Mountain Sea. The 8 clouds divine general looked down at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi bowed slightly, ignoring the envious and hateful candidates below. Although you have reached the minimum requirement, there is still a long time before the 3rd stage. Continue deducing. The 8 clouds divine general nodded. In this stage, the more changes you can deduce, the more help it will be to you. When you receive the inheritance in the future, you will also obtain more benefits. Yes. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. You can deduce at ease. From now on, no one can interfere with your deduction. As the 8 clouds divine general spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed. Buzz! Jiang Xi's black stone pillar suddenly emitted a misty light and shadow. Like a barrier, it enveloped the entire stone pillar, and also Jiang Xi. The entire light and shadow barrier emitted a silver light, and there were complicated patterns and secret runes circulating on it. Just the power it faintly emitted made all the powerhouses present tremble in fear. Whoever dares to attack and interfere with the Mountain Sea will be eliminated and killed. The 8 clouds divine general's cold gaze swept through the crowd. Killed. As soon as these words were spoken, the powerhouses of the various factions gathered in the Blackstone Square trembled. Apart from the powerhouses of the 4th Universe's human camp, all the other powerhouses felt anxious, angry, and indignant. Originally, the 300 years of deduction made them think that Tao Lord Mountain Sea, who was only 1 or 2 years ahead, was not much of a threat. Especially those heavenly venerables. With the strength of their essence spirits, their deduction was naturally extremely fast, so they were confident that they could overtake him. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. The first to meet the minimum requirement was Tao Lord Mountain Sea again. We're in big trouble. This is bad. What should we do? That human really deserves to die. The Supremes have already ordered us to fight for this inheritance at all costs. The powerhouses of the various factions were furious and anxious. The group of Tao Lords of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground were also communicating with each other via voice transmission. Tao Lord Tuoyi frowned and sighed. I have no choice. From the beginning, the 8 clouds divine general took care of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Now Tao Lord Mountain Sea is the first to meet his minimum requirement. As the saying goes, if one step is fast, one step will be fast. If this continues, his advantage will probably grow bigger and bigger. At that time, the chances of us obtaining the inheritance in the end will be slim. Tao Lord Tuoyi, why don't we kill Tao Lord Mountain Sea? That's right, kill him. We'd rather be killed by the 8 clouds divine general to kill Tao Lord Mountain Sea. We can't give him a chance. This inheritance belongs to our Red Lotus Sacred Ground. The other Tao Lords of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground suggested anxiously. Tao Lord Tuoyi shook his head. Calm down. We're not the only ones who are anxious now. The Great Sky Sacred Ground is also anxious. Of course, the most anxious ones are the factions of the 4 primal universes because they are facing the crisis of the calamity. If Tao Lord Mountain Sea obtains the inheritance of the 8 clouds, it will be equivalent to snatching away the eternal opportunity of the other factions. Therefore, they definitely can't hold back. However, in my opinion, it will be very difficult to break through that silver light barrier. Tao Lord Tuoye's words calmed the other Tao Lords of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground for the time being. At the same time, the various factions were secretly discussing whether to attack or what to do. The 8 clouds divine general looked at everyone coldly and continued. The Mountain Sea is protected by my secret technique. Even if you want to attack, you won't be able to break through this barrier. Therefore, it's better not to send yourselves to death. There's still a long time to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. Work hard. The more changes you deduce, the greater your chances of obtaining the inheritance. If anyone can deduce more than 20,000 changes in this stage, they will be able to obtain the inheritance of my 8 clouds lineage directly. Hearing such words, everyone's reaction was very calm. This was because the requirement to deduce 20,000 changes was mentioned by the 8 Clouds Divine General when every batch of candidates entered. In the beginning, the new candidates would be very excited and full of confidence. However, when they really began to deduce, they would realize that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to deduce 20,000 changes. This was something that was simply impossible to achieve. It was simply a dream. 20,000 changes? The difficulty is unimaginable. I've only just deduced 2002 changes. The third Sacred Lord sighed. The fourth Sacred Lord is stuck at the 1999th change and has reached a bottleneck. Every change in the Heavenly King diagram interferes with each other. The more changes one deduces, the greater the interference. Every 1,000 changes will increase the difficulty by a level. I wonder how difficult it will be in the future. I wonder what the minimum requirement for becoming an 8 Clouds Divine General is. I've already deduced 2002 changes, which is the highest in the Heavenly Feather race. However, I still haven't reached the minimum requirement for becoming an 8 Clouds Divine General. However, the Mountain Sea Tao Lord has reached the requirement. Could it be that he has deduced more than me? Or perhaps the minimum requirement for becoming a Tao Lord is different from that of a Heavenly Venerate? The third Sacred Lord guessed. On the other side, the 8 Clouds Divine General looked at Jiang Xi. He was no longer as cold as before and said, Mountain Sea, continue to work hard. Yes. Jiang Xi bowed again. Whoosh! The 8 Clouds Divine General nodded lightly and disappeared. The Black Stone Plaza became noisy again as all sorts of discussions rang out. Jiang Xi looked around calmly and immediately discovered that many experts were staring at him. Their gazes were filled with anger, resentment, jealousy, and killing intent. He stood within the silver light barrier and smiled at the candidates. Come on, continue. Don't stop. Continue to attack me. As soon as he said this, the entire place exploded. Damn it! He's too arrogant. This bastard. The experts of many factions were furious. They gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't dare to do anything. Previously, they had dared to attack, but now, the 8 Clouds Divine General had repeatedly emphasized that once they attacked, they would be eliminated. Moreover, the 8 Clouds Divine General had said that none of the experts present could break through the silver light barrier. Since such an existence dared to say this, he definitely had his confidence. Ha ha! Riverward roared with laughter, his gaze sweeping past the Tao Lords who had attacked him. This provocative gaze made the Tao Lords even angrier. However, they also understood that the Mountain Sea Tao Lord had done this on purpose. If they really attacked, they would be fools. A bunch of cowards. Jiang Xi shook his head. This sentence directly dealt a blow to the more than 100,000 experts and geniuses of the 4 primal universes and the 2 Holy Land universes. Then, he sat cross-legged within the silver light barrier and continued to study and deduce the Sky King diagram. The experts of the various factions, especially the 2 Holy Land universes and the First Universe, all approached the light barrier to carefully sense the terrifying aura. In the end, they could only retreat helplessly. Obviously, the power of this light barrier was terrifying. These experts had already lost confidence before they even attacked. They were anxious and angry, but there was nothing they could do. At the same time, they hated the Mountain Sea Tao Lord even more. Is the only chance of eternity going to be obtained by a mere human? Damn it! The human race of the 4th universe must be destroyed. All of them glared fiercely at Jiang Xi and threatened him. Jiang Xi glanced at them expressionlessly, and then ignored them. These words had no power. They were just barks. He knew very well that as his advantage grew, he would become a thorn in the eyes of the various factions in the Chaos Sea sooner or later. They would hate him. This was indeed the case. Ever since the 8 Clouds Divine General gave him special treatment, the various factions had begun to surround and attack him. Since they had already shed all pretenses, he wouldn't put on any pretense, nor would he think about easing the relationship between the various factions. In front of a real opportunity, he should move forward bravely and not retreat. Jiang Xi, will definitely get this inheritance. As for the various hatred and threats, there was no need to care. In the future, he would return them one by one. Universe 4, Heaven-Reaching Tower, Mountain River Diagram. A huge Sky King diagram formed by light and shadow floated quietly in the starry sky. It was surrounded by large stars and nebulas. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged in front of the Sky King diagram, quietly deducing. Beside him, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who was wearing a purple Taoist robe, sat side by side with him, also comprehending this mysterious diagram. Jiang Xi, how delightful! Haha, Jiang Xi, well done! You didn't even tell us about such a delightful thing. Suddenly, several figures appeared not far away. They were all experts of the human race. Apart from Heavenly Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmament, experts such as Buddhist Venerable, Imperial Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord Sword One, Tao Lord Long Wall, and a few others had arrived. All of them were delighted. Jiang Xi stood up to welcome them. We just found out too. Heavenly Venerable Ming laughed loudly. You're actually the first to reach the minimum requirement of the 8 Clouds Divine General. As the saying goes, the faster the faster. The longer you take, the greater your advantage. It seems that you have the greatest chance of obtaining the inheritance this time. Now, don't bother about anything else, and don't care about the threats of those factions. At most, we'll stay in Universe 4 and not go to the Chaos Sea. Those 2 sacred grounds value the 8 Clouds inheritance so much. If our race obtains this inheritance, we can even surpass those 2 sacred grounds in the future. By then, we won't be afraid of any threats. That's right. Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on seizing the inheritance. Tao Lord Nine Firmament laughed as well. Heavenly Venerable Ming, Master, I understand. Jiang Xi nodded and smiled. Actually, even if they want to threaten or disturb me now, they can't do anything about it. Haha, that's good. We won't disturb you any further. Continue with your divination. Heavenly Venerable Ming laughed loudly. Junior apprentice brother, the prosperity of our Tao Alliance's human race depends on you. Imperial Lord Mi Luo was also smiling. Mountain Sea, do your best. Show those factions in the Chaos Sea how terrifying our race's geniuses are. Tao Lord Longwall laughed as well. In the beginning, he had always been at odds with Jiang Xi. Now, he had become good friends with Jiang Xi. Buddhist Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Sword One, and the others encouraged him from the side. The group of human experts chatted with Jiang Xi, but none of them, including Heavenly Venerable Ming, noticed that Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament was silently watching from the side. Our race can only rely on them to fight for everything. I can only watch from the side. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament sighed softly. Jiang Xi, work hard. He was also cheering for Jiang Xi. Ever since he had been permanently suppressed by the 4th universe, he had watched the human race encounter crisis after crisis for countless years. However, he could only watch without being able to do anything. Even though he had monstrous strength and had comprehended a lot during the battle with the 4th universe's quintessence, his primordial spirit had reached the level of primordial spirit. Now, if he were to go to the Chaos Sea's endless void to challenge eternity, he would have a certain level of confidence. Unfortunately, it was all too late. After being permanently suppressed, he could do nothing. Quintessence of the universe, I won't bow to you just like that. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, I'll fight to the end. Galaxies flowed in Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's eyes. The universe hidden inside seemed to be about to break out of its shell, but it quickly returned to normal. He continued to look at the Heavenly King diagram and divined with all his might. The top experts of all the factions in the Chaos Sea knew the importance of the 8 Clouds legacy. For the factions of the 4 primal universes, this legacy from countless eras ago represented eternity. For the sovereigns of the 2 sacred lands, it was a path that was even further than eternity. Therefore, these top experts were silently waiting and looking forward to it. They hoped that the experts and geniuses on their side who entered the 8 Clouds ruins could reach the minimum requirement to deduce the Heavenly King diagram faster. The third plaza of the Eight Clouds ruins had become a silent battlefield that the entire Chaos Sea was paying attention to. After all, the Eight Clouds' legacy would determine which faction could become eternity and establish the next eternal sacred land. Down Monarch Mountain Sea only has a temporary advantage. We still have a chance. Yes, as long as we reach the minimum requirement of 8 clouds in the third round, we can enter the fourth plaza and obtain the legacy. We must obtain this opportunity. Whether our race can become eternity depends on this. Even if we die, we must obtain this opportunity for our race. All the factions were in a frenzy. They had seen the situation clearly. It was impossible to surpass Down Monarch Mountain Sea in the third round of the Heavenly King diagram. Therefore, they set their goal as reaching the minimum requirement of 8 clouds to enter the next plaza and obtain the legacy. As long as there was a chance, everything was possible. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years had passed. The legacy of the 8 clouds ruins had lasted for 500 years. Ding dong, on the silent Blackstone Square, a pleasant voice rang out again, awakening more than 100,000 candidates. All the 9 tribulation transcenders, true lords, Tao monarchs, and heavenly venerables present, including Jiang Xi, who was enveloped by the silver light barrier, immediately looked up. The blood-red light gathered and condensed into a towering red-armored figure. 8 Clouds General! 8 Clouds General has appeared again! He appeared last time because Down Monarch Mountain Sea had reached the minimum requirement. Now he's here again. Could it be me? In my race, I'm the fastest at deducing the Heavenly King diagram. I've already deduced 1,720 variations. The candidates were very excited and expectant. Jiang Xi frowned. He had already reached the minimum requirement. It couldn't be that he appeared for him again, right? Candidate, Hu Yu of the Great Sky Holy Land, has reached the minimum requirement to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. 8 Clouds General looked at an 8-armed figure. It was a handsome man from the Great Sky Holy Land camp. At this moment, his face was full of excitement. All the candidates present, including Jiang Xi, looked over. Among the more than 100,000 candidates, this true Lord Hu Yu was very ordinary and didn't have much fame. He had never heard of him before. When Riverwood saw this, his brows furrowed. I'm a rank 5 true lord. The second person to reach the minimum requirement is also a rank 5 true lord. A rank 5 true lord? After Down Monarch Mountain Sea, the second person to reach the minimum requirement is actually a rank 5 true lord. There are more than 10 heavenly venerables and nearly 500 Down monarchs present. It's fine if Down Monarch Mountain Sea was the first to succeed. After all, he's a rare genius Down monarch in the Chaos Sea. But now, a rank 5 true lord has succeeded? How can this be? Almost all the candidates were puzzled and full of doubts. Buzz, 8 Clouds General pointed with his finger. The black stone pillar beside true Lord Hu Yu was also covered by a layer of silver light barrier. It was exactly the same as Jiang Xi's, protecting true Lord Hu Yu from being disturbed by the other candidates. Hu Yu, the more changes you deduce, the more help it will be to you. Deduce at ease. With my secret barrier protecting you, no one will be able to hurt you. 8 Clouds General encouraged true Lord Hu Yu. Yes. True Lord Hu Yu bowed respectfully. 8 Clouds General nodded. Then, his cold gaze swept across all the candidates present. If you reach the minimum requirement, you will be protected by me. If anyone dares to attack, they will be eliminated and killed. After he finished speaking, he disappeared. The Blackstone Plaza instantly became lively. It's fine if it was Down Monarch Mountain Sea, but now, a true lord has taken the lead. Could it be that a true lord's deduction speed is faster than mine? The third sacred lord of the heavenly feather race could not help but be furious. He was the one with the highest cultivation and strength among all the candidates in the Blackstone Plaza. He believed that his deduction speed was also the fastest. I didn't expect that the second person to reach the minimum requirement would be a true lord. All sorts of angry voices sounded in the plaza, but no one dared to question 8 Clouds General. But the experts of the great sky sacred land were very excited. They were all encouraging true Lord Huyu. As for the eight-armed true monarch Huyu, he nodded excitedly. He even looked at Jiang Xi from afar. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to compete with Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi only looked at him calmly before closing his eyes again. I'm the first person to reach the minimum requirement. When Eight Clouds General chooses his successor, he will definitely look at many aspects. He will probably choose many candidates to enter the next plaza. 500 years have passed, and I've only managed to deduce 4,456 changes using my experience panel. I'm still far away from 20,000 transformations. I have to deduce even more transformations. According to Eight Clouds General, the better my performance in the third stage of the Heavenly King diagram, the more likely I will be to obtain the inheritance. Jiang Xi calculated silently in his heart. What he was considering now was not only his own path of cultivation. Now, the eternal hope of the entire race was on him. He already had such a huge advantage. Naturally, he could not relax at all. Chapter 616. Chaos C. Great Hammer Divine World of the Jun Tian Holy Land Universe. Huyu. Perfected Monarch Huyu actually met the minimum requirement? My Jun Tian Holy Land sent out quite a number of Tao Lords, perfected monarchs, and ninth tribulation transcenders this time. In terms of deducing the Heavenly King diagram, the fastest should be Tao Lord Shihan. In the long years of tempering, the strength of his essence soul has long been comparable to that of a third-step Heavenly Venerable. He has already deduced 3,420 transformations, but he still hasn't met the minimum requirement of 8 divine generals. Huyu has just deduced 3,000 transformations, but he's already been judged to have met the requirement. In a temple, several heavenly venerables and hundreds of Tao Lords of the Jun Tian Holy Land were gathered. They discovered the difference. Buzz, a figure wearing a black robe with golden patterns, appeared in midair of the temple. The black-robed figure was shrouded in a misty breeze mixed with blue lightning, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Supreme! Greetings, Supreme! All the experts in the temple hurriedly bowed respectfully. Jun Tian Supreme's blurry figure looked at them and said softly, Now we can confirm that when the 8 divine generals choose their inheritors, the requirements are different for experts of different strength. Let our perfected monarchs and ninth tribulation transcenders work harder. The more clansmen that meet the minimum requirement, the greater the chances of our Jun Tian Holy Land obtaining the 8 divine generals' inheritance. We obey the Supreme's order. These experts hurriedly replied. Whoosh! Jun Tian Supreme's figure directly dissipated. Inside the temple, the group of experts who had lived through countless eons exchanged glances with each other. They were all secretly shocked. Because in the past, Jun Tian Supreme would only appear once in a very long time. Sometimes, he would not appear for hundreds of eras. But in these few hundred years, he had appeared twice in a row. Previously, he had publicly appeared and sent out a large number of experts to compete for the inheritance. Now, he had directly appeared in this temple and talked to them face to face. From this, it could be seen how much importance Jun Tian Supreme attached to the 8 divine generals' inheritance. Since the Supreme attaches so much importance to it, then we should seize this inheritance. Yes, perfected monarch Huyu is the second to meet the minimum requirement. The chances are very high. Although perfected monarch Huyu is only a 5th transformation true monarch, he is a quasi-Tao Lord. After countless eons of tempering, the strength of his nascent divinity had reached the level of a first-step celestial master. In terms of calculating speed, he was far superior to the Tao Lords and true lords of the 4 primal universes. He had a great advantage. If I had known this would happen, I would have sent a few more quasi-Tao Lords over. It's not too late yet. Send some more over. Yes. Quasi-Tao Lords referred to some special true monarchs. The Great Sky Holy Land had existed for an incomparably long time. Even if there were only 10 Tao Lords in a single cataclysm era, the number of Tao Lords would be uncountable by now. However, in reality, there were less than 1,000 Tao Lords in the great heaven's sacred ground. The reason was that there was a limit to the capacity of the Holy Land universe. After all, the size of a Holy Land universe was much smaller than the size of the 4 original universes. Holy Land universes were unable to nurture celestial venerables. At most, they could nurture Tao Lords. Furthermore, there was a limit to the number of Tao Lords and True Lords that the Holy Land universe could accommodate. This was because true monarchs and Tao Lords had to establish their own grotto heaven worlds. This was a burden to the Holy Lands. Once the number of grotto heaven worlds reached a certain limit, they could not continue to increase. Otherwise, it would cause harm to the Holy Lands. Therefore, some quasi-Tao Lords who had perfected their Tao techniques long ago could become Tao Lords at any time. Because they could not expand their grotto heaven worlds into large grotto heavens, they could not advance and could only be trapped at the true monarch level. These quasi-Tao Lords only had one chance to advance, and that was if a Tao Lord of their race died, the pressure on the Holy Lands would be reduced. Then, the race would choose the most outstanding quasi-Tao Lord and use this empty spot to advance to a true Tao Lord. It could be said that apart from Tao Lords who could not become true monarchs, the quasi-Tao Lords of the Holy Lands were generally stronger than the Tao Lords of the 4 original universes in all other aspects. Whether it was their Tao techniques, secret techniques, physical strength, or essence spirit strength, they had all been tempered to the limit in countless cataclysm eras, in the 700th year since the 8 cloud ruins opened. Ding dong, that pleasant voice sounded again, and the 8 cloud generals appeared again. Instantly the various factions were filled with anticipation. Candidate, 3rd Universe, Demon Race, Trikaska C, has reached the minimum deduction requirement. The 8 cloud generals looked down, and his gaze landed on a demon. This is impossible. How can it be a 9th Tribulation Transcender? Even a 9th Tribulation Transcender has reached the minimum requirement? All the candidates were shocked, including Trikaska C himself. After Tao Lord Mountain C of the human race and true monarch Hu Yu of the Jun Tian Holy Land in the 4th universe, the 3rd person to reach the minimum requirement was actually a 9th Tribulation Transcender of the demon race from the 3rd universe. Buzz! The 8 cloud generals stretched out his finger and covered the black stone pillar next to Trikaska's sea with a layer of silver light. As time passed, one candidate after another reached the minimum requirement. The various factions had basically confirmed that the minimum requirement for different strength was indeed different. Because there were 15 heavenly venerables present, their deduction speed couldn't be worse than a 9th Tribulation Transcender, right? But none of these heavenly venerables had reached the minimum requirement. The first was Jiangxiai. The second was a true monarch. The 3rd was a 9th Tribulation Transcender. The 4th was a 9th Tribulation Transcender. The 5th was a Tao Lord Powerhouse, Tao Lord Chihan from the Jun Tian Holy Land. Since then, the Jun Tian Holy Land had 2 people who had reached the minimum requirement. At this time, Jiangxiai had been deducing the Heavenly King diagram for more than 1,000 years. The 6th was a true monarch powerhouse. The 7th was a Tao Lord powerhouse and also someone Jiangxiai was familiar with. He was also from the first batch of Tao Lord Toyi to enter the 8 cloud ruins. This half-step heavenly venerable had finally reached the minimum requirement. At this time, Jiangxiai had been deducing the Heavenly King diagram for more than 1,300 years. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3,000 years had passed. There were many candidates in the entire Blackstone Square. They were all within the silver light barrier to avoid being disturbed by other candidates at this time. There were already 84 candidates who had reached the minimum requirement. In fact, since the 2000th year, the number of candidates who had reached the minimum requirement had begun to increase rapidly. The first batch of 5 powerhouses to enter the 8 cloud ruins, Jiangxiai, Tao Lord Toyi, Tao Lord Xiangle, Tao Lord Shenfang, and Tao Lord Jinlan, were all in this list. The others, like Tao Lord Yanqing from the 4th universe's human camp, had also reached the minimum requirement. On the contrary, none of the 15 heavenly venerables had succeeded until now. Ding dong! A pleasant voice sounded as if it was congratulating them. The figure of the 8 cloud general also appeared again. However, everyone's reaction was no longer as excited as before. They just looked up to see which faction's candidate had reached the requirement. First universe, Heavenly Venerable Fong Lai, has reached the minimum requirement. The 8 Cloud General's voice was very calm. However, those words caused the Heavenly Venerates to tremble. Phew, finally, a Heavenly Venerable has reached it! The 15 Heavenly Venerables were very excited. Nearly 3,000 years. They watched as the candidates who were many times weaker than them reached the minimum requirement one after another. However, none of them, who could be considered the top group of people in the Chaos Sea, succeeded. This made them wonder if there was no hope for a Heavenly Venerable. Finally, a Heavenly Venerable succeeded. This was the 85th person to reach the minimum requirement, and also the first Heavenly Venerable to succeed. The minimum requirement for a Heavenly Venerable is to deduce 5,000 changes. Heavenly Venerable Fong Lai sighed secretly. Next, one candidate after another reached the minimum requirement to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. 86th, 87th. On the Blackstone Square, it was possible that most of the candidates' deduction speed was not particularly fast. However, there were too many of them. There were more than 100,000 candidates, and as time passed, the number of candidates who met the minimum requirement also increased rapidly. Moreover, this increase was becoming greater and greater. One silver light barrier after another was scattered throughout the square. There were already a lot of them. The time given for the third stage to deduce the Heavenly King diagram is actually so long. There are already close to 100 people who have reached the minimum requirement. From the looks of it, the 8 Cloud General is planning to select even more outstanding candidates, and then choose the true inheritor from them. Yes, the inheritor definitely can't only consider good or bad perception. Other aspects have to be considered. Therefore, the Mountain Sea Dao Lord who has the advantage in the third stage doesn't mean that he will definitely become the final inheritor. My Great Sky Holy Land already has 11 people who have reached the minimum requirement. The further we go, the greater the advantage of my Great Sky Holy Land. The candidates would sometimes secretly communicate with each other. After all, deducing the Heavenly King diagram was a very difficult matter. It also consumed a large amount of essence spirit power. The further they went, the more it would be consumed. Therefore, these candidates would stop and rest for a while every once in a while. Universe 4, inside the mountain river diagram of Sky-Piercing Tower. There are already 91 candidates who have reached the minimum requirement. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments frowned, showing a rare trace of anxiety. The further we go, the more such candidates there will be. At this rate, Jiangxi's advantage will become smaller and smaller. Unlike other factions, we can't send a large number of people over. Only Jiangxi alone. What should we do? Our chances of obtaining the inheritance are constantly decreasing. Tomorrow Venerated and the Dao Lords of the human race were gathered together. Like Dao Lord 9 Firmaments, everyone was a little anxious. Although most of them were wandering in the Chaos Sea, they had been paying attention to Jiangxi and the 8 Cloud Ruins. Everyone knew that the 8 Cloud Inheritance this time was a silent war. This war would determine who would achieve eternity, and which race would establish the third eternal sacred land universe in the Chaos Sea. Haha, don't be anxious. Tomorrow Venerated laughed. It's useless for us to be anxious here. Let Jiangxi deduce in peace. As for us, we'll do what we have to do. If the 8 Cloud Inheritance continues for 10,000 years or even longer, are we going to keep watching? But alright, let's all go back. Tomorrow Venerated waved his hand. In another part of the sky-piercing river diagram, a Heavenly King diagram hovered quietly in the starry sky surrounded by great stars. Jiangxi and Celestial Venerated Purple Firmament were still deducing here. Of course, Jiangxi didn't know that there was a human cheat beside him. The 6,000 changes are really difficult. Jiangxi stood in front of the Heavenly King diagram, feeling a little anxious. It had been 3,000 years, and there had been candidates who had reached the minimum requirement. This had indeed made him feel pressured. Now, no one knew what would happen after the third trial and the fourth plaza. The more candidates passed the third trial, the more his chances would be affected. Jiang Xi fully understood the 8 Cloud General's plan. Clearly, although the 8 Cloud General thought highly of him, he did not place all his hopes on him alone. Since I'm already in the lead for this inheritance, I must expand my advantage and obtain this inheritance. Jiang Xi's eyes shone. The deduction speed and efficiency of the experience points panel has a lot to do with my cultivation and the strength of my essence spirit. My cultivation definitely can't break through for the time being. I still have to refine Xianhuang Mountain. Once I break through to the Tao Lord level, the conditions for Xianhuang Mountain to recognize me as its master will become even harsher. Apart from the physical strength of a Tier 5 cardinal treasure, the conditions for Xianhuang Mountain to recognize me as its master were even harsher. A perfected lord had to have the strength of a heavenly venerable's essence spirit. A Tao Lord had to have the strength of a supreme's essence spirit. Therefore, before obtaining Xianhuang Mountain, Jiang Xi would not break through. This was a Tier 9 cardinal treasure. He would not miss it. Therefore, if I want to increase the deduction speed and efficiency now, I can only try my best to increase the strength of my essence spirit and let it reach the heavenly venerable level. Jiang Xi thought to himself. Currently, there are 2 ways to increase the strength of my essence spirit, continue to expand the grotto heaven world. With the help of stronger world energy, both my physical strength and essence spirit will increase. They might even transform. Or when my Tao technique reaches the heavenly Tao level, after my Tao technique transforms, the strength of my essence spirit will definitely transform as well. Jiang Xi calculated carefully, and then shook his head. The first method was obviously not desirable. He still did not know how long the inheritance would last, so he had to save all the experience points, and not use them to expand the grotto heaven world. Then, there was only the second method. I cultivate 7 Tao techniques at the same time. As early as 7,000 years ago, I cultivated all of them to the great Tao level. I haven't stopped deducing Tao techniques for a moment. If I include the 80,000 years I spent in seclusion in Luyuzhou, the time I spent deducing Tao techniques is actually close to 90,000 years. It's about time. I succeeded, right? Jiang Xi sighed softly and then stopped thinking about it. He continued to deduce the Heavenly King diagram and also continued to deduce Tao techniques. Beside him, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament heard Jiang Xi's sigh and frowned slightly. Looks like Jiang Xi's deduction has encountered a bottleneck. With his talent and comprehension, he should have already deduced more than 5,000 changes, right? Under the circumstances where the 8 Clouds Divine Generals were not public, only Jiang Xi himself knew how much Jiang Xi had deduced. Chapter 617. Heavenly Venerable Zishao looked at Jiang Xi and sighed inwardly. He's still a 5th transformation true lord. 3,000 years. If he can really deduce 5,000 changes, that would be amazing. He turned his gaze back to the Heavenly King diagram, his eyes glowing. Just like how no one knew how many changes Jiang Xi had deduced, no one knew how many changes Heavenly Venerable Zishao had deduced. After 3,000 years of research, he had already deduced more than 15,000 changes. If one were to compare their understanding of the Heavenly King diagram, then this legendary powerhouse who was once invincible in the Chaos Sea could be considered the number 1. In Heavenly Venerable Zishao's opinion, the strength of the primordial spirit was the foundation for the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram, and comprehension was the foundation. In short, the more changes one deduced, the higher one's comprehension was. Now, those candidates seemed to have broken through and reached the minimum requirements. In fact, they had only completed the first stage of the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram. Specifically, the first stage of a 9 tribulation transcender was to deduce 2,000 changes. The first stage of a perfected lord was to deduce 3,000 changes. The first stage of a Tao lord was to deduce 4,000 changes. The first stage of a heavenly venerable was to deduce 5,000 changes. With high aptitude and comprehension, it's not difficult to reach the requirements of the first stage after spending enough time. For those heavenly venerables, each of them can walk their own path of origin and open up a miniature universe, so their comprehension is naturally not bad. As long as there's enough time, each of them can deduce 5,000 changes. Heavenly Venerable Zishao shook his head lightly. But this is only the requirements of the first stage. There will definitely be a second stage or even a third stage. The time required would be 10 times, or even several tens of times more. In the end, no matter how much time is spent, it won't be able to deduce more changes. Because aptitude and comprehension determine how far a powerhouse can deduce. For example, a Dalord would be stuck at the 2999th transformation. Then, after 10,000 years, 100,000 years, a million years, or even an era, he would not be able to continue deducing. Because that was his limit, unless his aptitude and comprehension had undergone a fundamental improvement. This was the extent of Heavenly Venerable Zi Zhao's understanding of the Heavenly King diagram. While everyone was still immersed in the deduction, he was already standing at a higher level and looking at this deduction game. Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament looked at Jiang Xi, who was seriously deducing, and secretly praised him. Jiang Xi easily completed the first stage of the deduction, so the second stage shouldn't be difficult for him. But what was his limit? The third stage? Or even the highest fourth stage? As expected of the most talented human in the history of our human race. If he can get the inheritance of 8 clouds this time, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to cultivate to the eternal realm in the future. Maybe he can even see the path beyond the eternal realm. A smile appeared on Purple Firmament Sovereign's face. Although the changes that he deduced far surpassed Jiang Xi's, he knew clearly that it was because the strength of his primordial spirit had long reached the level of a supreme being. It would be strange if it wasn't strong. Jiang Xi had been deducing the Heavenly King chart for more than 3,000 years. The Black Stone Plaza was completely silent. Silvery barriers of light and shadow were scattered all over the place. Inside them were the candidates who met the minimum requirements. Ding dong! A familiar voice rang out and awakened every candidate. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. The figure of the 8 cloud generals appeared once again. Another candidate has met the requirements. This is the 92nd candidate. I wonder who it is. It should be our 4th universe, right? It can't always be the 2 holy lands and the first 3 universes, right? It must be our 3rd universe this time. The candidates were all guessing. The candidates from the 2 holy lands and the first 3 primal universes were the majority. The 4th universe was much less than 10%. The 8 cloud generals looked down at the candidates and revealed a rare smile. I'm very happy. All the powerhouses and geniuses present were shocked. Happy? The 8 cloud generals said that he was very happy? This was a situation that had never happened before. The 8 cloud generals swept his gaze across the crowd and smiled. The 4th universe's human race, Mountain Sea, has completed the 2nd stage of the deduction and reached a new level. Boom! All the candidates were stunned. All their gazes gathered in one direction. There was a figure wearing black armor with golden patterns. It was Tao Lord Mountain Sea, whom everyone had almost forgotten in recent years. Who? The 8 cloud generals pointed. Suddenly, a layer of golden light and shadow barrier spread out from the black stone pillar next to riverward. It fused with the original silver light barrier, forming a gold and silver barrier. Jiang Xi's expression was calm, but his heart was moved. He had just deduced the 6,000th variation and was treated differently. It seemed that this was another kind of incentive. Not only was it encouraging him, but it was also stimulating the other candidates. In comparison, the candidates of the other factions were unable to remain calm like Jiang Xi. They were all shocked, and a strong sense of danger arose in their hearts. They thought that after meeting the minimum requirements, everyone's chances would be the same. But now, it seemed that there was a big difference. The 8 cloud generals looked at the shocked and stunned candidates below, and said softly, I said that the more correct variations you deduce when deducing the Sky King diagram, the greater the benefits when inheriting it. You have completed the first stage of the deduction and only met my minimum requirements. If you can't even meet the minimum requirements, you naturally won't have the qualifications to continue. Now, only Mountain Sea has completed the second stage and reached the third stage. The 8 cloud generals nodded slightly at Jiang Xi. Then he said to all the candidates in a deep voice, I can clearly tell everyone that for candidates of different cultivation levels, besides Empyreans, when deducing the Heavenly King diagram, there are 5 stages. If any of you can complete the 4th stage and reach the 5th stage, you will directly become an inheritor. There will be no need for competition, and you will receive the inheritance of my 8 cloud lineage. He looked at the 15 Empyrean venerables. You Empyrean venerables have already opened miniature universes. The stronger you are, the higher the requirements. For you, the 3rd stage of the Empyrean level happens to be 20,000 variations. In other words, you only need to complete the 3rd stage of the Empyrean level to receive the inheritance. Of course, I reckon that it's almost impossible for you to complete the 3rd stage of the Empyrean level in the time I require. Therefore, you need to work harder to deduce. The more variations you deduce and the more stages you complete, the more inheritances you will come into contact with in the future will naturally be different. For example, Mountain Sea's chances of receiving the inheritance are 100 times higher than yours. Unless you can complete the 2nd stage of the deduction. Juniors, work hard! The 8 cloud generals glanced at the candidates before disappearing. The black stone square became lively again. All the experts and geniuses present understood the rules of the Sky King diagram's deduction. So this was the difference between the number of variations deduced. Apart from Empyrean venerables, candidates of the other 3 levels had a total of 5 stages of deduction. Actually, there was no need to complete the 5th stage. As long as they completed the 4th stage and reached the 5th stage, they would receive the inheritance directly. If they couldn't even complete the 1st stage, they would only be eliminated. And the fate of elimination was to be killed. The experts of the various powers were secretly anxious. Especially now that they knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had completed the 2nd stage and was about to reach the 3rd stage, everyone was extremely anxious. The 3rd stage? Jiang Xi seemed very calm. Now it seems that for perfected lords, the first 1 to 3,000 variations are the 1st stage, and the third 1 to 6,000 variations are the 2nd stage. Then the 3rd stage is 9,000 variations? Or 12,000 variations? Jiang Xi naturally didn't know the answer to this question, so he could only continue deducing. Time passed, and one candidate after another completed the 1st stage of deduction. 4th Universe's human race, Euphone, has reached the minimum requirement. Red Lotus Sacred Grounds Tao Lord Chu Xie has reached the minimum requirement. The 8 cloud generals stood in the air above the black stone square. Ever since he appeared last time, he hadn't disappeared. Because the number of candidates who completed the 1st stage began to increase explosively. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded 200 and continued to soar. Jiang Xi no longer paid attention to these candidates who completed the 1st stage one after another. He only focused on deducing the Sky King diagram according to his own rhythm. Time passed, and in the 4,000th year since the 8 cloud ruins opened, the number of candidates who broke through the 1st stage increased greatly. Then, like a parabola, it began to slow down gradually. From the 5,000th year onwards, there were no new candidates who broke through the 1st stage. This is your limit? Only 695 people completed the 1st stage. The 8 cloud generals shook his head coldly. In the distance, Jiang Xi, who was enveloped by the gold and silver barrier, also shook his head gently. Like heavenly venerable purple firmament, his understanding of the Sky King diagram had also reached a higher level. Jiang Xi understood that the more time it took to deduce the Sky King diagram, the more variations it could deduce. Many 9th Tribulation Transcenders and perfected lords present had limited potential. Once they reached their limits, it was naturally impossible to break through the 1st stage. At this moment, the 695 candidates who completed the 1st stage of deduction and reached the 2nd stage included all 15 heavenly venerables and all Tao lords. The remaining few were 9th Tribulation Transcenders and perfected lords. and the only candidate who completed the second stage of deduction and reached the third stage was Jiangxi. The 8 cloud generals turned his gaze and looked in a direction. Jun Tian Sacred Grounds Perfected Lord Huyu has completed the second stage and reached the third stage. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. From the looks of it now, only you and Tao Lord Mountain Sea have the most hope of obtaining my 8 cloud lineage's inheritance. You have to work harder and not slack off. Yes. Perfected Lord Huyu bowed respectfully. At the same time, a second layer of golden light appeared on the black stone pillar beside him, fusing with the original silver barrier and becoming a two-colored barrier. In the entire black stone plaza, Perfected Lord Huyu and Jiangxi were enveloped by the two-colored barrier, reflecting each other's brilliance. Perfected Lord Huyu? Jiangxi frowned slightly. Then, he no longer thought about it, and continued to deduce. In another place, the Tao Lords of the Jun Tian Sacred Ground were extremely excited. As long as it was on their side, no matter who obtained the inheritance, it would represent the entire sacred ground obtaining the inheritance. Perfected Lord Huyu, the hope of my Jun Tian Sacred Ground is on you. Perfected Lord Huyu smiled at the surrounding people. This inheritance was the greatest opportunity for him to change his fate. Before this, although he had the title of a quasi-Tao Lord in the Jun Tian Sacred Ground where experts were as common as clouds, he could only be considered ordinary. In terms of physical strength, primordial spirit strength, and Tao cultivation, he was more powerful than many Tao Lords in the 4 primal universes. However, because the sacred ground's tolerance was limited, with so many Tao Lords present, quasi-Tao Lords could not break through at all. He did not even have the qualifications to explore the Chaos Sea. Although he had lived for countless eons, he was trapped in the sacred ground like a prisoner. And this time, the 8 clouds inheritance allowed him to jump from such an awkward quasi-Tao Lord status to the most dazzling person in the entire Jun Tian Sacred Ground. His status was so high that it surpassed all the Tao Lords and heavenly venerables in the sacred ground. Even Jun Tian Supreme met him personally, and had high hopes for him. He even said to him personally, "The deduction of the Heavenly King diagram has proven your potential. Even if you don't obtain the 8 clouds inheritance this time, you will receive the best grooming from my sacred ground in the future. So don't feel pressured. Just do your best to fight for it. If your performance is good enough this time and your potential is great enough, I can even help you become a heavenly venerate at all costs. I can even help you become a supreme and achieve eternity." Jun Tian Supreme's promise had long made Perfected Lord Huyu's blood boil. The passion in his heart that had been silent for God knows how many eons burned again. He felt that he had returned to his youth, those years when he was constantly struggling, filled with fighting spirit. Become a heavenly venerate? Aren't only the 4 primal universes able to give birth to heavenly venerables? Could it be that Supremes have a way to break this limit? Perfected Lord Huyu also had doubts, but the admiration and trust he had for Jun Tian Supreme quickly cleared his doubts. The inheritance of the 8 clouds divine general is a complete path. It can allow one to cultivate from a weak to an extremely high realm. There is a high chance that it can break this limit. Since the ancient civilization has such a method, Supremes might be able to do it if they pay a certain price. Perfected Lord Huyu was very clear that this was the greatest opportunity he had encountered since he started cultivating. From mediocrity to legend. Even if he failed to fight for the inheritance, as long as he proved his potential, Jun Tian Supreme would be able to use a great ability to revive him and groom him again. Of course, Perfected Lord Huyu did not think that he would fail until the final moment. I must succeed. What is that, Tao Lord Mountain Sea? He is just a small fellow. I have been mediocre for countless eons and did not have the qualifications to roam the Chaos Sea. Now that this opportunity has appeared, a chance to become a legend, I must grab it tightly. Perfected Lord Huyu looked calm on the surface, but his heart was in a state of madness. He was like a drowning person who suddenly grasped the hope of being rescued and could not let go. Chapter 618. In the 4th universe, there was a grotto heaven world that far exceeded the limit of a Tao Lord. It floated in the depths of space and slowly moved in the direction of the universe barrier. One day, it would reach its limit, break through the universe barrier, and evolve into a miniature universe. This was Jiangxi's Grotto Heaven world, Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. In the Grotto Heaven world, except for the lack of spiritual life, there were mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, flowers, trees, and so on. It was a scene of vitality. The clone was Jiangxi's last resort, and also his biggest trump card. It had been guarding the Grotto Heaven world and had never left. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with surprise. A melodious voice rang out in his mind. You have comprehended the ultimate sword Dao, eternal experience points plus 10 yuan. Breakthrough. I've finally broken through. The level of sword Dao is slightly different from ordinary Dao techniques. Sword intent corresponds to the level of the great Dao, while the ultimate sword Dao corresponds to the level of the heavenly Dao. Jiangxi thought. Then, he opened the experience points panel to check the changes in the Dao technique. Ultimate sword Dao, 10th level, 11,000 yuan. Jiangxi was dumbfounded. The experience points needed to level up were heaven-defying. 1,000 eternal experience points. He could only get 9 eternal experience points from killing a universe Dao Lord. Then, he would have to kill more than 100 to level up to perfection. Then, he looked at his experience points. Experience points, 3,650 trillion, eternal experience points, 27 yuan. In the past 5,000 years, he had used up nearly 2 eternal experience points. Just now, he was rewarded with another 10 yuan for comprehending the ultimate sword Dao, so his eternal experience points increased to 27 yuan. But compared to 1,000 yuan, it was still a far cry. Let's not think about this for now. Let's increase the strength of my primordial spirit first. Jiangxi shook his head. Although the ultimate sword Dao had just broken through, the nature of the Dao technique had undergone a fundamental change. It had changed from the power of the great Dao to the power of the heavenly Dao. With a single thought, Riverward guided the Dao magic power of his Omega Sword Dao into his body and mind. His body's strength had already reached the level of a 6th-tier supreme treasure, so the power of Dao this time could not transform his body again. Due to the expansion of the estate world, his primal divinity had already reached the level of a universe Dao Lord and was on the verge of breaking through. Now that the Dao of the Omega Sword Dao had surged into his mind, Lin Yun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Boom! Suddenly, there was a feeling of heaven and earth rumbling, and raging waves surged in his mind. The surging tide surrounded Jiangxi's primordial spirit, and roared continuously as if it was tempering Jiangxi's primordial spirit. The strength of his primal divinity continued to rise through the tempering process. Soon, it was close to the very limits of a universe Dao Lord. Just a step away from reaching the Empyrean level. However, the Dao of the Omega Sword Dao's effect on tempering the primordial spirit began to decrease. Almost! Just a little more! In his mind, Jiangxi's primordial spirit was also roaring. Breakthrough! This voice seemed to form a wave, causing the mind that had calmed down to be filled with turbulent waves that smashed towards the primordial spirit. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt. It was also like the endless source of chaos that instantly evolved into the universe's billions of stars and countless living beings. At this moment, Jiangxi's primordial spirit seemed to have broken through a layer of shackles. There was a happy feeling of being a fish in the sea. The 9-heaven world was mine to soar. At the same time, an extremely powerful spiritual consciousness spread out from his clone and fused into the entire Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven. The strength of a heavenly venerable's primordial spirit. Haha, my primordial spirit has broken through. Then I'll be a hidden dragon rising to the heavens. Jiangxi laughed heartily. He could already feel that the speed and efficiency of using the experience panel to deduce the Heavenly King diagram had increased greatly. Universe 4, within the Sky-Span Mountain River diagram. In front of the Heavenly King diagram that was surrounded by stars and nebulas. Oh! Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament looked at Jiangxi in surprise. His spirit body has changed. The strength of his primordial spirit has transformed. He has cultivated for less than 100,000 years and already has a heavenly venerable level primordial spirit. Impressive! Even though he was a legendary heavenly venerable who was once invincible in the Chaos Sea, he had never seen anyone who could make their primordial spirit reach the heavenly venerable level in such a short period of time. Haha, this is great news! With the strength of his primordial spirit increasing, his deduction speed will be faster and more efficient. This way, his chances of obtaining the 8 Clouds legacy will greatly increase. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament laughed heartily. Jiangxi's spirit body stood in front of the Heavenly King diagram and started to deduce seriously. His entire being had entered an absolute peak state of deduction. Many difficult problems that previously required a long period of time to deduce and solve were now solved directly. In the blink of an eye, another 3,000 years had passed. The 8 Clouds ruins had been open for more than 10,000 years. At a glance, the Black Stone Square was filled with more than 100,000 experts and geniuses from various races in the Chaos Sea. At this moment, many candidates were secretly discussing the scene that had happened not long ago. Who would have thought that after Dao Lord Mountain Sea and perfected Lord Huyu, the one who completed the 2nd stage and reached the 3rd stage would be perfected Lord Fire Wind? This perfected Lord Fire Wind was unremarkable in the 3rd universe, but he managed to catch up. His potential is extraordinary. The 2 sacred grounds and the 1st universe must be mad. It would be strange if they weren't mad. The Red Lotus Sacred Ground has yet to have a candidate who has broken through the 2nd stage. The 1st universe is the most miserable. They sent the most candidates, but none of them could complete the 2nd stage. Although the Jun Tian Sacred Ground has perfected Lord Huyu who completed the 2nd stage, how many calamity eras has he lived? In terms of cultivation time, among the 3 candidates who completed the 2nd stage, Dao Lord Mountain Sea is the youngest, followed by perfected Lord Fire Wind. Although perfected Lord Huyu is also a perfected lord, his competitiveness is naturally far inferior to perfected Lord Fire Wind. The experts from various forces in the Chaos Sea sighed. From the looks of it, the one with the best aptitude and comprehension was Dao Lord Mountain Sea of the 4th universe, followed by perfected Lord Fire Wind of the 3rd universe. It's done! Jiangxi stood in front of the black stone pillar and smiled. He had finally succeeded in deducing 12,000 transformations. Before his essence spirit broke through, he had used 5,000 years to deduce 6,000 transformations. After that, he used 3,000 years to deduce the next 6,000 transformations. The first to 6,000 transformations and the 6,001 to 12,000 transformations. The number of transformations seemed the same, but the difficulty was thousands of times higher. When I deduced the 9,000 transformations, Divine General 8 Clouds did not appear. This means that the 3rd stage of the perfected Lord level is 6,001 to 12,000 transformations. Now he should appear, right? Jiangxi chuckled and imprinted the 12,000 transformations on the black stone pillar. Woo! Countless blood-red light spots condensed out of thin air. The wind howled as if someone was crying in the cold wind, causing all the experts to wake up and look at the sky in shock. In the sky, the blood-red light spots quickly condensed into blood-red raindrops that fell from the sky and covered the entire square. Blood rain poured down. What's going on? This sound, why do I feel like crying? My essence spirit is at the heavenly venerable level. How can this sound affect my emotions? Something big is going to happen. At this moment, the rain of blood that filled the sky suddenly surged towards riverward. Whoosh! The blood rain condensed into a red light barrier in the blink of an eye and merged with Jiangxi's original 2-colored barrier, forming a gold, silver, and red barrier. This 3-colored barrier was extremely dazzling. It was like an emperor standing in the middle of more than 100,000 experts and geniuses. Seeing this scene, everyone instantly understood what was going on. Impossible. No. The 3rd sacred master of the heavenly feather race in the 1st universe screamed crazily. His eyes were filled with anger and fear. The eternal opportunity belongs to my heavenly feather race. It belongs to my heavenly feather race. Damn it, damn it. This. A giant star beast in the second universe cried out in pain. The calamity is coming. Does the heavens want my star beast race to die? Even our last chance is being taken away? I am not willing, not willing. The feeling of despair was spreading. At this moment, all the factions in the 4 original universes, except for the human faction in the 4th universe, were in despair. The calamity was coming. Apart from the eternal sacred land, everything would be destroyed and turned into nothingness. They were not willing to be drowned by the river of time. They were not willing to let their entire race disappear in the calamity. Therefore, when the 8 cloud ruins appeared, they gave it their all and used all their means. From the beginning, they attacked wantonly in order to effect the progress of Tao Lord Mountain Sea's deduction. But in the end, fate played a big joke on them. How could they not understand the scene before them? Tao Lord Mountain Sea had completed the 3rd stage and was now at the 4th stage. One had to know that apart from Heavenly Venerables, there were 5 stages in the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram. If anyone could complete the 4th stage, there was no need to continue the competition. They would be able to obtain the inheritance directly. Now that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had made another breakthrough, he was only 1 step away from obtaining the inheritance directly. How could these factions not feel despair? Mountain Sea. A crimson-armored figure appeared in the sky, shining with divine light. At this moment, the 8 Clouds General was no longer as cold as before. Instead, he was dazzling. 8,000 years. The 8 Clouds General closed his eyes, tears flowing down his cheeks. Silence. All the experts and geniuses present looked up at the 8 Clouds General. Only 8,000 years. The 8 Clouds General sighed softly. I didn't expect that after abandoning everything and embarking on a path of despair, I would be able to find a successor. In the future of the limitless calamity, I would find a junior like you. What? Did the 8 Clouds General give the inheritance directly to Tao Lord Mountain Sea? The experts of various races paled. They were very worried, but didn't dare refute. I have let down my ancestors. The 8 Clouds General closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly. His expression was pained. After a long while, he opened his eyes again and looked at Jiang Xi. I have let them down. I am the one who caused the 8 Clouds bloodline's destruction. My bloodline is incomparably noble. We once stood at the peak of countless civilizations and illuminated countless eras. However, because I stepped onto that path, the inheritance was almost severed. All along, I have considered myself a sinner. But in the situation back then, I had no choice. The 8 Clouds General's eyes were like the abyss of the 9 Nether, filled with reminiscence. He looked at Jiang Xi and heaved a sigh of relief, as if all the pressure on his body had been lifted. Your aptitude and comprehension have already surpassed mine. No matter what happens next, at least the successor I find for this inheritance won't be inferior to me. In just 8,000 years, you have completed the 3rd stage and reached the 4th stage of the Heavenly King diagram. Congratulations, Mountain Sea! The 8 Clouds General congratulated Jiang Xi with a smile. At that moment, Jiang Xi was already stunned by those words. The value of the 8 Clouds bloodline's inheritance seemed to have far exceeded his imagination. Next, before the end of the 3rd stage, if you can deduce 20,000 changes. At this point, the 8 Clouds General's gaze swept across the crowd. These candidates will be eliminated one by one to congratulate you for obtaining the inheritance. The 100,000 plus experts present were all shocked. Eliminated one by one? Wasn't it said that one could continue as long as they met the minimum requirements? But from the looks of it, the 8 Clouds General wasn't some merciful person. Once he found a successor, all the other candidates would be useless. The 8 Clouds General looked at Jiang Xi and continued. The time for the 3rd stage to deduce the Heavenly King diagram is 20,000 years. If you can deduce 20,000 changes within 20,000 years, then I'll be dead. Haha, although I'll die, I won't disappoint my ancestors. Remember, 20,000 years. The 8-cloud divine general laughed and disappeared. The entire black stone square was deathly silent. Countless powerhouses looked at Jiang Xi with eyes filled with either jealousy, madness, or malice. Only the candidates from the Fourth Universe's human camp looked at him with eyes filled with worship. Facing all of this, Jiang Xi calmly closed his eyes. His spiritual sense entered the Heavenly King diagram and continued to deduce with all his strength. 20,000 years, there were still 12,000 years left. Time passed year after year. Of the more than 100,000 candidates, the speed of deduction became slower and slower. More and more of them approached the limits of their potential. Every few thousand years, only one candidate would barely complete the second stage and reach the third stage. As for those who completed the first stage, there were no more. Clearly, those who still couldn't break through at this time had already reached their limits. No matter how much time was given, it was impossible to break through. Currently, those who had reached the third stage. Perfected Lord Huyu was ranked second only to Jiang Xi. Perfected Lord Fire Wind was third. Dao Lord Tuoyi was fourth. His breakthrough surprised the Red Lotus Sacred Land and they were looking forward to it. Trikoskus C was fifth. This was the only ninth tribulation transcender from the third universe. Dao Lord Chihan was sixth. Another hope for the Great Sky Sacred Land. Dao Lord Jean Lan was seventh. It was definitely a huge surprise that she could break through to the third stage. Even the Heavenly Feather race didn't expect that Dao Lord Jean Lan would break through consecutively. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Feather race were excited. There was finally hope. Time seemed to pass faster and faster. 15,000 years, 16,000 years, 17,000 years, 18,000 years, 19,000 years. As the 20,000-year deadline approached, everyone was anxious and worried. They were worried that Dao Lord Mountain Sea would deduce 20,000 changes at the last moment. As long as the inheritor did not appear and everyone entered the fourth square, there was still a chance. It must not succeed. It must not succeed. If it succeeds, all hope will be gone. If there's a mystical ability in this world that can exchange a life for a life, I'd rather die in exchange for the life of Dao Lord Mountain Sea and give my race hope. Everyone was silently looking forward to it. Along the way, there were even Dao Lords who attacked Jiang Xi crazily in despair. In the end, they were destroyed by the tricolored barrier. Chapter 619. Universe 4, Inside the Sky-Span Mountain River Diagram. Heavenly Venerable Zishao looked at Jiang Xi, who was seriously deducing next to him. He was more and more surprised because Jiang Xi's progress was too fast. This Heavenly Monarch diagram was an increasingly difficult deduction game, but Jiang Xi's deduction speed was abnormal. It was getting faster and faster. Is it because he's from Earth? Ever since Jiang Xi became a high-ranking member of the human race, the Earth lineage had been completely integrated into the human race of the Tao Alliance. In the past 30,000 years, it had welcomed a flourishing development. There were close to 10,000 tribulation transcender experts, and 2 perfected lords had appeared. They were Jiang Xi's sworn brother, Xiantian, and second sister Li Bai. The speed at which the experts of the Earth lineage appeared was very shocking and abnormal. Even among the 3 gates and 6 sects, no one dared to say that so many experts had appeared in 30,000 years. Moreover, there were many young geniuses of the Earth lineage. One could imagine that as time passed, those geniuses would become tribulation transcenders and perfected lords. Jiang Xi seems to be the most dazzling person of the Earth lineage. Heavenly Venerable Zishao frowned and pondered. Now, the higher-ups of the human race of the Tao Alliance knew that Earth was a very special planet. The lifeforms born on this planet generally had high aptitudes and comprehension abilities. They rarely encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation, and even if they did, they would quickly break through them. Everything behind this is related to Heavenly Venerable Bluestone. Heavenly Venerable Zishao thought of the barbarian in the beast robe. Before he was permanently suppressed by Universe 4, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had already been active in Universe 4. In fact, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had become a Heavenly Venerable earlier than him. This old man is very mysterious. Over the years, even with his help, my Heavenspan Mountain River diagram was unable to spy on this planet. In the entire Primal Chaos Sea, apart from the two Supremes who have never appeared in the Primal Chaos Sea, only Heavenly Venerable Bluestone can't see through him. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone deliberately hid Earth for countless eras. What is he trying to do? Now, it seems that I should be able to find the final answer through Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was doing his best to deduce the Heavenly King diagram. During this process, he had obtained many benefits, especially in terms of perception. Although he was deducing it through the EXP panel, the root of the problem was still his primordial spirit. The EXP panel was like a magnifier, amplifying the strength of his primordial spirit by many times. Therefore, under this kind of training, his comprehension ability obtained a great improvement. Jiang Xi was confident that even if he didn't use the experience panel now, he would be able to deduce 100 variations of the Heavenly King chart in a month if he were to rededuce it. The 19,210th change. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. 20,000 years is almost up. It's too late. After thinking for a while, he smiled and shook his head. So what if I can't make it in time? With my current deduction progress, even if I really come into contact with the inheritance later on, I'm confident that I can become the final inheritor. He had used 8,000 years to deduce 12,000 transformations. His aptitude and comprehension had already surpassed the 8 Cloud Divine Generals. Now, he would only be stronger. Woo! At this moment, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Jun Tian Holy Land, Huyu, completed the 3rd stage of deduction and reached the 4th stage. The 8 Cloud Divine General descended once again. He looked at Perfected Lord Huyu and said softly, "Among all the candidates, only you can compete with Mountain Sea for the final inheritance. As for the other candidates, unless they undergo a fundamental transformation, it's impossible. Work hard, don't admit defeat so easily." "Yes." Perfected Lord Huyu bowed respectfully. He looked at Jiang Xi, his eyes filled with madness, extreme madness. He was also fighting for the only chance in countless eras. Holding on tightly, he naturally wouldn't let go. He gave it his all and finally deduced 12,000 transformations when the 20,000-year period was about to end, reaching the 4th stage. Crazy? But what qualifications do you have to compete with me? Jiang Xi looked at Perfected Lord Huyu calmly. All the candidates thought that he was a Tao Lord powerhouse. Little did they know that his true cultivation was only a rank 5 True Lord. The 20,000-year deduction was finally over. Jiang Xi's final deduction result was 19,414 transformations. Although it was a pity, it was definitely the highest. Even those Heavenly Venerables were far inferior to him. The 3rd stage, the deduction of the Heavenly King diagram, ends here. Candidates who completed the 1st stage of deduction, 743. Candidates who completed the 2nd stage of deduction, 5. Candidates who completed the 3rd stage of deduction, 2. The 8 Cloud Divine General looked down at all the candidates, and said slowly, "We came later than Tao Lord Mountain Sea and the others. We should still have time." "Yes, give us some more time." Below, experts immediately cried out. Indeed, there were many candidates who had arrived half a year later than Riverward, or even 1 or 2 years later. However, the 8 Cloud Divine General was incomparably cold. "Even if I give you another 100,000 years, I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the 1st stage of deduction. Even if you complete it, what use do I have for you? In this inheritance, Mountain Sea and Huyu are the most important. The 5 candidates who completed the 2nd stage of deduction only have a theoretical possibility. The others are just there to make up the numbers. As for you guys, you didn't even complete the 1st stage. Humph, such talent. According to the rules, all of you shall die." The 8 Cloud Divine General waved his hand. Whoosh! The stone pillars on the black stone square emitted wisps of golden light that attacked the candidates. In an instant, more than 100,000 candidates who did not meet the minimum requirements were all annihilated and turned into ashes. Their Dharma treasures scattered all over the ground. On the field, the remaining 750 candidates were all secretly shocked and full of anticipation. Only Jiang Xi felt that it was a pity. Those were all experience points, gone just like that. Unfortunately, he could not control the will of the 8-Cloud Divine General. Then, Jiang Xi also looked forward to it. The third stage of the Heavenly King diagram deduction was finally over. The next step was to come into contact with the true inheritance. That was the 8-Cloud inheritance that caused the various factions in Chaos C to go crazy. Continue forward to the fourth square. The 8-Cloud Divine General looked at them. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pointed. The red fog that enveloped the square quickly separated, and a quiet path appeared in the middle, extending into an unknown direction. This path is not dangerous. Don't worry and set off. The 8-Cloud Divine General turned into a blood-colored stream of light and disappeared, arriving at the next square. Jiang Xi, Perfected Lord Huiyu, Perfected Lord Fire Wind, Perfected Lord Tuoyi, Perfected Lord Jing Lan, Perfected Lord Chihan, Perfected Lord Hua Hai, and 15 Heavenly Venerables. There were also a large number of candidates who had completed the first stage of deduction. They hurriedly flew into the quiet path. Universe 4, inside the Sky-Span Mountain River diagram. A huge Heavenly King diagram was surrounded by flowing nebulas and large stars. Now, Jiang Xi's clone had stopped deducing. As he was about to come into contact with the true inheritance, he did not dare to be distracted. 20,000 years! Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament suddenly laughed. Finally, at the end of the 20,000 years, 30,000 changes were deduced. As there was no danger, everyone flew at full speed on the quiet path and soon arrived at the fourth square. As soon as they entered, everyone was attracted by the scene in front of them. This square was completely different from the previous three. It was actually a green grassland. From where they were, at the end of the grassland stood a unique pavilion. After carefully counting, there were exactly 8 floors. Could the inheritance be in that pavilion? The candidates' hearts immediately burned with excitement. They quickly flew to the front of the pavilion. When they finally arrived, the figure of the 8-Cloud Divine General also appeared. However, his towering figure, which was nearly 10,000 meters tall, appeared somewhat small in front of this pavilion. The 8-Cloud Divine General's expression was no longer cold. He looked down at the 750 candidates with a smile. Since you have already arrived here, you are qualified to come into contact with the true inheritance. Inheritance! The true inheritance! The 750 candidates from the various factions in the Chaos Sea were all very excited. They all knew in their hearts that in the end, only one of them would be able to obtain the complete inheritance. As for the other candidates, as long as they could obtain a portion of the inheritance, and be able to send the message back before they died, it would be worth it. With the preciousness of the 8-Cloud Divine General's inheritance, even if I only obtain a portion of the inheritance, there might be a way to cultivate to the eternal realm. Once I obtain this method, I will immediately self-destruct. Although my main body has fallen, I still have an avatar and can continue to live. At this stage, if I am attacked by the 8-Cloud Divine General, I am afraid I will completely die. Almost all the candidates who had completed the first stage of deduction had such thoughts in their hearts. Of the 750 candidates present, only 2 had completed the third stage of deduction, and only 5 had completed the second stage of deduction. It was obvious that the complete inheritance this time would not be obtained by those who had completed the first stage of deduction. Their goal was very simple. They wanted to obtain some information about the inheritance, and then self-destruct to save their lives. This was the way of the king. The 8-Cloud Divine General looked at the various factions' experts below with thoughts in his mind. They seemed to be impatient. He chuckled and said, "Don't be anxious. According to the rules, you can come into contact with the inheritance. However, I still have some questions that I need to ask you." Questions? The candidates' hearts tightened. At the same time, they were also muttering that this 8-cloud divine general was so troublesome. At this stage, why was he still asking questions? The other candidates have no questions. I mainly want to ask you Empyrean Masters. The 8-cloud divine general looked at the Empyrean Masters present. There were a total of 15 Empyrean Masters, 8 from the first universe, 5 from the second universe, and 2 from the third universe. This time, due to the different deduction requirements, these Empyrean Masters were at a disadvantage. They even performed very poorly during the Sky King diagram deduction. Among them, a few Empyrean Masters almost did not complete the first stage of deduction within 20,000 years. If you answer my questions incorrectly, then you have no fate with the inheritance, said the 8-cloud divine general. The 15 Empyrean Masters were shocked. Someone wanted to ask, didn't they agree on this before? The 8-cloud divine general explained, it's not that I don't want to give you a chance, but the inheritance of my 8-cloud divine general has special requirements for the miniature universes that you nurture. Once a miniature universe is nurtured, it will be fixed, and its future path will be limited. If the structure of your miniature universe does not meet my requirements, then you are naturally not qualified to receive the inheritance. There are such requirements? The structure of a miniature universe? The Empyrean Masters present were shocked, and some started to worry. No one knew what the requirements of the 8-cloud inheritance were for miniature universes. The 8-cloud divine general continued, the other Tao Lords, True Lords, and 9 Tribulation Transcenders are weak and have yet to open up miniature universes. As long as they can receive the inheritance of my 8-cloud divine general, when they open up miniature universes in the future, they will naturally receive guidance on how to structure a suitable miniature universe. But for you Empyrean Masters, your miniature universes have already been fixed. The 8-cloud divine general asked them, now tell me the structure of your miniature universes directly. Structure? The 15 Empyrean Masters were hesitant. Right now, they really wanted to know what kind of universe structure God General 8-cloud wanted, and then they could just fabricate some fake information to target it. However, the 8-cloud divine general was not stupid. He did not reveal any information, nor did he give them any chance to fabricate anything. At the same time, the other candidates were secretly relieved. Fortunately, the question was directed at Empyrean Masters, and it had nothing to do with them. No wonder the 2 Holy Land universes did not send any Empyrean Masters over. It seems that the 8-cloud inheritance allows Empyrean Masters to become the inheritor. However, the requirements are extremely harsh. The structure of the miniature universe must meet the special requirements of the 8-cloud divine general. As for the Empyrean Masters of the 2 Holy Lands, their miniature universes have been destroyed by the calamity, so there is no need to talk about a universe structure. Jiang Xi thought to himself. So that's how it is. The inheritance actually has requirements for miniature universes. The other Tao Lords, True Lords, and 9 Tribulation Transcenders all widened their horizons. This had nothing to do with them, so they all watched with great interest. They wanted to know what was going on with the structure of a miniature universe. Speak. What are you waiting for? The 8-cloud divine general frowned. You speak first. He pointed at Empyrean Master Fan Lai. Empyrean Master Fan Lai's expression changed slightly. All of them wanted to be the last to answer. This way, they could infer the requirements of the 8-cloud divine general based on the answers of the other Empyreans. Therefore, whoever answered first would be at a disadvantage. However, now that the 8-cloud divine general had chosen him, there was no room for hesitation. Empyrean Master Fan Lai clenched his teeth and said, when my Grotto Heaven world evolved into a miniature universe, I was at the edge of the entire miniature universe. I opened up the space of the 8 origins: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness. They were connected to the origin of the entire miniature universe to stabilize the structure of the entire miniature universe. Ordinary methods. Next. The 8-cloud divine general shook his head indifferently, and his gaze fell on the 3rd sacred master of the Heavenly Feather Clan. After answering the question, Empyrean Master Fan Lai's expression changed drastically. He sighed silently. It seemed that this was not going to work. Now, it was the third Sacred Master's turn to be nervous and worried. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.